descendant of John Smith. You may have heard of him before. Oh, isn't that the thing? Pocahontas? Mm-hmm. Except for he looked like me. And his father, King James, in which we speak King James English these days, with a King James Holy Bible based on Jesus Christos, Joshua, I guess, Yeshua in other languages. Or maybe not. Maybe it's Esa, like Isa, as the Quran tells us. And if you get Isa, you put a D and N on it, you get my name, D-Son. And that's because King James is Genghis Khan. And Genghis is who you're calling Jesus. I'll be your host today. Shouts to my grandfather. And wanted to do this video because I'm sure random people will find it, given what time it is these days, both spiritually and in the algorithm. Shout out to all the people who've been rocking with me since 3 a.m. started, or the dailies, even better, more recent. But yeah, oh, this is beautiful. I wanted to take an early walk this morning, guys. Shout out to Composure Slim and PT Cruising. I see you guys. Thank you for joining. I wanted to start earlier today before, I let the timeline, other people's energies, or I don't know, sometime around 9 a.m. daily, and not all the time, but that time, if it's daily, I get this weird sensation, right? And I know what it is, as a metaphysics practitioner. It's the power of suggestion hitting me through everyone's concerns or headlines, the little color schemes on the posts. Not just in my phone, though. How that shows up in other people who are responding the same way outside, too. Although out here where I'm at, technically, based on where I've been from on the East Coast, this is technically the suburbs to me. This isn't like a city. They got some elements here now, don't get it twisted, but no, this is the suburbs. So the energy is different. And it's on the West Coast. We got a different genetic hodgepodge magash of people here too. Beautiful, by the way. It's a different energy inside. And because of that, my biofeedback sensors on my Vegeta shit can kind of tell easier with these people where they're at. Hopefully I'll get better language to explain that and teach others how to do it as well. Or at least us to make a brief judgment, a snap decision on how to read people. But today's video is not that. Today's video might go down the line of how to read people's words or how to determine how serious a person is based on their language. And that's what the United States, or as they dare say, the West. How important are we? South America ain't worrying about us. So how the hell we the West? Just tell them to cut it up. It's a whole fucking continent here called America. See? Just like that. And what I've noticed, I'll feel away because all the words, all the headlines, all the debates, all the comments, all the chatter outside is about nothing. Not that the feelings or the impulses that these people feel are not real. Not that they're not trying to express those feelings, but they're pivoting the narrative around not knowing shit. Pause though. I've done that a lot too, so do not get me twisted. I have made mountains out of anthills in my own day by not having proper information, experience, wisdom, other people to bounce the ideas off that were actually conducive to finding a solution or just a better way of looking at things and saying it. It takes time, it takes grace, it takes finesse. And that's something that's not taught. Not because it can't be taught, but because there's no reference point for it on average. You're allowed to exist and thrive in the United States of America setup, at least for my whole life I've noticed, and I'll double it, 80 years, as a fucking sixth grader. You can have the competence of the average sixth grader from a long time ago and become a millionaire in this country. That's not a disrespect to sixth graders, by the way. It's just saying that whatever aptitude, awareness, or language model required for you to be successful in a casually made up system by people who didn't have schools, who obviously performed at the level of 6th graders when they created it. Don't forget that these were not old men. These were very young immigrants that came here. You see how I just did that? You look at Donald Trump, what is he, 80? Now think about the people they think, and this is critical, the people they think set up the United States. How old were they? Take your time, Pastor. If they fighting in wars and the British are coming and Paul Revere's on the horse and his baby mama ain't calling him on the little can phone with the string on it, how old do you think they are? Like teenagers, right? So think in their own zeitgeist, all of this, which they did not build by hand, by the way. They keep, their language model removed a lot of blocks, and I'm grateful for that, by the way. I'm gonna get to that in a minute. The fact that they don't know the real history is why they can't fix it. But because they did it the way they did it, and they, in their vain imagination, they think a bunch of kids who never had shit, who never ran shit, who don't understand shit, then, without the internet, without the books that they didn't burn down, you know what I'm talking about? Without math and science, because it wasn't their language. Al-Hedra is Moorish. They're not Moorish. So if you just keep going down the list, the United States Service Corporation was a LLC that was co-opted and ran by a bunch of fucking idiots. I say that as a 40-year-old man, though. Compared to where I'm at and what I'm aware of and all I had to learn and unlearn, them motherfuckers ain't talking about some fucking idiots. And they ain't get no bad bitches either. Don't get it twisted. Like, they ain't do nothing right. Except they figured out the lowest common denominator to manipulate people and get them to do whatever your will or agenda is. It's not hard work. It's not becoming smart. It's not saving humanity with children and the animals. It's to pay people for their time and to give them the illusion that their time is valuable doing these things in exchange for other options. The idea of exchange and currency without merit, without valor, without quality even, just the idea itself, salesmen, soothsayers, snake oil salesmen. You remember all of their daddies was that, right? This ain't their country, so they wasn't here prior with nothing here, right? Once we established that, then everything you brought here was worse than China and Taiwan and Mexico, for real. If you think about it, 200 years ago, 250? I won't even give them 250, but let's say it. So now today, the lineage of that thought process and the lineage of that language model and everything that got that going strong up to the what? Goddamn World War I, World War II, Apollo to come back in the 60s. We're gonna try it again at the late 80s, which is the real 90s, by the way. And then boom, we're gonna put an African, half Irish president out there, fuck up the language model and say he's a black guy. Once I knew they thought Barack Obama was a black guy, I instantly knew I wasn't. Language model shit. So, what they have done, that quality of mind, those quality of people, because they know that, because they know they're not geniuses, because they know they're not Ivy League, because they know they don't take certain things serious, because at the end of the day, I should have named this video that, because at the end of the day, as long as they have the fiat to exchange for a service, a task, or good, none of that other shit matter. Accuracy don't matter. Whether you're right or wrong don't matter. All that matters is how do you have the ability to manipulate a person to shut the fuck up and do what you told them to do. Some people call that slavery, right? That's their vain imagination of what slave masters and slave life was like. You ain't got no books or biographies or throwbacks that even describe that from slaves themselves, by the way. Don't miss that. So, whatever that vanity of Hollywood is, but let's just put it in practical terms. What we're living through now. Where laws are just threats made by a whole bunch of immigrants, and the same immigrants are making laws for new immigrants. It's you can't debate it no more. It's been so long that they kind of forgot where they came from. Maybe quite literally. A lot of people, obviously, they still calling each other crayon names. But now today's issues, today's world, it's very important to not just know what the fuck actually happened as best as possible, not only to know what the etymon and origin of the words are, especially if you're facing a constitutional legal crisis, and not only correcting this language model that we've developed, that we borrowed from media, ran by who? People who just got a country in 1940? How they gonna fucking tell you about the goddamn world? They couldn't keep theirs. Stop playing with me. And then, so 80 years of that, plus whatever the fuck is going on in between. India, China, and everything in between. Buying up all the farmland and houses too. But we're gonna go to war with China, but our banks are gonna be allowed to sell them all of the papers that say they get to run something right in my backyard. It's not your backyard though. Yeah, right in the United States. The United States is in the land. The United States is a corporation. We're all pillaging. Yeah, they are. That's why it seems so lopsided. Why it probably doesn't make sense to a lot of people when you hear shit like that. Why are you trying to buy bald farmland? They're not. They're leasing it. Who are they leasing it from? The illegal colonizer that did not fund the United States, because what the fuck does Texas got to do with Pennsylvania? It wasn't even called that back then. So how would it be part of it? Exactly. People don't know that. It's a problem, a new problem for me. Because I'm used to challenging ideas and getting the right information. These days, within my little limited area of influence, it's like I'm the only one I know that really care or got it. So I cannot imagine. I cannot fucking fathom and imagine where it matters. Not on a 20-viewer YouTube video. Not in the opinion of John Smith's grandson. Come on now, let's talk about it. But in the world stage, Craig, where you have so many people who are incompetent about what fundamentally it means to be an American, the United States, a constitutional republic, or justice. Like when the whole pillar of your language model is that we have what we have because of these things, and then no one can tell you nothing about those things, you are definitely in, as I'm starting to see, cycle. There's a mass psychosis going on now. A religious psychosis. Yeah. It's not going on now, though. It's been going on the whole time. Maybe your goofy ass woke up. Finally. We've been waiting for you. We're tired of sounding crazy by ourselves. While you got to enjoy your sleep in psychosis on a completely fabricated version of events to manipulate you to play your fucking position as a goddamn slave. I know. Why would the slave masters, after losing slaves, go back into Congress and enforce draconian slave-like conditions on their factory workers? What other fucking point of reference do these assholes have? I'm wondering. Did they go on a tour to like India at the time in the 1700s and 1800s? Did they stop by Africa and China and see something different? No, it's better now, man. Because you can be gay and women can be CEOs of the same corporations enslaving us. Oh, that's what progress was. Representation. House of Representatives. I get it now. This is representation, so we're free. In your fictional side quest of Bonneville versus Plantation Life, it was the same thing. You watched the thing? Was Samuel L. Jackson locked up to his bedroom or something? I could have sworn the nigga had horses and everything if he wanted them. He had mad hoes too. He looked very content, even at the end when he finally confronted Jamie or whatever, the shootout and shit. You remember like all them barns he had and all those storehouses of goods and shit that caught fire? That nigga was rich. Yeah. So what did free mean? Do people even know what free mean? So if you don't know the etymon of freedom, you don't know if you have it or not. I could have sworn something, but it sounds like a good idea if you compare it to a fictional African boat story, and then you use that as a point of reference and go, at least my conditions is not as bad as that. Law of polarity. You created a reference point, even if that reference point is not real for you. How is it at least that if at the same time my grandma had a castle? for me personally. At the same time where I would be grateful for any of the bullshit these faggots gave me, my grandmother had a castle, so it's not better for me no matter what they do. If I'm honest, it's progressively worse. But that same grandma, Elizabeth Smith, must have had a fucking library. Because I be loving facts for no fucking reason. It ain't like my teacher taught me shit. All 50 of them. They don't teach shit to us. They teach shit about the corporation. They teach shit about the hypothecated story and the bullshit things they make up just to feel good for a 6th grade in total level of awareness of your society. That's why people don't know how to file taxes properly. That's why people don't know that 19th Amendment doesn't mean they can tax you. That's why people don't fucking know that after those dates, new people couldn't be taxed anyway. Are you making corporate gains? Or are you doing something with your personal time and energy as an exchange? Do you know the difference? Of course not. You got to go to school, one of their schools, by the way, Rockefeller, Rothschild funded recently, and then go, oh, you got to be a lawyer or something. Most people who do that are not even lawyers, they're attorneys. Do you know the difference? No. And do you know the difference between an attorney, a lawyer, and a jurist? No. So what the fuck do they know? Nothing. Procedure. They know how to play with the magistrate. They know what the rules are, just like if you went to fucking Steak and Shake and learned how to drop fries off, hit a button, and wait 5 minutes, bitch. Same story. But if you tell people that, and you say it like that so flippantly, what do? They go into their trauma bag. Well, I worked really hard to get out of a 6th grade paradigm and learn these new things where there's only few of us, and they kept telling us how few and special we are because our parents paid for it or got some type of benefit from the federal government ran by the same thing that you're talking about. And then, yeah, man, we're more special than everyone else who's been working since they're 15 years old. Yeah, I guess, but how do you fucking learn anything? I did learn how to do it. You couldn't do my job. ChatGPT could. And I can use ChatGPT. How about that? Roar! Language model blues, right? Why can't ChatGPT replace their job? Because their existence in whatever it is, it's not about lawyers and nothing like that. It's about anything. Here, all that post-capitalistic industrial revolution bullshit is a rule list. It's a language model. And if a computer can follow it, and it's more accurate, and it doesn't get tired, then of course it's going to do it better than a human who's fucking hallucinating. You're projecting your reality based on your reference point. Ask an artist. There's a difference between someone who could draw really fucking good and someone who would just draw stick figures. What's the difference? They're both drawing. We don't pay attention to those differences because we bitch ass niggas in this country. We like to make fucking dumbass arguments just to sound like a fucking 6th grade girl. I'll be right back. Oh, I snapped Shogun in the building. I got a Timberland sample playing.
691.
Hey. Carter.
Allah.
Yes. Inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Jerusalem. I wonder if Jerusalem people know that Salam is in the name of their country or state or city. Why is Salam in the middle of Jerusalem if they're not related? That's what I be talking about. People don't even know where the words come from. They just be saying shit. And then you ask them, well, where did you learn about it? They can't even tell you where they learned this shit at. They're dumb as fuck. To me. Like, we're smartest, first and smartest fuck I know. Nah, you would know where the fuck you learned that story from. Oh, you heard some shit. That's all they do. That's this whole system is based on a game of telephone from perceived authority that does not actually exist. Or if it does exist, you cannot name them. You cannot quote them. You can't tell me what page it's on. You can't tell me when it was published. And then you can't tell me why the fuck this motherfucker talking about this shit anyway. Why don't you take his bitch ass back to his own country? See, if you can't go through that checklist, you believe anything from anybody. And we kind of got away with that. Why? Because it looks like they have money. So that means for at least 100 years, this country's paradigm has been pivoting off the fact that the only people who are doing it right or know what they're talking about are those who have numbers or money. Cool, I'm with you. However, those are the same people losing it all right now. So what did they know? So that's what I'm trying to wonder today. The same people who had the degrees, who had the jobs, who had the benefits, if they're all losing it now, but they got it based on their intellect and awareness of what's going on, what are they going to do next? I want to see if that first million is as hard as the second million, as I heard before I got to a million. Like, I need to understand something. Like, is it going to be easier this time since you've had 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, some 60 years of doing it? Of course fucking not. Stop fucking playing with me. You gotta be cute and clamorous with these assholes because there is no intelligence to talk about. You have to learn how to outwit people and talk people and get them in them aha gotcha moments just to win an argument. Motherfuckers are dying. We ain't got time to be fucking right on a fucking social studies test that you're not gonna fucking remember by summer. Are people fucking nah, don't answer it. So what has happened now, I perceive, is that that language model that we all pivoted off of, or those things that we agree in agreement upon, which were honorable or right versus wrong, left versus right, gay versus straight, they call it gender queering. Since they queered everything's polarity, and up can be down and down can be up, you have dissolved the potency of any word spell, any law, any rule, any regulation, aka anything enforced by a colonizer, right? Because it's a colony, so they're colonizers. The United States Service Corporation was a colony, not a state, not a country, not a land, not a native, not an indigenous, not us. It has nothing to do with us. We're involved, we're implicit, but it's still, even when it's like right now, even when it's dead, we're still here. And then our future descendants are gonna have to tell a different story about how we spent 150 to 250 years with a bunch of fucking idiots. I get it. But going forward, I'm still gonna be American no matter what. They can't say that. They don't know what the words mean. It's not their language. In fact, if things keep going the way it is now, where they say 50% of the adults don't read books, 1 out of 3 kids is obese, so they're gonna die early, X amount, like AKA the population is crippling so fast on some Tetris shit that by the time 50 years pass into the future, it won't even, this conversation that I'm having will not matter to them at all anyway. They'll have far greater problems in the next 4 years, that 46 more years on top of that. Capiche. It's done. We don't even have to do nothing about it if you're one of those people from the tribe that's like, what the fuck we want to do about this? Nothing. Enjoy the fucking show. You must enjoy this show if you're on the other side of history. If your family, even if you are African descendant, and they brought you here and they didn't pay you properly, they didn't give you that 40 acres and a mule they guaranteed you, and they turned around and gave it to some orphans and some casket hoes, so then you too might be privy to sitting back and fucking relaxing and watching the show and watching the Most High Divine actually execute this new prompt that's out there. And that prompt is what I want to talk about. I think I see it. I think I finally seen enough of the bullshit of what everyone else is saying to get past what they're missing, but then try to understand where the fuck they were this whole time and where the fuck they think it's going. And then I can tell you where that ain't where the fuck is going, because where you came from is not where the fuck you thought you were. You think you're on Earth right now. Earth, the word Earth is Mars, first of all. E, spin it, you get an M. M-A-R, right? M-A-R-T-H. T-H is S. So it's Mars. Yeah, Mars is Earth. By the way, let's just get that out there. However, we're not on a planet. We're on the Luna. We're on a moon. So this one is called Europa, which is why we, the angels, if you will, were Europeans. Not because we came from North Africa. No, they're saying we're the indigenous people of this planet that previously came from Jupiter. See, they don't know that yet. We're waiting for NASA to tell you if spaceships are real. It's a meteor. It's acting like a meteor. All right, okay, all right, you little 5th grader. We get it. You believe in dinosaurs. But you also believe in human evolution from monkeys, but monkeys are still in here too. I understand everything. You just be believing shit little 21-year-old white guys from Germany said 100 years ago. You don't even fucking know why you give a fuck about what they say. You don't default believe what niggas be talking about. You don't default believe what the Mexicans be talking about. But some white guy from Germany, they never miss. And then the Holocaust happened. And then here we are today with them same niggas. Like, they don't even know that. That bullshit didn't happen in Germany. That shit happened in Poland. How the fuck that happened? Was Hitler in control of Poland? Auschwitz is in Poland, bitch. Who was in charge of Poland during this time? There was no kings in the building. Oh, they're too busy killing them, and once they finish killing them, then they start getting into real racist, ethnic, species level beefs, which they still have to this day. They still have that species insecurity. And they can't even talk about that honestly, because then you have to believe that you have to be a scientist to read fucking common sense. I ain't got time for that shit, bitch. We got all this fucking internet and all these damn books and Command F. You can control find any detail you want if you know there's a detail to be looked for. Why does nigga want to yell? I want to listen to their conversation. Hold on. Let's see them talk about nothing.
Was it 11 points exactly? Or was it 10?
Was it 11 points or was it 10? This is a grown ass man, by the way. He's 50.
So you can't win that way because everybody takes your what? Favorite code?
They got conspiracy theory about Monday night games. Thursday night games, they always go over. That's how we do our sports betting. We're going to start booking right now because we are in Vegas. They don't tell you what the formula is.
Real talk. I'm going to go with it because guess what?
What?
I've been watching that shit for the last 2 years.
He's been keeping track of a spreadsheet from the past 2 years about these things.
Maybe Tyreek go get somewhere. Maybe Tyreek, hey, they bothered that boy up though.
So we're talking about watching 18-year-old to 28-year-old boys play sports on the field, sweating on each other. And we dedicated 2 years to watching the metrics of that. And we're all my age and older.
What you know about that? Life.
They call that life. So, as you can see, as you can hear, hopefully, people are very surface level in these streets, given the gravitas of what's going on above the streets. And I charge you to be just like them, honestly. But at the same time, what I understand is why they're like that. Because it's not like their voice is going to be represented or heard if he spent 2 years paying attention to what the fuck I've been paying attention to. And I know that to be a fact because I've been paying attention to this shit for at least 20. So he should enjoy the breads and circuses. He has no charter. He has no reason to change it. It wouldn't matter. Unfortunately, I would, because of who I am. It would absolutely be a failure to my fucking existence if I did not pay attention to what fucking happened to my family here. That's just me though. Everyone don't believe they from here. See, we back to that problem again. We have a 6th grade awareness of what the world is and how it got here, with none of the real answers. Was it dinosaurs? Was it comets? What fucking happened? We don't know.
Good morning, bro.
Good morning, brother. How you doing?
Remember I had them words with you the other morning?
Maybe
You
about
was from out of town. You was going through some people treating you bad.
Yeah, man. They try to kill me.
I know. See, the thing about that is I'm gonna just tell you like this.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't gave up, so God ain't.
Come on now.
Did you hear me?
Easy.
Did you hear me?
I heard what you said.
Okay.
If I ain't give up, then God ain't give up.
Guess what? That's all you need, ain't it?
At the
Stand
end
by
of the
yourself,
day,
What you gonna do?
you're gonna have to leave by yourself too.
Love you.
Love you too, brother. See? Come on now. So he knows. He knows the spirit of the issue. But even in him knowing that and recognizing me and my degree, he know he can't do shit about nothing else. And that's most of us, not just him. That's the other brother he was talking to. That's the other brothers that's going to talk. And that's most of the people on social media. Women, I don't think in our tribe know that. They're somewhere else. I got to talk to a sister and figure out where the fuck their language model at for real. Because it don't add up ever, and especially today, when it comes to issues. But just like that, his whole thing is, it's good to see you still out here because I remember a piece of your story. And the fact that you're still here is proof to me that God is still working. But isn't that crazy though? If he was a white man and I was a white boy, our conversation would never go like that. I've never heard any white people exchange energy like that on the basis that it's still good because at least we're alive. Come on, run that back one more time in case you didn't hear what he said. God gotta be working because I'm still here given the gravitas of things going on. You will never hear nobody that's not from here address each other like that in passing. Hey brother, how you doing? Oh, you saw how he talked to him about the game and stuff. Surface level shit, don't mean nothing. You can't really get into no problems. But he's had some real nigga shit with me. And remember that code switched over And the beautiful part about that is that we can acknowledge that. The sad part about that is, best case scenario, at least I'm alive. At the end of the day, our highest expectation for if we're doing well or not is if I'm alive still and did not give up. Don't miss that now. He charged me with being alive and not giving up. He didn't say how good is my business doing, obviously. He didn't say, oh, how about the wife and the kids are doing. He didn't say, oh, I heard about some new opportunity and brothers, we need to get together and do a thing or two. No. He took this to the unseen and said, oh, you still here? God's still working on you. Amen. Ain't that a bitch? I'm not against that now, because that's all we got. But that's what I'm saying is, it's the fact that that's all we got. He could have talked to me about that goddamn NBA game if he wanted to, and he knows it. And that's what my point is. If I don't fucking do this shit, who will? In my own local bubble, obviously. So it's not just the fact that I didn't give up and God is still working. It's that I'm here because God is working. A lot of people ain't got that in them. And I don't enjoy that, by the way, in case you haven't caught the nuance. It sucks that my life is defaulted in these circumstances, in these parameters, in this word model, in this fucked up regulation of enforcement of rules that no one follows who enforces it. At least I'm still alive. Living through this bullshit. Surrounded by fucking idiots. Damn. At least I'm still alive. To live through another attempted murder on myself. Can you imagine that? That my people know that I'm still alive because I should be dead. And that the only reason why I'm still alive is because God put his hand on my head. You know, that's our zeitgeist. This is our word model I'm using. Because God had favor in my life, I can survive idiocracy, white supremacy, and ignorance, and people not giving a fuck about humanity as much as they pretend to. If it wasn't for God. Now that's true now, but I'm just saying, like, think about that. Think about how fucking bare minimum, oh, my sisters, here y'all go. Think about how fucking bare minimum it is to talk to me, a 40-year-old man, and say, yeah, you got kicked the shit out of my life in every fucking circumstance. Keep your chin up, give it to God, at least you're alive, it'll work out. That's all we got. In the game, that is. Obviously, if you have that, you have everything anyway. But when we talk about it, is what I'm saying. That's all we have. Compared to everybody else, whose whole conversation and social dynamic will go a whole different tower of pizza. Because you'll notice in their conversations, they don't bring up God. Oh my God. Think about that. God is our placeholder for chaos, randomness, and shit not adding up. In our language model, that is. It has nothing to do with church, has nothing to do with white man, has nothing to do with religion. We really feel that shit because it doesn't make sense to us. That these are all the odds and these are all the challenges, and this was quote unquote allowed to happen to us, although the kingdom of heaven suffers violence and we take it by force. I get it. But beyond that, even today in 2025, right, 250 years later, it's allegedly for them, nothing has changed for us. It's still but God. And what I'm saying is, that language model tells you how fucked up we think this is. We think shit is so fucked up that is everything at least but God. Now, for the first time in human history, and this is a perfect parlay into what I'm noticing on the timeline, people are re-invoking the concept of God, religion, Christianity, Jesus, Charlie Kirk, and all these things for the first time in a long time. They weren't worrying about God when these people pretending to be Afro-Asiatic Semites doing all the shit they do to women and children in Gaza. God wasn't in nobody's language model when it came to that. It was about politics and, oh, Jerusalem. Motherfucking New Jerusalem is New Jersey. So why the fuck are these assholes who ain't indigenous, who ain't native, who ain't Judeans, who ain't Semites, who ain't nothing, nobody in that fucking Bible look like they ugly ass? Why the fuck would they be trying to reestablish an old Jerusalem? from New Jerusalem. Think about it. Wake your ass up. So, and a lot of people don't know that. They heard something. They thought something. And then I asked them, have you ever asked God about it? You think the same God you never met, you don't know what he look like, you don't know his real name, is going to save you and go somewhere in the unseen. But you don't think that same God has the power to give you and lead you to the truth and the books and information and sources to give you a fucking answer to a problem? I'm supposed to be fucking retarded? Then if you don't believe that God can give you answers in your damn body, then what the fuck are you talking about outside of this lobby? Again, word salad, word models. That's what you're supposed to say when you don't have the right fucking answer. I know. When all of the answers fail you, when your entire, how you doing, brother? When your entire social class, when your entire everything is going the other way versus what you expected based on what you believe. We talked about belief before earlier this week. Being a United States citizen in America is a belief system by itself, because it's none of these things. So you would have to believe it is in order for you to act the way that you do and participate in playing, which is what my point, I think, has ultimately been. We're in a country, world, west of cosplayers who cosplay based on how the costume fits and makes them feel, and not based on the actual history, etymon, truth of the matter. Nah, it doesn't. You notice that it hasn't been a requirement for people who enforce laws to follow them. You see that Cashapp on FBI turncoating after 2 years ago saying he's gonna release the files, and now he's saying someone else, not me, not the head of the FBI can. No, I said 2 years ago the head of the FBI was sitting on it and he could release it, but I can't subpoena the Epstein estate because FBI can't subpoena people for RICOs? Shut the fuck up. We just went through this shit with Young Thug. Shut the fuck up, man. What the fuck are we talking about? The SBI can do it. Get the fucking New York State Bureau of Investigation to do it, man. Jackass. And then you understand that people are going to argue about that. They're going to argue about the surface level of the apparent obvious. Some are going to say, oh, he's one of them. Someone's going to say Trump paid him a lot of money. Someone else is going to say he's scared for his life, but he took the scariest job with the highest pay. You know, they're going to make all of these surface level claims, but then not fall on the obvious here. FBI ain't got no power anyway. It's a corporation. It's not in our Constitution.
Getting fresher, huh?
I know, man. Another day in paradise. You know, breakfast of champions, man. Breakfast of champions.
Excuse me, do you have hotspot?
I don't.
You don't?
No,
I
man.
need to unlock my card. I forgot when I left the house.
Shout. Hold on. Let me shout out to the chat real quick. The real life is shouting me out. I done ran into like 20 faces. JPX, Sarut, Shogun, hey. Oh shit, TBFB, Justin in the building. Haru says it's Ottoman things on both sides. I already know it is. I know I got cousins out there now. Don't get it twisted. We Afro-Asiatic for a reason. You said Hitler was in control of Poland for 1930 for 6 years. Ain't that a bitch? Said hi. Nice interaction. Ying-El 33333. Oh man, same story. Hey doggy. They already getting canceled in the chat. Nah, what the fuck was I talking about before? Like every time I come outside, it's like the Sims or the Grand Theft Auto. Like everything start loading for real. It was quiet as fuck when I got here. It is what it is, though. I'm glad to see people outside and happy. What's today, Friday? God is good. All right. People in a way better mood outside than they are on the goddamn timeline. Most of them, not all of them. I guess I would be happy if I had to buy my alcohol first thing in the morning. I don't think I'm ready to be an alcoholic yet, though. I'm gonna wait about it. I'm gonna stretch that tequila out a little bit before I get into that bag, my old man bag. I'll wait till like 55. In case the game need me for at least another 10 years. I gotta get to dailies 10,023 and then I'll switch over. Like, fuck this shit. I ain't trying to be here no more in the physical. So, it's a cool way to go out. But anyway, or I can just get 3 COVID shots. I'll wait. Maybe I should buy them now and put them in the freezer. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's something like that. So hopefully not, but we'll see. But yeah, the language model of what we believe as a whole, I mean, not individually, but like our consensus model is broken. People don't know what Jesus is. They'll read the book allegedly, but they can't tell you when they're ready. They'll see this man be described as a copper-colored bronze Judean, Semite, Afro-Asiatic, and then start talking about white people. I am so confused about everything. Where are there white people in that story? I'm dead ass. Ask yourself that question one day. Next time you read the Bible, ask yourself, where are the white people in this story? I'll draw it for you now. If Jesus is Judean from Galilee, a town full of Judeans, if Jesus is being followed around by a Kohen of Judeans, Kohen of Jews is king of Jews of his time period, just like Hitler was the king of Poland, I guess, for 6 years. And he's the king of kings by blood, right? He's an emperor and he's an archangel's descendant, right? If you don't know that, I understand everyone will miss it. And you know the archangels are dark-skinned, so let's miss the bullshit with me. We know that through Enoch, right? Because Lamech freaked out that Noah was pale. All right now. Okay. So, once you get your gears going there, he's got a Judean kid, Afro-Asiatic Semite, walking through Judean lands full of Afro-Asiatic and Semites, and when it's time to vote for who gets to live versus him versus Barbarous, they pick Barbarous. Young Thug. Okay. So in that whole fucking story of him walking around, he's looking for who? Brothers and sisters, right? Come on now. Wake your ass up. He said, is it not written that ye are gods? He's talking to his brothers and sisters, by the way. So if his brothers and sisters are Afro-Asiatic Semite Judeans at the time that this story is alleged to take place, then he's only talking to people who look like him, because he could not perform miracles in his own homeland. And during those times, it wasn't like he had a Metro card and a fucking car to go to everyone else's homeland and be a citizen. You understand something? So if he's in Judean land, full of Judeans, under captivity in Tartaria, by the way, you call that Russia and China today. But you know, we ain't got to go that far. But you'll understand. If you understand in literal terms that the only people who would know that story, the only people who give a fuck about that story, the only people who would benefit from that story would be his descendants. And his brothers and sisters and their kids, right? It's a family Bible. So if it's a family Bible by a family of Judeans, Chaldeans, and Israelites, and all of them niggas are niggas, where the fuck do white people fall into this? In the story, I mean. Like literally, like where was Jesus beefing with white folks? King Herod, who didn't want nothing to do with it, was his damn uncle. That's how family that book is. That's how closely related all those characters in that story is. Now, I understand they changed things around, made it a little bit more open-ended. You gotta use your imagination, fill in the gaps. It didn't quite happen like that. Woo, woo, woo. That shit don't matter to me, because either way you cut that shit up, he ain't talking to white people. And this is not racism for white people or nothing. I just a critical moment of thought. A book by Judeans for Judeans about their big homie OG. You know how I know it's about their big homie OG? Because they call it the King James Bible. You know why that's important? Because King James is Genghis Khan and Genghis Khan is Jesus. So the New Testament is talking about how he came into power. They got You Ain't Know It playing right now. Come on now. You can't make this shit up. You ain't even know it. A Judean is an Afro-Asiatic. You ain't even know it. The Semite is an Afro-Asiatic. You ain't even know it. An Afro-Asiatic is an Oriental. You ain't even know it. Oriental is a Moor. You ain't even know it. I ain't got time. I need Ray Shrummer to play next. I need one of them Hit Boy tracks that just came out to play now. I'm out here dissing. Because motherfuckers can't read. So you have a country with a 6th grade reading level, with a no grade history level, and everything is based on the premise that the people in authority with fake fiat paper notes know best because they have more to acquire more mess in your fucking backyard. Is that correct? They know more because they can kill you and arrest you if you don't believe them. That sounds like Stockholm Syndrome. That doesn't sound like history. That doesn't sound like God. That doesn't sound like the Bible. It sounds like some pussy shit, honestly. And I understand now. I'm outgunned too now. Listen. But if I wasn't, oh my God, that con would wake up in me real quick. I'm sure that I got some fucking, what they call that shit? Some junk DNA that I activate real fucking quick. You put me in front of one of them electric cannons. You should see me on fucking Halo, bitch. Clear that whole fucking map out for these niggas. But I'm reasonable. I can do it with word spells. I know why I can do it with word spells. Because I know who my daddy is. King James, Genghis Khan, is literally my grandfather. So I just want to double down on that. It's understated since they lied about it and talk about white people the whole fucking 250 years allegedly. Let's straighten this shit out. Before any of these faggots got here, we were here. So that means this book was here. King James colonies. These motherfuckers do not come from Virginia, Maryland. Or they would be considered Native Americans if they've been here that fucking long. And they're not. They don't look like them. They don't act like them. They act like they don't know who the fuck we are. And how the fuck you don't act like you don't know who the fuck I am if I'm the one who taught you your fucking language, you dumbass? Someone who looked just like me created this language. Someone who looked just like me started these colonies. Someone who looks just like me was the emperor of the whole fucking moon. That's how I know. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't got to guess. There's nothing to guess. They can't put that shit in a fucking book in King James English and get past my ass. I got too much DNA in my codes for them to play that trick on me because I've been like this since I was a kid and no one could tell me why. Why could I not go with the mainstream narrative? Because it's fucking stupid. Why is it fucking stupid? Because they made the shit up. Who made it up? A bunch of fucking stupid people. And what's their advantage? Guns and trinkets. The irony doesn't miss me that they're short on both right now. You saw how old that gun was that got hit Charlie? I thought he was his neighbor or something, living in a multi-million-dollar neighborhood. He got a fucking hunting rifle from the Cowboys and Indians that didn't exist. Y'all know that too, right? If the Cowboys were black and the Indians were black, where are these white people at in this story? Run that shit back. The Cowboys are black people, boy. Stop fucking playing with me. Per your own language model. All right, then. And I'm Indian. So Cowboys versus Indians should look like me versus me. Yeah, tell them stop fucking playing. You don't get to bring they goofy ass over here after Reconstruction, get a Homestead Act, take over these farms, Arkansas, Nebraska, Wyoming, and then get to say, we've been here the whole time, but we're waiting for the federal government to cut us a check to be here. Weird fucking story, bro. And that's the problem with the other side of this narrative. If their whole story made up and they believed it the whole time,
Just take me back to the house.
they don't have a story to go back to.
Take me back to the house so I can unlock my card. No, nobody got it. I gotta unlock it when I go back to the house. Because it's not going to...
333 Shogun, hey!
Tomorrow, so
Internet, it's jarring as hell when I read what he looked like as a kid. And I was like, wait, hold up. He changed colors halfway through his life. He must have vitiligo. That boy was Michael Jackson. Although I have a picture of Genghis, and he looks just like me. He's and the artist, of course, they didn't have that many colors for that drawing. The daguerreotype, they call it, black and white. But they made him dark skinned. Like if they drew me like that, I wouldn't be that dark. And then Prester John, look him up. Look at my grandfather real quick. Someone do me the privilege of looking up Prester John Smith. But you have to put Prester in front of him, the royal high priest. Put Prester John, go to Google Images, and just be honest with yourself. He look like a black guy or he look like some white guy in a fucking Disney movie? Disney also is losing money right now. You notice I've been talking about it a lot. They be thinking it's because someone's boycotting. No. I know how word spells work, baby. No. They was going to get theirs just for insulting me by assuming that I would have a blonde-haired, blue-eyed grandfather. $1600s, they appeared on the server Discord style shit. Like 5 of them. They didn't get back up until the goddamn Barbary Wars. They had help from Africans. Can you fucking imagine that shit? Why do you think they complain about 40 acres and a mule? They guaranteed them 40 acres and a mule for betraying us. Not because of slavery. Slavery wasn't all 50 states, and the United States wasn't all 50 states. In fact, the United States only had the North. The South was doing its own thing. What was that called? They call it a confederacy. An organization? No shit, but what was it called? Why is it called Georgiana? Why is it called Louisiana? Why is it called Carolina? is named after women, right? Matriarchs. Okay. You only name something after a woman or a matriarch if it's a kingdom. Okay. Okay. All right. Georgiana, Louisiana, Carolina. That's all of my aunties, by the way. On top of that. So I guess 5 niggas got 10 niggas, 10 niggas got 4. 4 niggas get 3 niggas, and 3 niggas get more. I get it now. I get how immigration works. And isn't that their number one problem? Their self? The same people complaining about immigrants are the fucking immigrants. Because this is America, a land full of Americans who happen to be my skin color. If I don't like it, I can go back to Africa. Bitch. If Slavics were coming out of Africa, then you take your ass back to Africa. That is your last fucking train stop before you got here. Don't fucking play with me. You are not in Europe because that was ours too. You are not in Tartaria because it's in the name. You're not tall enough. You're not the tall black people from Russia and China. So you're not the Tartarians. You may have been around us. I mean, shit, you're around us now. Can you fucking imagine? The same American that was here the whole fucking time is the same American here right fucking now. And I'm surrounded by everybody else but Americans. Could you fucking imagine that? Could you fucking imagine in King James English that King James' grandson is still using King James English in America, surrounded by a whole bunch of people who are not King James people or Americans? They feel like they're Americans. I get it. I'll go to China. I guess I'll feel like I'm Chinese if I stay there long enough, but they will know, won't they? Matter of fact, I take my ass to Africa right now. You think Africans gonna notice I'm not fucking African? Go ahead and lie to yourself real quick. They're gonna know right away I'm not African. What is that? They're trying to claim Tartary now, and they can't read. Tartar. That's tall niggas. Like Tar Heels. Tall niggas. Genghis Khan was the king of tall niggas. He was with 12 hooligans. He had an NFL team. You know how I know? Because NFL is short for Nephilim. And the only reason why you be a tall nigga is if you got Nephilim in your blood. The only reason why you gifted at music or anything that deals with intellect is because you got Nephilim in your blood. It's in the game. That's why we love that shit. Like the Olmecs, Old Amexem, Old Egypt. Tall niggas. Everybody wasn't a tall nigga. You had Tartars, you had Marmars, you had Barbars, you had Karkars. Those are genetics, by the way. I'm waiting for science to catch up to that, but first they'd have to have science. They don't have science. They have cool things that white people say to make up their existence so they can pretend like they're still in fucking power over someone else's language. Using fucking algebra as the fucking basis. I thought that came from Moors too. We know. And the Moors got that from the Giants. And the Giants got that from angels. And it starts all over again. Same story in the Bible, by the way. Same Bible that they're talking about. Ain't that a bitch? Ebed-Melech the Moor is in the Bible. Look it up. Google it. Ebed-Melech the Moor. Now tell me, in what fucking history book do they have where you would mention a Moor in the Holy Bible 3,000 to 6,000 years ago? Wake it up for me, please.
You a smooth talker.
You see Prester John, right? You see my grandfather? What do you look like? What does Prester John look like? Does he have a fully connected beard by chance? Does he have curly hair by chance? He look African? That's what African is? African's fully connected beard and curly hair? Okay. So where do the black people with fully connected beards and curly hair come from? America, right? Okay. And at that time, because Prester John is 1600s, you consider that pedigree of people American. And he created New England colonies in America, like his. Like he was able to do that. Like he got permission from all the ladies. You can take the Northeast, cousin. You can take the Northeast, bro. You take the Northeast, do your thing, boy. We got giants up there. You want to clean them up for us? You know I got it. I still got the Ark of the Covenant. Fuck. These niggas came out after the fucking sun turned cold on our ass. All right, I'll go up there. I'll clean it up. Now, if I clean this shit up, you know what I'm going to do with it. You know what I'm going to do with it. You got to send some of them, you know what I'm saying? You got to send some of them upstairs with me. Well, don't worry. You'll marry Rebecca Pocahontas. That's how he got the land title. For his kids. That's how that works. his daughter was Elizabeth, my grandmother. So, da 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 da. Same story. He's a Jew, by the way. The real kind. Judean. Jewish short for Judean. Don't let them fool you. J-I-U-N-D-E-A-N. Indians. Judeans. Same story. That's why you would name these people that, because you're saying that the people to which you are here, these are the Judeans that we're calling Indians, or Indianos. Go further than that. The language itself is called English. The language for angels. How do we know? Moorish, Latin, Carlos V, my other grandfather. Can you fucking imagine that? Can you fucking imagine how unlucky I am to be both of their grandsons? And they're probably relatives, 9 times out of 9. So Carlos V, Moorish, Latin is what you get Spanish. What do they call English and Spanish? No habla inglés. I know that's right. You ain't supposed to talk to the angels. I know that's right. You ain't supposed to draw them either. You ain't supposed to draw anything that's divine. And they wondering why they can't find all of our pictures. I thought Indians didn't like taking pictures. Oh my God, ain't that the same fucking story? All right now. Now you start to understand the lore and the traditions of where it comes from. No habla inglés. What is Mama Inga called? Tall Amazonian goddess, right? Why would they call them tall Amazonian goddesses? Because goddesses are descendants of angels. Okay, there it is. So Inga, Ingles. So less Ingles. So less Ingas. The angels. So English is a language that belongs to who? The angels. Oh my God. Out of South America. So English came from America. New England, new angel colonies. Jerusalem, old angel colonies. Everyone speaking English. The angels. On Carlos V they were. I'm pretty sure of it. Thus. We ain't never been talking about white people. No disrespect to white people. Not all white people are white people. I don't even know what white people are. Do they? I don't know. Are y'all sure? Y'all all the same pedigree? But how come the Jews are different than you? Both y'all white. I don't get it. Anyway, I gotta ask the Koreans and Japanese what they beefing about. I kind of know in the last 100 years, but what about 1,000 years ago? Were y'all on a different island or something? People spawned on islands. So God made people in the mountains, and then God made different people on the islands, and y'all weren't related? That's crazy. They tell us we all African American, like we all related or something. That's crazy. But white people and people who are the same color and same everything else, nope, there's like 20 different fucking subversions of them. But then you tell them to go ahead and do their DNA, and they're gonna tell you they all come from fucking Africa. Tell me I'm fucking lying. So all right, cosign, don't play with me, Afro-Asiatics. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Cosigns are not Nigerians, so they're both not the same type of African. I could have sworn Africa was a continent. How the fuck can you be a continent, bitch? And I'm African American. How the fuck am I 2 continents, bitch? I got blood from all of it. Check this shit out though. I should have blood from 3 kingdoms and 13 tribes. And if my grandfather did, if both of my grandfathers had all 13 tribes, then what would I have? Tough mystery to solve. Remember, Israel's not a place. It's not a location. It's not a language. It's a pedigree of Jacob's children. Back before there was 8 billion people, you can imagine. It wasn't that many people. You should go to fucking Alaska. There's a lot of empty towns there. So imagine something more like that. And Jacob had 12 bad bitches, and them bad bitches had cousins, sisters, and everything in between them. And then they had kids, and then he put his sons in charge. That's Israel. Now their servants, their friends, and their associates can come with them. But it's not named after them. It's named after their leader's father, grandfather, patriarch. Then it goes up even further. They'll go. I fuck with my dad a little bit. But you know who was cooler than my dad? My giant grandfather, Abraham. That's where we get all this shit from. Because an angel or an alien or whatever you want to call it today gave him these special gifts and abilities in science and technology and math and language studying and mapping stars and where to go and all this stuff and all the promises and the covenant. And then we inherited that from him. But we keep fucking it up because our daddy was fucking all these strange bitches. On Solomon, on David, on Jacob. Nothing changed. One could argue they did what they supposed to do, but they didn't know how to handle that. Still don't. You ever see a baby daddy before? With multiple baby mamas? Do the fucking science. Same story. Now, if we lived in a society, state, city, you know, a little parcel of land on our land, and there's nobody else there but us, we would still have that same problem. Just our justice, our laws, and our enforcement with it will be more malleable to suit our own progressive tendency. It'll be a bunch of cap for now, but it would make sense to everyone in it because they're all related. We have a very unique disposition here in the United States of America. We're the only place where the people of the land are not in power of their land or their people. Or their people. One more time. Or their people. See, even Gaza, the Palestinians, no matter what brutality and fuck shit they got going on, they still got each other. They still got their people. They're still going to follow their people. They're still going to fight back. They're still going to be united, at least as Palestinians. We ain't got that. Bad language model. Because we think we're just colors. Take your colored ass to Ghana, and you'll see. You're not Ghana. Thus, you're not African. Take your ass to wherever the fuck Tyler's from. Heard I'm a person of... Shut your ass up. You got a white daddy. I get it. Shut up. Or a white granddaddy or some dumb shit. Nelson Mandela Freedom or something. I don't know. I don't know how your goofy ass got there. She never studied science and mitochondria. But we'll get there one day. Take your ass to where she from. Take your ass to where Elon from. Take your ass to the Amadian people. Take your ass to the Australoids in Australia and New Zealand. You know what's crazy about that story? If we go to Asia and we come across dark-skinned Asians and they see our features, those are the ones that go same. Africans do not do that. I haven't met an African yet. And I talked to them on purpose. I asked them these Black history questions on purpose. I'm like, they talk about a whole bunch of slavery. They teach you about slavery when you was a kid in school? English? Nah. Y'all don't teach each other about it? I mean, shit, it's kind of weird that you're missing 30 or 40 million fucking people from your continent. They didn't leave an impact on nobody's oral tradition. But you saw the fucking aliens with the Dogon 10 million years ago, bitch? You didn't see these white people in the 1800s? Someone stop fucking playing with me. So that means they must have lied about slavery, since all of us didn't live in the South. Can you imagine 50 fucking states full of Indian niggas and all of them then just live in fucking Georgia? Can you imagine that? Why you don't hear none of the stories about none of the free black towns ever in human history? Like Tyler Perry and Peel and all of them don't think that'd be a cool story to cover? Of course not, because they don't know shit about it. But it was there, and it was there recently. If Reconstruction wasn't until the 1880s. So all you got to do, you ain't got to go back to dinosaurs, you ain't got to go back to pharaohs, you ain't got to go back to try and figure out where white people come from. All you got to go back to is 1868, and before Pennsylvania and South Carolina had a problem, take your ass to California and tell me what niggas was doing out there. To the Moors and the Indian Associates, to which it properly belongs. Tell me about the Moors and Indian Associates, which would be this color still. Tell me about them and what they were doing all through 1775 to 1868, because they had nothing to do with a corporation or a colony. They in California, they're here in Nevada, they in Texas, they all the way down south, Mama England, you know what I'm talking about. They way up there in Wyoming, they in Canada too, bitch. They ain't had no slaves up there. There's a bunch of Indians there who are my color part two. What are their stories? You don't know one of their names, but then you look at a goddamn map and see all of them. Why would a bunch of fucking Portuguese and Spanish conquistadors from the 14 and 1500s name everything after English people? Are you fucking retarded? Now go to the 1600s. On my family. Why would we name that after white people? Then go back forward to the 1700s, American Revolution, out there in Philadelphia. What the fuck are we talking about? You ain't got time to slide, Craig. They ain't got time to slide. They ain't got time to make that slide stick. And that's what I'm saying. The language model did not require for you to think about it. This is what it is. This is what you repeat back to me. You got a good grade. Now get a job. Go ahead and mortgage your house as a tenant, as a sharecropper until you fucking die. Get out of our face. Very narcissistic, by the way, if you're trying to figure out where narcissism comes from. So, Do as I say, not as I do. You feel me? Don't you question my authority. I'll get you whipped, boy. Or even worse, you get ostracized out of your own neighborhood because you fucking up benefits for everybody. We'll do it to ourselves. You don't need the white man to do anything. Matter of fact, in my whole life, I've never actually seen a white man do anything to me. I tell you who I've been fighting the whole time. I don't know how many fights I've had in my life. At least 30 to 50 of them bitches. Ain't too many been with white guys. I smacked the shit out of a few white guys, but that wasn't a fight. All my betrayals ain't from white people. I can kind of see it coming. No. Nah, we do it to ourselves. And by we, I mean the American. I do not have to invoke Africans. I don't expect nothing. I don't expect that from them in my home territory. Why did they send boats back to save us? Because we was here already. I don't even think they knew we was here until they brought their ass here recently. On top of that, you realize every time you meet an immigrant from Africa, this is the first time they've seen us in human history? Like that African that comes here. They're not an African that was from a descendant that came here and went back. No. I'm talking about if they've been in Africa the whole fucking time parallel for the past 400 years. There's no time before that which they would have internalized any of our culture, any of our traditions, any of our ways. They have never met us before in human history. Same way you probably never met a person from Kyrgyzstan. You don't have no idea what they were. You don't know what type of ground offs and backflips they do. You don't even know if they can do that shit for real. The only thing that unites all these people is TV. But they've never met you. They never felt you. They never ate with you. They never been in your culture. They never met your grandmother. They never got your snaps. They never got your disses. They never seen what type of bitches you like. Nothing. This is the first time half of these people that come here even met us. So how the fuck would they know who we are? Again, they had to placate to the authority that gave them the passport, that gave them the USD exchange for them to be here to buy trinkets. So it's not just the white man, in case you missed the nuance here. It's everybody that's not really American. In the sense of how it doesn't matter to them what an American is. And because of that right there, they don't understand why the people in power are losing America. They're not losing money per se. They could just print some more. Ain't that what the trope is? They're not losing votes. I mean, not like your vote fucking counted anyway. Have you noticed? No. They're losing America, bro. Remember, America is the whole fucking continent. America is a continent, not a country. And I wish people who went to school would fucking know the fucking difference at least. So if they're losing trade agreements with Canada, they lost a piece of America. If they're losing trade favor with Mexico and the cartels and everything, they lost a piece of America. If they're losing Venezuela, next to Colombia, by the way, and they're about to be defended by Chinese warships today, then they're losing America. What's going on, brother? You good? Hey, another day in paradise, man. So they're losing America. They're losing their hegemony and their control, and I'm white and I said so, over the American locations. All they have now is the little parcel that they call the United States, which they proclaim to have territory of, and they don't. It's even in their laws they don't. Hence, annexation of Texas, 1868. All right, come on now. So, even that influence, right, with the Texas governors and California threatening ceding from the federal government. A government is a corporation. It's incorporated. It has a board member, has a president. You vote for them. It's not a real thing. It's playing house with your little sister in 3rd grade. Why are you wearing her dress for? Anyway, remember they used to wear fucking clogs and wigs, cotton wigs. You know what's so crazy about them wearing cotton wigs is that they're trying to act like niggas, right? Africans ain't got cotton hair, so miss me with the bullshit, woolly hair Jesus. Jesus is not an African. Stop fucking playing with us. So if he's not African, where's the other place where there's brown people? Stupid. He's American. So anyway, cotton hair. Shut up. So they're wearing these wigs, cotton wigs is what they call them. Now do yourself a favor and Google that. What were the political parties called in the 1800s? And you're gonna notice there's no Democrat. Why the fuck would you have Democrats in a fucking constitutional republic of niggas? All right. who come from a kingdom. All right, republic. All right, so if there is no Democrats and Republics in the 1800s, then there's no white people in politics. So who the fuck's wearing the cotton wig? They're so fucking stupid. They wanted to look like the Egyptian pharaohs with long curly hair. Those are not Africans. And those are not Arabs in Egypt and Africa. Who has long curly hair besides my fucking grandmother, stupid? And a bunch of towns named after women. They're dumb. They're cross-dressing faggots. Eunuchs and mamelukes, like I told your ass, Thomas Jefferson. It took so long for LGBT to get his voice. Bitch, United States is LGBT. Shut the fuck up. All them niggas was faggots. What are you talking about? And I mean that viscerally as an American Indian. The fuck they gotta do with me? Why they here? Same story, right? They were given some type of territory. Nuremberg, DC, District of Columbia. Columbia's a faggot. Addis, look it up, please. I'm not just saying shit. It's imperative that you know how this started. And they didn't name it that until the 1880s. Wake your ass up. World Fair Columbian Expedition is when they got here. Yeah, I know that's right. I know that right. So if there is no Democrats and Republicans in the 1800s, then there's no white people in politics. One more fucking time. So what were they called? True Science Wigs and Cotton Wigs of their corporation. A bunch of cross-dressers. Look it up, please. Look up Cotton Wig. That was their party, right? True Science Wig. That was the other party, right? All right, then. All right. And you wonder why MAGA consumes the most transsexual porn. They did the study already. It's in their blood, bro. It's not old blood. It's like 120 years old, 150 years old, maybe. Come on now. You wonder why they're so hateful and terrible towards children. You don't do the study of the psychology about that condition enough for me, buddy. Oh yeah, that's right. The same people that were that banned it. Oh, I wonder why. I wonder why they're hiding who they are and underhand the shit. Let's go, bro. And the only reason why they clean their act up and shave their face and put suits on is because they got to do international trade with Arabs. (1920s). That's when they started acting like they know. Before then, remember, they were telling you in Shakespeare, that's all Indian, shut the fuck up. But they're saying in their Roman, what the fuck's a Roman besides a Mora backwards? Shut your fucking dumb ass up. You ain't that either. Oh, the Greeks are African. You African now? Shut the fuck up, Mauritanian. You ain't that either. You see what I'm saying? They ain't got nowhere to stand at, besides that faggot shit. That I do know. That if they were a Slavic slave, and they're panhandling with Arabics, then the Arabics made them their eunuchs and mamelukes. I'm talking about the political people. They're enforcers. They're soldiers, not their people. I ain't talking about regular people. I'm talking about people in political power from the military and the church. Now, mind you, they came here with the church. Why would the church have them as prisoners, by the way? What kind of things would you do to have a church say, fuck you, I'm going to imprison you, enslave you, and turn you into a soldier? Can you imagine what crimes you would have to commit for that church back then, where they come from, to have brought their ass here as expendable? Who would the church think is expendable? All right, then. Now you start to understand what they mean, not us, what they mean by freedom. Yes, bitch. That's what they meant. They ain't got to go back home and they can come over here and wear wigs and high heels and fake teeth and lipstick. These are their men I'm talking about. I know. It'll suck to actually learn the United States history. Now you understand why so much of your history in school just skips over the 1800s. Like they go American Revolution, Paul Revere, Paul Bunyan, all this shit, and then they just skip over Barbary Wars. Rookie mistake. You love Thomas Jefferson. And then they go straight to the Civil War. They skip Reconstruction, Homestead Acts, and all the other 100-year wars and the Cali War. And then they go to the Roaring 20s. You ever think that's how fucking convenient is that? A whole fucking century, and the only thing you know is a civil war on the east side of America and nothing on the west side the whole fucking time prior for thousands of years. Like, you don't think that did that not send off your spider senses in school? Like, how come we don't know nothing about 1890, bitch? What led to the boom? Like, what happened? Oh, we let a whole bunch of white people here on the island. I know that's right, but what's the politics? You know why they don't have that in their history? Because they weren't fucking here. Sure, there might have been a few plantations with white people and all kind of shit. Cool fucking story, bitch. But they wouldn't be writing the story. They'd be working. Even if they had a plantation, they got to pay their taxes to who? The Imperial Majestic. So it's still a kingdom. So they're not kings and shit. So it doesn't matter if they had a plantation in a fucking trade line in Charleston. So they'll tell you, and you can look this up. The biggest slave owner in South Carolina, where all the black law and black codes come from, the Christian codes and all that shit, in South Carolina, the biggest slave owner in South Carolina is a black guy. Look it up. How does that make sense? The biggest, most prolific man in slave labor, mind you, they're paying them at the time, just like they're paying you now, is a black guy. So the biggest slave master ever, under those rules, that terrible story that people have in their mind, and none of them are from South Carolina, but I am. They go, there was a black guy that had the best plantation in South Carolina. Wait a minute. So an African came from Africa with racist white people, right? KKK and shit. Came to South Carolina, worked really fucking hard. Learned how to build a Victorian-style Bonneville made prolific by the American Indians and the Tartarians hundreds of years prior, by the way. He knew how to do that straight out of Ghana, right? And then not only was he prolific at that, but he turned off his black code and said, I'm going to hire a bunch of black niggas and we're going to run this bitch up. And none of the white people burnt the cross in front of his house? Shut your dumb ass up. You go to South Carolina now and find all the damn Indians there and they look just like me. That's my point. There's a very low, dense population. Myrtle Beach only has 40,000 residents. Keep that in mind. This town right here got 2 million, and it's still not a lot. So imagine 40,000 versus this 2 million. You understand everything, so. That's not to say that there was not African slaves. But I know for sure there's a lot of white ones, and we never hear about them. Now, you gotta imagine, white people get their freedom of employment to get re-employed by a federal government up north after losing a war with the South. Who were they going to war against besides Indians? If you listen to Moors long enough, they'll tell you that the Confederate Army and the true flag was an Indian flag, the Cherokee and all of them. I'm one of those, by the way. So we were the Confederates. I'm from South Carolina, historically, for the past 400 years. Tell them to stop fucking playing with me. And there's no slaves. It goes right back to King John and Carlos V from South Carolina, by the way. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. King James' kids lived in South Carolina, and we're Cherokee Indians, right? Chalike, Chaldeans, Judeans, Jews, Beasleys, Lighties, same story. Same fucking story. We're named after those states. My grandmother that died in 2005, Georgiana Beasley. Beasley Drew, Georgiana, the name of the territory when it was Indians. Hello, in English. Don't miss that. Los Ingles. Don't miss that. They try to code swap with they dumbass and make angels demons. I get it. That's why when you go to Oxford Dictionary, you look up a black man, what does it say? A demon. Look it up. I ain't making up shit. I don't have to, because that's what the truth is. When you ask them about their historical facts, they got to start hallucinating and making up shit to fill in gaps. Nah, nigga, that ain't what it is. You give them one new fact, one new fucking fact. If I'm not good enough being in existence as those people. And they'll go, well, something over there. Bitch, tell me about what was going on in Arizona during the Civil War. So you don't know American history then. You know about 4 states out of 50. You don't know the history. Miss me with your bullshit. That's what I'm saying. That is sufficient. That sort of ignorance, naivete, and incompetence is what's running everything now. That model, no matter who they are, what color they are, all of that, bygones be bygones, I guess. But the problem is, what I'm saying is, as I lay out all the facts, you understand that it's like a whole different world than where we came from. No Whitley. Exactly. The new world. They just making shit up. Evidently. It's not a new world for us, faggot. Ain't nothing new about this shit. It's ours. The fuck are they talking about? This ain't a new world for us, you know. And that's another thing you have to do as one of us. Now I gotta look at all the shit they talking about, politics, science, math, all the dumb shit they fucked up for themselves because they're dying really fast, and go, oh, they was never talking to me to begin with. Benign neglect. Look it up. Stop fucking playing with me. So they're doing benign neglect. And then us happy-go-lucky Negroes in the 50s and 60s wanted to get on TV and share our emotions and feelings about how we're being treated. And how old were all those civil rights leaders besides 20? It took me 20 fucking years just to research this. What the fuck does a nigga do at 20 with a 6th grade education? How it feels to be here? Nigga, it still feels the same. It fucking sucks. These people are stupid. They're evil, they're hateful, and they ain't about shit, never been about shit, never made nothing work. Don't give a fuck about their own people. Don't give a fuck about no one else's people. And if they didn't have fucking guns, they'd be stomped out already. Especially if we weren't the ones fucking shooting. That's how you know, on some James Baldwin shit. Tell me I'm lying. Their superpower and super weapon is us. Now imagine when we stop giving a fuck about fuck. And we are, right? Thank God. We could change our minds. That's the most beautiful thing about the sublime. We could hold the line for 10, 20 more years. In due time, it'll all go away. We could change our mind like, all right, now it's time to get serious again. I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. Because all the people now, oh my God, my freedom's being challenged. I want to go to another country now. Yeah, you're a fucking colonizer. Meanwhile, my ass is here. Waiting for you to go recolonize some shit. Tell me I'm lying. Where the fuck am I gonna go? As a bloodline descendant emperor on top of that. Think about that shit. That's crazy about it, man. Shit. And not a lot of people got that Pokemon card. I don't know too many people got that Pokemon card. God damn. They done gave me the fucking King of Kings Pokemon card accidentally on Jesus. So that's what that means, by the way. King of Kings is emperor. Not a good feeling. These motherfuckers are stupid. Oh, the Dark Ages. No wonder why they don't know anything. They didn't have lights or something. What the fuck? Nah. They stupid ass, monochromatic, racist ass mind omit facts in order to cure a narrative that's temporary, and now that the narrative is falling apart, things are getting scary for them. This shit ain't scary for me. What's scary is these motherfuckers are playing pretend in my fucking face the whole time. That's scary. These are grown ass people with kids and everything, acting like a bunch of fucking dumbasses. Talking about they're in politics and power and went to school and shit and know what's going on. No, the fuck they don't. They can't even fucking predict the stock market with a fucking AI computer in front of them. How the fuck is that supposed to make sense? But take my course and download my PDF and just follow my trades. To hell. Jerome Powell said, Donald Trump, man, he's the greatest. He's our president. He's the head of a corporation. Uh-huh. Do you work for that corporation? You're in the federal government? You're a federal employee? I thought they were laying those guys off. Awesome leader. Awesome. He's going to take you guys to the moon without half of the employers. I get it. They just chopping down everybody's jobs. And people think it's because it's racism. No, nigga, they ain't got no money. Jobs don't cut employees because they're asking for fucking minimum wage, bitch. They could pay you $100 an hour and still have more money to pay your ass. The problem isn't that. That's just accepted federal slavery wages. Did you know the slaves were being paid the same? I bet you probably didn't know that. How the fuck else do you think they could buy freedom papers, stupid? Why would they give slaves money? It doesn't line up with the narrative about slavery. It was a terrible thing. Although it wasn't there in 1611, 1751, Benjamin Franklin's writing about it. Benjamin Franklin saying that these motherfuckers over here to the South bringing these slaves in to work on products are not even keeping up with the North. Meaning it's a loss leader. And he laid out the reasons. That's why I wish motherfuckers read if they cared about American history. Then read the fucking American historians, faggot. Benjamin Franklin, aka Benjamin Banneker in real life, letter about the issues of mankind, and read it from top to bottom. And then come back to me and tell me, does that sound just like your fucking problem right fucking now? Yes. What did he say about slavery? Now, if you hypothecate that and change slavery to what it is, employer and employment, if there was a problem with slavery because the cost of slaves did not help them gain profit. Health issues, remember what time it was. Other people stealing their slaves, aka offering the slaves more money. Can you imagine that? And you leave your job for a better paying job. Same story, bitch. And then all the other issues of them running away because they can afford a horse. And what was keeping the slave there was their paycheck. Because the slave, if it's a white Slavic, they're far away from home. And if the slave is an African, he's far away from home. And there ain't nothing in Africa to go back to get money or work. Niggas get addicted to trinkets and bitches. I'm telling you something. I had one person in my ancestry, the Peace family out of Louisiana. They're in slavery, or one of them were. You know how many kids these motherfuckers had? They got married and everything. Slaves. Imagine this shit. They're free during the Civil War. Right? They're out of that debt. These motherfuckers had 20 kids. I mean, across the horizontal line. Just the same father and the same mother. 20 kids. Why the fuck would you do some shit like that if you just been slaving and you know what I'm saying? You can't go outside when you want to. Because that's not what it was. A lot of those slaves in the South were captured from America, bitch. Debtors, prisoners, bullshit, 12 years a slave. Call it whatever fuck you want in this bitch. That's what it is. It was not slap a nigga in the head in Africa because the homie tribe from 500 years ago sold them here in the 1800s. Like, the fuck? I did their fucking ancestry and went further back. It stops at the Peace family in Louisiana because you know where they're from? South America. My grandma and the Peace family look just like in one of those characters in Apocalypto. But she had short, brown-skinned people with very chinky Asiatic eyes, very short, and she had an updo with a different type of texture of hair. Definitely not African, had too much hair. And the only way I seen that pedigree was from Central and South America. And Mr. Peace, my grandfather on that side, he looked like I guess the type of black person you assume that was in Europe. He looked like a European black, not an American one. So it was a European dark-skinned guy with an Indian woman and all those kids to my grandfather's, who passed recently's wife, her family. And they're light-skinned. No white people. Thus, quite thussery. These motherfuckers lied about everything, even slavery. So now you have a whole people out of here with a skin color framing their reference about justice, equality, and civil rights based off the illusion that maybe they were slaves 100 years later as not slaves, and they're settling for the bare minimums because at least it's not slavery. Bad news for you, bitch. Emancipation means transfer. And if you're still under the federal government, licenses, taxes, and all those things, you're still under the same slavers. Oh my God. They captured these people during the Barbary Wars, by the way. So the Barbary Wars was 1815 to 1825. So that means John Peace and all of them were just put into this condition for fucking 30 to 40 years. Oh my God, crazy story. They didn't get him from Africa prior. He wasn't born under slaves or nothing like that. Nah, they didn't start recording that history down there until the Zouave army and the eunuchs and Mamelukes got there in the early 1800s. On top of that, they just captured those people. On top of that. They don't talk about the Barbary Wars because then you'd ask, like, well, all right, so if Sidi Muhammad, the Emperor Benjamin Banneker, lost the Barbary Wars, what happened to all those soldiers that turned against him? Since the Barbary Wars took place in the ocean and not in Virginia. Where did they live? What houses did they take? Who bitches did they steal? Did they like bitches? Not enough of them because you don't see them no more. So thus. It was a one-time use army for the church. If you hire a whole bunch of homosexuals, right? That's not to say they won't rape, maim, and kill you. It just means they're not trying to start a family and be nuclear. They'll have prisoners until they die. Thank God Grandma knew black magic. They died really fast, didn't they? They said they didn't live that long back then. I wonder why. So then you have to deal with that too. That the average lifespan of a white guy back then wasn't that damn long. So how the fuck we have a slave that's 80 years old? That slave know more than everybody in his family combined. Like, you think because a person can't read or write what the English that my grandfather brought them, how the fuck they learn it? Think about it. So stupid. They're dumb. I'm talking about their mind. Their imagination is stupid. It doesn't make sense. It never did to me though. And that's what my problem is that I think just now in 2025, people are going through another cycle of questioning everything, but they're comparing it to a frame of reference that's a damn lie. So they're triangulating from one lie, landing somewhere else opposite polarity that feels better, but then sound crazy as fuck because you did the polarity of a lie and not the truth. It's not absolute. No. The solution to this is not midterm voting, bitch. If you're trying to get out of oligarchies and authoritarianism and communism turned fascism, which is social democracy, that's what it turns into. You know, these things evolve like people do. It evolves into fascism. It evolves into authoritarianism. You know what the good news about both of those systems are? That means the system's at its end. In case you didn't know that. Because they don't teach us shit. There's not too much time where they fucking exist in power anyway, right? Because everything's kingdoms prior to the 1700s. So there is no type of governance. What the fuck are they talking about? There's an emperor of this whole fucking world right now, still, by the way. They never beat the emperor. He just went away. He has multiple moons, by the way. I know, they don't teach you that. So you can do a thing to his kids and his cousins and his nephews for a time, but then every 400 years we come back. You know the story. Isn't it weird that they don't know that? I thought they was here since the land before time with us. How the fuck you don't know about the Emperor of the Moon, bitch? Where you get kingdoms from? Where you get the kings from? Everything good, man. Another day in paradise. You good?
Yes, sir.
Hey, can't complain.
Nah, gotta find something better to do than that.
Come on now.
Something that'll make a difference.
Amen, brother. You take it easy. Damn, my driver Latin guy really said same in real time. Well, you rocking with the magician, man. You listen to me long enough, all kind of weird shit start popping up in your life. Ask around. Ask the chat room real quick. Start talking about feathers, they'll land on your fucking forehead. You start talking about ladders, you trip over one. All kind of weird shit happen when two or more come together on some bullshit. I'm just trying to get around people who come together on some real shit. A man can't dream. This shit won't last too much longer though. They're running out of things to scare people with. And they really don't want people to get to the point of not giving a fuck. Because if you've ever been liberated by not giving a fuck, it's very difficult for you to go backwards. Once you hit the I don't give a fuck threshold about life and things and people or jobs and stuff, you know you don't go back to that job. You don't go back to that relationship. So imagine if the United States is pushing all the wrong buttons and more people are waking up to the fact, at least, that something's off. The equation is not balanced. Once they stop giving a fuck, like, man, them motherfuckers ain't paying their taxes, fuck them. Man, that motherfucker don't give a fuck about the law and enforcement, fuck them. Not to say it won't be any more or less dangerous, as long as they can afford to enforce it. But they're losing that too. They got their judges beefing. That's how you know the game is cooked. Your judges are beefing about rules? That's all made up. Because, you know, no matter what it is, there's good people sprinkled through all this shit who are trying to stand on business because they believe that's the type of good they can give. I just don't think they realize they're slaves. That's it. They're just more comfortable slaves. I get everything. Way worse than if you were in a kingdom, by the way. And isn't that the whole thing, the whole lie about King George or whoever that faggot was? King George owned the ports and the boats for trade with the Americans, my family. He was not the king of America, though. He was the king that was paying these faggot-ass pirates to trade. They betrayed him and stayed here. And then after staying here, went downstairs, and then they fucked up everything for the past 250 years. Right? That's not the same migration of Europeans. 1775 and 1580 and 1611 is a long fucking time. So if the kings of the 1500s left and came here from Tartaria, Europe, and North Africa, Moors, and we all came here, the kingdoms, not the people. The people who had technology and Arks of Covenants and boats and flying craft. They came here. Mama Inga shit. Maybe she called them. I don't know. 1500s. These faggots show up throwing tea in the harbor in the 1770s. They're not related. Just like if you go to Nigeria, you're not related. Same story. So, this shit ain't gonna last. You haven't found one of them motherfucking founding father white European descendants alive to this day. It does not exist. They might be related to some people over there. They can miss me with all that bullshit. None of those are royals then. Because royals isn't the people who had castles. Royals are the people who descended from angels. And I'm telling you that in English, our language, not theirs. Like, they could have English for sure. I mean, imagine how long we've had it. Imagine how long angels have existed if there's a whole bloodline of royals here. Can you fucking imagine that? Carlos the Fifth was over there, right? Yeah, could have sworn something. They may have had all kind of languages. I mean, Christopher Columbus was half Jew. He was just gay. But he had something against it. I don't know. Maybe the church where he was from made him feel oppressed or something. It's like, man, fuck that shit. I can see it. I can see the frustration with not being accepted in a paradigm in which you feel like you were born a certain way, or you couldn't get bitches. Same story. So, most people don't even know that. They don't even have a real picture of him, but I do. Ain't that a bitch? They just be drawing shit. I want to imagine this faggot as a white guy. Thank you. I don't have to claim him as my cousin, though. Alright, so, once you get that out the way, you start to see things for what they're not. And then you just realize, like, this shit's stupid. People are trying to figure out stupidity for the first time in their human history and wondering why they can't find no answers. Lord have mercy. This ain't never gonna make sense. Because it never made sense. Now it's not making sense. That's what the problem is. The lie is not returning anything interesting. It's 1 times 1, so it's dividing itself. The liars and the lies are dividing, aka turning on themselves. You take a 1 and you divide it, you split it in half. That's what's going on with the lie. So you see the social media narrative is all the same loop now. Like going through a funnel that's wide at the top. Well, there's more lies, more diversity, more immigrants, more narratives. Plenty of things to be distracted by. Beautiful girls to date, learn about their culture, food, all kinds of shit, products, shiny things. It takes a lot of time for you to, I've seen everything. Now we're here. We're spinning faster because the circumference is smaller, unlike their mothers. And because of that, you want to hear the same 3 to 5 things. I don't even think it's a handful of topics no more, bro. I look, try to get out my algorithm and just look. And I go to the people who get paid to talk. So that's how I can, figure it out. Candace Owens. What's she worrying about? Well, I was good friends with that suspected white supremacist, just like my husband. We know Candace, but sometimes she makes sense. But she's disturbed. And everyone on her parallel. Mark Lamont Hill, all the educated do-well Negroes, right? Nothing against them as people. But their narrative, how they got there, is talking in such a way, certain reference point, in order for the Jewish people to feel comfortable cutting them checks to talk for them, right? Now she's taking a stand against it because she started figuring out shit that she's more white than Israeli. Shout out to her husband, whoever's protecting her, right? Probably Christians, right? Understand everything. The slavers. So she's on the side of the slavers. I get it, Confederates. Those ones, the white ones. And then Charlie Kirk was too. That's why they're doing this whole white Jesus, Christian 13th discipleship. What I need my people to understand, they really mean that shit. But them really meaning it and believing it does not make it true, which is why I don't like belief. And what you have to come to terms with when you hear their talking points about how great a suspect white supremacist is and all that ill shit he had to say about other people while he's being catty about other people and he get a damn bullet in his neck by his own people. That's just God doing irony for you. But don't miss it. They really believe that. So pivot. They really believe they're Christian. They really believe that they're doing something for God or Jesus or something. They don't know Genghis Khan from John Smith either. So it's like, even their idea of believing in that and standing on that is impossible. Because you can't talk about the people of the Bible and then say the people of the Bible are going to take your ass to heaven. Dismissed. You're not going nowhere near us. Fuck you. Part one. But part two, the reaction to that. MAGA. Whatever the fuck that means. They put a whole bunch of people in a box called MAGA just because they voted for Trump. Whatever. That's branding. But what are those people and what do they want? Conservatives, right? Far right and all kind of other shit in between it. Then they classify Antifa as a terrorist organization. But not the KKK. Weird fucking story. Christians. So, it's everything that's non-Christian. They so smooth with it, boy. Oh man, if I was just a fucking yuppie or a fucking idiot, I'd fall for it. It's a beef between Jews and Christians. What did Dre Electronica say? They trying to debate on who the truth is like Jews and Christians. Neither. Anyway, so the team that's allied with AIPAC in media, which is Jewish, so you're not lost, they're going against the Red Guard, the right, the conservatives, the Christian values of slavery. Those are the two factions and all their multicolored yuppies in between them. That's all that is, politically. It's whether the Christian illusion of belief, well, we're doing this Magna Carta, Holy Grail for Christ, the black people in America, where we are already, by the way, or we're going to do it for Greater Zion bullshit because them motherfuckers let us borrow a lot of money because we didn't have shit, because we're not kings and shit. Yeah, I understand. You're dealing with people who are borrowing from one bank, beefing with another people from another bank, and they try to do big bank take little bank, and both of them in debt, spiritually, karmically, and financially. So all they have left is word magic. But because the kids, thank God for the kids, have been misled by their bullshit ass millennial parents, they don't think about these things. They don't have these conversations at dinner. They're not watching news with granddad. Not a lot of them. I'm pretty sure some do. Thank God for them. But just the consensus. They don't give a fuck. What's Cashapp doing? Let me download some more tranny porn. Like, they on some weird shit. But because of that, they're not getting indoctrinated the same way. At the same time, the things that would have indoctrinated us are going away. The cartoons had this loaded in their message. You might have a deep Family Matters moment on Doug Funny. Ren and Stimpy might say something about Hitler. And it just compounds interest on your bias that your country gave you, that this is right, this is wrong, this is Christian, this is not. Even when people get angry at it. Like, I just hate that some, and the white people KKK and Jesus and burning the crosses. It makes you feel like it's even more real. Why? Because what's the other argument? Man, Christianity in the Bible, man, that's that white man stuff. No, it's not. It's a book full of Judeans, and those are not white people. Yeah, man, but the white man gave it to us. How would the white man give us something from Judeans? Tell me something. Who are the Judeans today? Quick, where did they go? Where did the Judeans go, thinker? If they were there to give the white man my book, where were they today? You're looking at one. We still here. The fuck? That's my point. They ain't got enough anything. Money, facts, history, social credit, moral credit, all spent. All of them motherfuckers are bankrupt, especially spiritually and morally. So their words are not going to stick on truth because now they're in defense. That's what you got to watch out for. Before, they were on offense because they're casting the spells against a population of mixed people. They're putting people in the boxes, factories. They're giving benefits and taking away benefits, having people operating off of their pride and their ego, so they don't care about facts. It's pride. No, I love my job. No. You man, if you broke, just say that. I don't give a fuck about that. You know everything. How come you ain't got a castle? Like, I get it. It's pride. Pride before the fall, by the way. So, Because once you understand what kings are, you understand what we say is different. It'll happen. So, not because someone carried it out. We're spirits. We're not people. So, you have all the people who questioning faith and belief based on looking at fucking terrorists. And my treatment for them is, you're wondering where God is in these people this whole fucking time. My question is, where has God been in you? You've been sucking and fucking and swiping on Tinder too. You've been looking up them naughty things too. You've been bullshitting with your time. You ain't walk your grandmother either. You ain't cut her grass for how many summers now? How the fuck do you expect God to show up and bail us out of the thing that you wanted? I know that the majority wanted it because they kept doing it. I know the majority wanted it because they didn't change any of their behaviors. I know the majority wanted this because they are fine as long as they're getting paid. Slavery. The problem is your slave masters used to be slaves too. And if they have a job, they still are. Because all of your people in DC owe over $137 trillion. Now I tell you, back in the day, if your ass in America and you ended up owing $5, 5 greenbacks, they'll hit you in the head and put you in a penal colony. What's gonna happen to a nigga that owes $137 trillion then? And you wanna be that nigga too. You're a United States citizen. You wanna be a fractal of the nigga that owes $137 trillion to somebody. And to pay that debt off would require slavery, work, labor. You're not hearing me. One more time. A lot of people ended up in penal colonies, Georgia, because they owed. Most of them owed because they brought their funky ass to this country without a boat. So they borrowed the money. They're supposed to come here, figure out a hustle, send it back. They send the corsairs over. They didn't pay them back. Wanted posters. Got your ass. No nigga's gonna snitch for a reward. Boom, 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 boom. Now here, we know they owe $137 trillion. I'm talking about your government, your federal government, your official slave master. It itself. So imagine working for a plantation because you fucked around and stole a piece of corn from some white guy that just got here. They throw you in a penal colony. They throw you there for a year, 2 years, bro. Now, in the midst of you serving your time to restitution, your Bonneville, your plantation dude, he goes into debt gambling. What happens? Do they throw him in his own backyard to do slavery? Or do they send his ass somewhere else to pay off his debt? Or does he use you to fight back and say, fuck the debt, kill the person I owe the debt to? You know this story. It's called a civil war, by the way. Wake your ass up. I will give you your freedom papers if you fight for me against the banks that I borrowed from up north. Fair? They say it was over slavery. The reason why they said that is because they used slaves to fight. Two different stories. And their slaves come from the Barbary Wars, which is a pirate war. So hence, the Civil War was in battleships. A lot of people don't even fucking know that shit. They're fighting against the people they borrowed from, bro. Because as of 1751, it was already a loss leader. Jesus Christ. Jesus. So as of 1980s, the United States GDP was already what? A loss leader. They were never going to make this money back. So if they're going against anyone, if they're charging you up with racial tension and stuff, that's not so black and white people can fall out. It's so that you will get so fucking razzle-dazzle that it would be a relief if your country declares war against someone that's not you. Take your mind off of it. And because of this war, business will be booming. Or they're gonna push the money printer again, go into more inflation, and then sell you that, oh, we gotta take back that Afghan base. Maybe we forgot some oil and gold over there, them poppy seeds, man. We need to help Pfizer. Your country is in slave debt to so many fucking people at once, boy. With no jobs. Federal government's not a fucking job. They don't make money. They spend it. That's why you bankrupt now. They choose how to spend money they borrowed, not how to get it back. They haven't gotten it back in 137 trillion, bro. Their deficit. You know what that means? They don't make enough money. You know what that means? They only borrow. You know what that means? What the fuck does that got to do with your credit card bills? Your bank gonna fail because the United States is a failure. It ain't got nothing to do with how hard you work. You work for your slave master who's broke. Stay woke one more time, please. Once I get them there, they're worse than broke. You could be broke right now. You cut some grass, call a friend, get Cashapp. You'll be able to eat. Now imagine if you couldn't do none of that shit until you paid off at least 37 trillion. You know what the problem is now? That's not us. That's not the Americans. That's not the slaves. That is the federal government that owes trillions. Oh, the stock market. Oh, Bitcoin. Gold is going up. They ain't got 137 trillion worth of gold, bro. It doesn't matter what it goes up to. It doesn't matter how high crypto is. It doesn't matter what the stock markets are doing. It doesn't matter how many bips or BPS that Jerome Powell drops. None of that addresses 1 trillion of debt, let alone 137 of it. One more time, they have nothing to do today that have a GDP that's worth $1 trillion. That's why he's doing tariffs, to try to get the other countries to pay for it. He said he collected $4 trillion in tariffs, and now there's a fight. No, you're making us pay for it, so it's actually us. Wait, he collected $4 trillion in taxes by upping the price of groceries in Target? Ain't that amazing? $4 trillion collected from us is what they're saying, right? 4 trillion. Collected in 6 months. Then how come they ain't pay that debt off yet? Let's do it. 4 trillion in 6 months. Not sustainable if you're losing jobs because of it, but how many times is 4 going to goddamn 37? About 8, right? So 8 times 6, what is that, 24 or so? Some shit like that. So 24 months. In 24 months of pimping you, the United States can pay off its main debt. So imagine if it wasn't pimping you and it just paid off its fucking debt. It'll take less than a decade. They've had this problem since I was born, though. So it's been 5 decades and it's going up. But they just collected 4 trillion. They collected 4 trillion. And they cannot, for whatever reason, say, here, Federal Reserve, 36, 35, 34. Oh, we got 33 trillion to go. All right, well, that should breathe. We'll do it again in 3 years. Or we do it again in 7. We know we can multiply, based on this data now, how fast we can come up with $4 trillion fucking dollars off of your ass and my ass. Can't do that the whole time, right? Because it makes things unbearable and people lose, you see what's going on. But theoretically, the math is there. They came up with $4 trillion off of tariffs in a few months. So why are they $137 trillion in debt? If all they had to do was squeeze the little quarters out of your sack to pay it back, I mean, shit, why don't you do a gentle squeeze next time, bitch? Let's not do 4, let's do 1, shit. Let's make everything go up 3 cents, Walmart shit. Nah, we need 4 trillion now. Cool, problem. There's nothing else to squeeze. So in their best hypothecated reality, based on this year alone, they could have squeezed 10 trillion out of us. You know how much they would still owe? $127 trillion. But now you don't have the jobs. Now your farmers ain't got the crops. Now the rest of the world is trading with itself. How are you going to squeeze tariffs if the United States ain't buying from nobody else in the next coming years? This was their best response to all of it. Donald Trump was their best bet, brother. Fuck a Kamala Harris. This debt, she can't suck enough dick to pay this off. We talking about trillions, bro. I wish people knew how much money that was. Like how much slaves you would need. You need the entire fake Roman, Greek, and Egyptian empire to do that shit for about 100+ years. For free. All at once. They're in more debt than humanly possible to spend. That's how much your government fucking sucks at fake numbers. Because most of that shit is what? Interest. Like a credit card or a loan that just got out, student loan people. You know what I'm talking about. People who buying mortgages on houses as tenants. You know what I'm talking about. You pay $30,000, $40,000 into your house and they tell you, oh no, that's just the interest. You need to stop paying on the house yet. You better not need to go to the fucking dentist. Your ass gets sick, guess what? Your bank is coming to collect instantly, ain't they? Exactly. So if the bank is going to foreclose you, then what happens to when a United States corporation goes bankrupt? Why do you think they elected the king of bankruptcies? See, when you go bankrupt, you liquidate and do some things, but then you get to hold other things. That's why he still has millions and billions of dollars as an individual. He doesn't have his corporations no more. AKA he doesn't have the inflow of energy no more from those things, but he kept everything he could. That's what they're trying to do to the United States. He says, how often do you hibernate? How often did your dad pull out if you got here? Same story, I guess. Shout out to Ruling Track. Imagine that. 9. Shout out my brothers in here. Mizuru. Yo, what's going on here? I'm so clueless, bro. We know. Time to time 3T53. Greg Johnson. This is turning out to be the largest game of Dungeons and Dragons. People have been lying about their character's power. Come on, brother. You get it. Of course the nerds will get it. I'm one of them. Yes. You Final Fantasy this shit. You can El Diablo this shit. No matter how much you want your fucking barb to have magical fucking powers in this bitch, that spell is a one-time cast. You gotta take your ass back to the goddamn main store and buy another one and click, and then magic happens. Your barb didn't do the magic. The item did. Same fucking story. Leave the stage. Damn, my driver Latin guy said same. Freedom Papers, file taxes, you got it. Internet says, I'm just glad more of us are getting the message. I see new. Brothers and sisters are waking up every day, and I know they're scrambling to stop it. We are. And all we gotta do is question the common sense, bro. Like, how come this shit don't make sense, family? And if it don't fucking make sense, why the fuck am I doing it? And if I don't need to do it, then what's the fucking point of me believing it? And if doing it, believing it, and everything in it is fake, what better things can I do with my mind? That's what the problem is. Our brothers and sisters, all colors, in the same position, in this generation at least, thank God. We're not those evil ass people today. Most of us. You know how the genes work for some of them. But for the most of us, black, white, Hispanic, Latinos, all the other immigrants, Asiatic family, everybody. We're not on that type of time anyway. We couldn't relive any of that. Our priorities and what we want out of life is completely a different map by itself. So they created these systems and these laws and these rules for a bunch of fucking hooligans, bro. It makes sense. It does. Because the people you're trying to lock up now, you just fucking killed their grandfather. They're never gonna fucking listen to you. I don't know if the white people in politics realize that. You came over here killing our family, bro. Why the fuck would we want to follow your rules or your system when you justified in your own Christian valor that you made up in front of us Judeans and Indians that it was okay for you to come around here murdering us and stealing our shit, but now that it's all settled because we're halfway dead and we're halfway sick and our water's dried up, our buffalo are dead, and our natural way of reaching homeostasis on this land was ruined, that we are supposed to be placate and play nice with you, and it's only been 150 years. And I can speak for myself. I'm a Beasley from South Carolina. I was never on their fucking team. Never. Historically. Impossible. King John and all of them would never be on their fucking team. He's a king, for crying out loud. And then you go down to the Indian thing, which is what? From 1611 to 1775? Like all of a sudden we're a different thing? Nigga, it was hot. The sun was different. Have you noticed it? It used to be orange. Now imagine what it was when it was hotter. There's at least 5 different suns, polarities. We're in a white sun right now, right? And you wonder why everything's getting scary. People are getting burnt, boy. The sun is literally cooking their ass. Like, I mean, literally. You understand that the sun isn't heat, it's radiation. Similar, different story. But the radiation of that sun talks to what? Water, right? What are you made out of? 75% water, like the planet, right? Can you fucking imagine? So now the radiation is going through your blood different. Cool. What about this brain right here? Isn't it sitting underwater? It's like a sponge, ain't it? It shrinks and it grows. Can you fucking imagine it? Now imagine that brand new radiation. You know, my bald spot, let me cover it up so it don't just hit my fucking head. That's why we had curly hair to begin with, to slow the radiation down. So, everybody else who don't appreciate that type of science, you can see that something changed in enough people at once. And it's not just the people with the shots. I think the people with the shots, plus getting cooked by the sun in their own, you know, the way that their shield blocks or helps them, is what's fucking them up. I think that's why they're dropping dead. They're literally being killed by the sun. This sun, the sun, like, as above, so below. Like, it's the radiation, it's the heat, it's the fire, the flaming sword. The arms on the Son of Mary brothers, like flaming swords. Yeah. For the Son of Righteousness will return with healing in its wings. And they predicted that. You know why they could predict that? Because they're scientists. Chaldeans map the star systems, like the firmament. So they know, you know, you use the stars for times and seasons. In the same book that's preparing you for times and seasons. Like, the fuck? This is not fucking hard to imagine. How magical do you fucking need to be to do that shit? We've been watching this shit for thousands of years. And they remember a time before they wrote that book where shit started to get weird too. Like, the kingdom of humans and man doesn't start with the Bible now. The people who wrote the Bible knew that. That's why they skipped so much fucking time. Like, anyway, we gotta mess up with that shit. We back. All right, so go ahead, talk about granddad real quick, because that shit right there was crazy. All right. We figured it out though. This is what we figured it out, and we're writing this for the future. A book written by prophets. So are they talking about the past, the present, or are they preparing the future? Like, allegedly what your school's supposed to do. But you're not talking about prophets, are you? So how can they prepare you for the future if they don't even understand where the fuck they are in the past? They cannot. All they can do is speak and say, and repeat after me, and write this paper, and I'll give you a grade. They can't prepare you for shit. They don't know. They don't know what's going to happen in their own fucking life. In 2025 is proof. All your teachers miss. All your socioeconomic, all your professors, all of them, they miss this shit. They alluded to things can get weird. All right, be more specific next time, bitch. Just like that Bible is. And it's older than your school. That's supposed to be so top of the class. They don't even say that shit no more. The United States is failing in education worldwide. How are third world countries got a better education than us now? Can you imagine the turnaround? And that just happened in my little life. That happened in just 5 decades. So now imagine 5,000 decades ago. How many times people get built up and knocked down, built up and knocked down. The people in the Bible are telling like, yo, this is how you balance the law of rhythm so it doesn't shake so much. Because if you keep doing that Roman conquest shit, that fucking guillotine is going to swing against you. Law of rhythm. It's a law because it doesn't change. Law of polarity. It's a law because it doesn't change. They're laws because they don't change. They're not sometimey. They're not occasional. They're not temporary like the sun is. Like the type of sun. Yeah, agriculture and your almanac should change with this sun. The star alignments. You notice in the last 5 years how everyone says this is a once-in-a-lifetime astrological event. Now count how many of those recent events have been once-in-a-lifetime ones. Almost every moment in the last decade with the stars, Venus, the moon, and Pluto, every fucking time has been a once-in-a-lifetime moon super eclipse, A, B, and C. It's like they came across this for the first time in fucking human history. So that means they don't know what it means. It's the first time and the only time in their lifetime in which they get to experience it. So they have no reference point to when it happened before. They'll just say, oh, it was based on math. It's hundreds of years ago. Who was here hundreds of years ago, bitch? Who's still here now? Who do you think figured it out? By default, because I'm here now, right? Like the people who went through it before made it. They made it. Oh shit, they made it through slavery and all that evil shit. Oh shit, they made it through the civil rights. Oh my God, they made it. They can't say the same thing. They would have to first tell me where they started. And why the fuck are they here then? Colonizing this shit and staying here makes no fucking sense. If a colony is just for trade routes. So you establish a trade route with my ancestors to move here and stay here and then bring in everyone else's families? How does that make sense? Where do you come from? And no one knows the answer to that. Ain't that crazy? So how the fuck a person who don't know where the fuck they came from originally gonna know what the fuck's going on upstairs in the goddamn chimney? In a house they didn't build. On God. The sun is different. Completely. It's evident. It's giving off a different energy. That's why Bobby Hemmett, perfect example. That's the reason why he emphasized. Shout out to Bartron too. Hold on, I had more brothers join. I didn't even see Bartron. What's good, Blue Flame? What's good, TBFB? Jonathan, the brothers in here. All right. Internet still here. Adam, I see you. That's right, MG. When I was in Iraq, the Iraqis thought I was from Fiji, and that's a brother that was in the military dealing with them. Matter of fact, he showed me a picture of them brothers, and they look like him. The brothers from Fiji look like us. They're more Afro-Asiatic, literally, actually. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, no, you're not. You're a slave. Why do you default to that in your mind? You've never been a slave master. You've never owned a slave. So why does your pivot off of knowledge start with slavery? Like every white person or every other person, even the people who are emotional Christians, slavery. It's 2025. Like y'all don't have a new way of looking at things? Pivot from fucking Wu-Tang at least. God damn it, bitch. Abomatomically, like something. Like, where was your plantation at? And why don't you buy it? I was going to. And then I said, fuck it. Fire. Ottaway Plantation, Louisiana. Earlier this year. Caught fire. Burned down. It looks just like the White House. Otto. Carlos V. Otto. Carlos I. Carlos the 21st. Same story. There's a new slave movie every year for who? Yeah. Never about Slavic people, though. There's never been a white slave movie. Never. Like, in that kind of way. With the trauma and the legacy and how it led to this point. You don't even know who the white slave masters were. But slave comes from the word Slavic, and Slavic are not black people. So there should be hundreds of years of Slavic stories, and I don't know any. A Slavic or Caucasian person will say that they were Nordic. That's a different pedigree, bitch. And they were giants who served Allah, by the way. It's in their name, Valhalla. They go to heaven with Allah. These motherfuckers are special, bro. That's my point, though. They pick narratives that suit their character, Dungeons and Dragons. It ain't supposed to add up. One more time. $137 trillion in debt, and you trying to do business. It ain't supposed to add up. Why would a United States corporation expect the rest of the world to keep doing business with it if none of its ideas or products ever add up? The only thing that the United States has been proliferated in is in mind control, in force. And most of their force is the suggestion of mind control. They really don't have that type of force. They're blowing up fishermen right now. Ooh, we took out another fisher boat. That'll stop the drug trade right there. Let's blow up fisher boats. That'll stop fentanyl from killing all your kids. Little boats with fishermen on them. That'll show Venezuela. Meanwhile, JP Morgan. Look it up. How much coke is on a fucking JP Morgan boat? Billions, right? How much you think you can fit on a fucking fisherman boat? So until they start blowing up the fucking tankers that JP Morgan owns, you know, the bank, and that's recent, right? JP Morgan's from the 1900s. So that guy from 120 years ago, his boats are carrying all the coke here to Philadelphia. Look it up. They know that. I know it. Google know it. The newspaper know it. Everybody know it. No one gets held accountable. Have you noticed a Epstein theme here? That not only were these pirates prolific at homosexuality, they were the drug dealers of the opium wars. Did you know that? Do you even know what the fucking opium wars is? Probably fucking not. It's like a missed opportunity for the United States history to talk about the fathers of their United States citizens. You wonder why all those movies about jazz and the blues and all that stuff that was happening before the Civil War, you know, Jim Crow and all that shit, that was all opium, heroin, right? All of your famous people who got up north with the Jewish people, all of a sudden they're addicted to heroin, right? All of our favorite singers, all the damn black movies. Even Tyler Perry did one. The central theme in the background of all of it is what happens when people are on heroin. Correct? Y'all familiar with these movies? Dorothy Dandridge and all kinds of shit. Don't let me try to figure out all the goddamn names of them. It's heroin, black tar, opium, Barbary Wars, opium wars, targeting us. Now it's their favorite pastime. Tell me I'm lying. Pfizer is rich because of opium. That Afghan war that they talking about reopening, for more opium, right? Weapons of mass destruction. It is. It absolutely is. Heroin is definitely a weapon of mass destruction. Do the science. They killed Saddam Hussein to give it to Pfizer. Do the science. Iraq, Afghanistan, all that shit. You should see how beautiful those places really are. And all those poppy fields. For real. Look up the opium wars. You'll understand. Why you think they're trying to placate it onto Venezuela? Because that's all they got left is drugs, bro. You got a whole bunch of drug dealers who are trying to run off on the plug, yo. And there's no way in human history they're gonna make a profit of 37 trillion plus the 100 worldwide off of fucking drugs. That's why they're banning trade with India and China, because they smuggle their drugs in on their main shipments too. So the tariff is more of a tax on the drugs that they're secretly putting in too. Like, oh, you're not going to cut us in on this, we're going to get it from you. Don't miss that. These are corporations who were formerly pirates, who formerly sold drugs and humans. In recent history, miss me with the slavery shit, miss me with Africa, miss me with Rome, miss me with any timeline they were never part of. And just go up to the very minute of what the United States Service Corporation comes from. Slave trade and drugs. Put a 3 in the chat if you know that. Peace out to Mr. Now squad. Oh, you outside? Squad. I seen some of the alerts. I'll check them out. Happy birthday to Mr. Now too. It's his birthday. Virgo season, squad. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. I did my job, man. Because I don't want nobody out here who listen to me to think that this is going to go some other direction because these people have some type of moral, spiritual, or some type of charter from God. Like, we're suffering because God ordered them to do this to us. Nah. No. It didn't happen to all of us anyway. The joint narrative, the participation, where we are and what we gotta do is all of us. But God didn't do that. They did. And you can opt in and opt out. And I know opting out can be uncomfortable because you had to figure out a new way because we lost our family, our land, and our traditions. It's kind of like it's not a stalemate, it's a pseudo stalemate where none of your good ideas will land you anywhere better. Path of least resistance. So you might as well make the best of it. That's a decision, not a God mandate. A lot of us made the decision to play the game. And then we're surprised when most of us don't win. It's not a game that most people win. And if you're the underclass of the whole thing, then even fewer of you are going to win. And then we look into what they have done and tricked us is like, hey, here's a few of your winners. And what do they all have in common besides drug dealing? It's like we'll miss it. Like, wait a minute. Russell Simmons was able to get into the music industry because he was selling all the Jewish people in New York cocaine. Not because I'm Russell Simmons. He is Russell Simmons. But he's Russell Simmons because he went to parties and sold cocaine to white people. So you gotta imagine how many best friends he had and how much money he had from cocaine, from his white rich Jewish friends. Just from cocaine. I'm not talking about nothing else. I'm just talking about how much Fat Farm had. When was it? Fat Farm or cocaine? Don't fucking play with me. Queens, Hollis, all that shit. Where my fucking family's from, cut it the fuck out. Cut it the fuck out. Niggas just selling drugs. So after heroin got played out again. So yeah, a lot of your people, 50 Cent, man, come on, man. That's one thing I haven't done. I haven't sold drugs, man. I feel like I missed my calling. And like half of my evil ancestor branch. Probably be prolific at it. But nah, I didn't. For whatever fucking goofy ass reason. I wanted to make beats and sell them on the internet. So, same story kind of. Same kind of mentality. But almost every example that we have in the underclass got there. Their hero journey is breaking the law, killing people, selling drugs, getting away with crimes, or becoming informants with the FBI, and then they become a puppet. It always comes with a Jewish lawyer and a contract. Have you noticed that? It's never independent. They never buy a small island and start their own country and school or nothing, no. They go right back into the system, then they put them in their face. Oh, isn't this cool? We want to put them in that gala. We want to put them in that new commercial. And then you're just seeing it as media, as images, subconscious. You're not thinking about who's producing it. You're not seeing who they gotta fucking shake hands with and who makes them sign these papers. If you've seen those ugly ass cast of characters, you're like, what the fuck are these niggas doing? How come we don't just do our own shit? And that's what most people in the undertone on the street say, like, bro, I can do the math in my head. I know how much money this nigga used to get or ought to get. And I know that he know him and Kenneth and Supreme and all these. I know Irv Gotti, all of them, all the Filipinos. I know if we just stop bullshitting and we pulled our money together, then we can change and uplift the neighborhoods we ruined. Can you fucking imagine it? And then everyone in that position says, no, we can't do it. And no one can figure out why. You don't understand the game, bro. And don't they call it that? They call it the game. Well, what is the game? There's rules, there's strategies, there's workflows, there's a ladder, and there's other players, almost implied. The game is why they lie. Run that shit back. When you read the 48 Laws of Power, like 50 and all them, and you hear about that in hip hop a lot at the business level, right? Moving around narcissists. Why is that so important in the music industry? I'm just gonna use that as a microcosm. That's all the industries, but the music industry is the one I'm most familiar with. Limited contact, I guess. The reason why you have to deal with so many narcissists in the music industry, narcissists, what is that shit called? Their prerogative is to be in power, authority, to be seen a certain way, and have a certain amount of control and finesse over others. What makes narcissists dangerous than regular people is that other people might have a similar kink, but it doesn't require other people. Narcissists require people. Keep that in mind. They're not happy alone. Those are the ones that end up committing suicide and doing dangerous, stupid shit at the last minute because they're not getting no attention. So you're in an industry in which you're favored if you have control of attention and if you have control over what other people do. This is why it's so easy for those people, Diddy's and all of them, to slip into abusive patterns. Not because they would have got away with it in a different environment. They probably wouldn't, probably get their ass kicked. but they get away with it as a narcissist in this pattern or in this program, in this game, on this ladder, because higher up that ladder, that is how they treat everyone else too. So if you start in the street, then you go to the school, then you go to the board meetings, then you go to the private parties, then you go to Epstein Island, then you go to Saudi Arabia, and then you come back and you chilling out in Harlem or fucking DC, where they love to fucking go, a Howard reunion. You like, whew, I'm not that bad of a fucked up of a nigga for real. Same thing R. Kelly said. Like, look, I may or may not have been with a 15 or 16-year-old girl just like my grandfather, but I know niggas who had girls lined up and they were chained up like slaves and no one hurt them. So in his mind, no matter what his perversions or kinks is, and remember, his mother and his aunt didn't help him, he was like, at least I didn't have little girls chained up in my fucking basement. Who was he talking about? Did they ask him that question? Who the fuck were you talking about? Did you go to Epstein Island, R. Kelly? Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he know those same fucking people in the same fucking industry? That's what I be saying. The game is so much worse when you get to the top of it. So narcissism is a prerequisite to climb a ladder based off of it. You can't climb that ladder unless you perfected the 48 laws of power, and then thus either you're disarming narcissists or you become a narcissist that's undetected. I know, I'm right here with you. So now, so hold on now. So the United States model or the Western model of capitalism and usury and Jewishness is all based on narcissism. I'm so good at this that they better fucking give me a Nobel Peace Prize while I'm fucking alive, bitch. They say all roads lead to Rome, and Rome must be planned for narcissists. Because once you understand this pattern in humanity, we ain't got to talk about religion, black and white no more. Now we can actually isolate who the root problem is. It's the fucking narcissist. You know that already. It just happens that per capita, it's certain large amounts of them in certain groups, and it's probably genetic. The rest of it is learned. It is not slavery. It is being second-class citizens to narcissists. Trust me, there's countries in this world that do not have that problem. You know the beautiful thing about it is? Narcissists don't want to talk about it. You know why? Because it'll make them look bad. Can you fucking imagine? So let's do this fucking narcissist though. That's what it really is. It could be a demon too. You know how we start to get spooky. How do you get it? Through all kinds of bullshit. Please don't run out. So narcissism. What is it? What do they say it is? Oh, putting yourself first. Well, you do put yourself first by default. Self-preservation is the first step. But it's putting yourself first at if the expense of others. They leave that out of the definition. Putting yourself first, nothing wrong with that. If you're on a desert island by yourself, what else are you gonna do, bitch? It's until you involve other people. Like a tree, if a tree fell in the forest and no one was there to hear it. Well, if a narcissist is all in the forest, would it bother no one? No. All right, so we want to deal with just that concept right there. This is the thing that's fucking everybody up. It don't matter what the religion is, what language is, what color they are. No. The person you have a problem with is probably a fucking narcissist. Like Charlie Kirk was, by the way. So let's check it out. That's why he talked like that. No matter how fucking Christian he was. So now you have narcissism, putting yourself first at the expense of others. You just go through the list. Expense of others. You know what another cool word for that is? Usury. All right. Usury is applied to what? Banking. And what are they banking on? Energy. Oh my God. I'm gonna be a fucking math professor one day. So far, so good. Putting yourself first. And this is the part they don't tell you. Narcissists do not exist in a bubble by themselves, unfortunately. You don't notice this word until you run into one. So it needs two or more people. When two or more come together, man. You don't get narcissism unless there's two or more coming together, bro. All right, so you got narcissism 2+. Putting yourself first. Cool fucking story. Everyone should do that. However, caveat, even if it means expending others. That's where it gets you fucked up in the game. Listen. Ain't no problem with that. If you by yourself and you trying to get out of a fucking storm on a boat, you better fucking throw the fish, the shark, and everybody off that bitch. But then when you get into this game right here of others, now, this is where it's usually vague because we don't know what the fuck we are, right? But it's in the definition and of the pattern. Usury, that's the same story. You're getting labor and you're getting taxes, you're getting tariffs off the expense of others. Others what? Well, usury is used for banking. Interesting. Energy. Oh, so you're a bunch of energies, aren't you? All right, this is very Jewish. I could have fucking sworn. Now, I don't think the Jewish people know this because they're waiting for their rabbi to stop fucking molesting people and reading their fucking book. But if this is a Jewish paradigm, you know, it doesn't matter what color it is. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of them in my family. But what I'm saying is, if the Jewish paradigm that we're in today, and we are, let me make sure we put it in 2025. I don't want to talk about the ancestors in case anyone's fucking confused. All right, so yeah, usury, banking, energy. All right. So let's bring this one down. In a Jewish, let's just start with a Jew. Let's do a caveat. In a Judean paradigm, what is energy? Don't worry. Oh my God. So the expense of others, it's narcissism is a person who's putting themselves first in the position over other people's souls. All right, so now you understand that the same Jewish people, and you get to your famous people who have a lot of banking, what do they say? You have to sell. Oh my God. What do you have to sell? You have to sell your booty hole. You got to sell some shoes. You got to sell some hamburgers. No, you got to sell your soul, baby. Hey. All of these. Right? I missed something. Y'all let me know if I'm wrong now. I hate being wrong if I could be right instead. All right. Is that not all? These are the prerequisites. These are the prerequisites, right? For the fucking United States of America. Is it not? You have the sale of people, especially the Judeans, my people, right? Is at our expense that they're able to do usury banking to harvest our energy. You know, that's crops, that's labor, that's ideas, intellectual property. Oh, don't you need one of them Jewish lawyers? I know that's right. That's starting to seem like the world you live in, where everyone you have a problem with is putting themselves first above you, right? Talk to me. Y'all quiet. Y'all talking about happy birthday and shit. Y'all ain't feeling the history lesson. That's cool. So who are they? If you're down here being used, if they're farming your soul and harvesting your energy, and you're down here at the bottom of the USA, ain't no way you can get to the top of it. You can't just get up and say, I'm gonna run the USA tomorrow. You can't, bitch please. So you're never in it. You're always below it, right? That's where all the load bearing is of the pyramid, right? It's the load bearing. I know that's right. You carry all the weight. That's what they always say. If you stand up, the whole table fall down, you get it. You're the load bearing. All of us, actually. That's the whole situation that's wrong right now, is it not? Every word you can think of that's wrong with everything is right here. Ain't that a bitch? But you gotta go to Harvard and shit. You gotta go Yale, you gotta be a jurist, you gotta know Mark Lamont Hill and Hillary Clinton's best friend. You gotta fucking go to all the dinners. I need a whole bunch of money. I need to go on a date at a gala with an Afro-Asiatic chick that used to sing in the music industry or something. You gotta know all those things just to go, nah, the problem is narcissism. Cool story though. Who are they? Now, it might seem like a trick question if you ain't paying attention now. Let's do it like this. Let's do some this ain't that real quick. So I'm gonna be decent and say it's not you. I'm gonna put me right here. This is why this is important. So you wanna figure it out real quick. So if it ain't you, and I know it ain't me, then what is that? Let's look at some of these terms. Putting yourself first. Who was here first? Alrighty. I'm gonna put some for some of you. I know some of my brothers and my cousins in here. Don't worry about it. Alright, so that. Alright. Who does usury banking? Oh no, man. It ain't you, so it ain't us. Alright, banking. Well, I'm a banks, but I'm not banking right now. I'm banking energy, I'm sure you are too, but the banks. Who do the banks belong to again? Like right now in 2025, we're updating it now since 1871, like Amon Rod said. Who owns these banks? Now, that's who we're looking for. We're playing hangman with these motherfuckers. Yeah, they're on the bad side. Who are these guys? All right, let's go to usury. When did usury start coming into place? Usury started coming into place when people calling themselves Jewish after the Civil War started showing up. Ooh, am I Jewish? Nope. Are you Jewish? You could be. Work on it. All right. All right. Am I in charge of crops and labor right now on my grandmother's land? I'm not. That ain't me. All right. Okay. I'm Judean though. I know that's right. So you're left. Are you legal or law, and you're giving contracts to other people in which they feel like once they signed that contract, they feel like they sold their souls? No, right? So obviously the answer of everything is that the narcissism comes from the people that you call Jews. And they're so narcissistic that they're not even fucking Jews. That's how much they don't give a fuck about facts. They do not give a fuck about anything but themselves. That's what a narcissist really is. You're enslaved to narcissists. The United States is a narcissistic, parasitic corporation hypothecated by narcissistic people who happen to be, at the very least, banking and relying on the energy that comes from the so-called Jewish people. Now you gotta figure out is who are the real Jewish people. I wanna tell you something. It ain't me. And I'm literally King James' grandson, a Judean. They talk about their kings or something? Nope. All right then. So we know it's not a royal system. We know it's not a citizen system. This is brand new. What's left? If they're not bloodline royals, they're not. If they're not citizens of their own thing, they couldn't be. What is the only class of characters left in all of world history that everyone talks about? These are the slaves, by the way. They're Slavic. Because they're not Judean. They can't be African. They're not Asian. They're not Afro-Asiatic. So these are Slavics. Poland, Germany, Russia. Vladimir Putin's people. That's who the narcissists are. This is as a paradigm, as a program. It's their program. That narcissistic program you call the United States of America is a bunch of slaves who freed themselves from over there and brought their slavery and their mentality and their griefs and everything here. And they started using everyone else to bank up energy to go fight back against the people they feel like put them into slavery. Who? The kings? I put you into slavery? Bitch, I didn't know you before 1775. So I know you ain't talking about us. And the Africans didn't know who the fuck you were. So who enslaved you? That's a weird fucking story. It ain't him. It ain't us. It ain't the Cherokee Indians, nigga. It ain't the Saponi. It ain't the Choctaw either, bitch. So your whole fucking problem of slavery, where the fuck you come from, and I want to know that question. Where the fuck do you come from? Where an Indian royal who's mixed in with this empire had anything to do with your bullshit? Yet you brought all this bullshit here in 2025. It's real fucking easy, bro. They're fucking narcissists, bro. It's never gonna fucking make sense, is what my point is to all my people trying to figure out what's going on. The problem is the spell of these narcissists is wearing off. And what are they saying? Their masks are falling off. Well, the only person wearing a mask is a fucking covert narcissist, baby. And their coversion isn't about you, whether or not you call them or they know you're a narcissist. It's about the fact that their mask is protecting how fucking frail they are. It's not hiding strength. I'm not afraid of them. I'll smack the shit out of a nigga. What the fuck you talking about? I'm not scared of they frail ass. They are. It's their frailty that makes them scary. They're not scary to me. They're just scary. That's, we got nuance in our language. They're scary people. So they wear a mask to seem like, oh, I'm at the top of the pyramid. Ooh, I get to tell people what to do. They sign contracts with me. Ooh, your soul is for sale. So this contract, and you can't talk about Jesus, and you can't do these things. Oh my God. Yeah, these are cool life fucking ideas, man. And you don't gotta work as hard as the other people trying to get your crops, man. Matter of fact, you can harvest energy from the people at the bottom of the pyramid too. You only need 1% for you to be a cool as a Jew, I guess. Oh, you get your own house too, bitch. Oh shit, you get a family too, but she'll divorce you and leave you because she's a fucking narcissist too. Come on now, talk to me. Come on, talk to me now. Oh, narcissism. One thing I want to point out about this shit. I don't think I'm ready. I'm gonna do it anyway. Fuck it, real nigga shit. You know who the lead narcissist in this story is, though. This is gonna blow your fucking mind. In terms of slavery and freedom and rights, who, according to them, because they ain't got nothing to do with our story. You know, we named all of our shit after our mothers and our daughters. But according to them, who just got rights 60 years ago? Narcissism, if you haven't noticed in this work right here, I want you to, if you just take this part right here, because the ism is what all the Jews add to their words. I don't know if you've noticed that, but the narcy part, if you switch it to M, what do you get? So narcissism is what? Feminine, hence the mask. It's passive aggression because they cannot be direct aggressive because they're frail. So in its concept, you're dealing with a feminine system. So you're looking for Jewish, whatever the fuck that means, women. They're at the top of the pyramid, bro. Because this spirit is feminine. Hence the eunuchs, the mamelukes, the bitch ass nigga shit I be talking about. It's all feminine stuff is what I'm talking about. So the top of their pyramid is a little girl. Now go back in your history book. And go back to the time when there was Saint Maurice, the girl acting like a boy, Mulan, the girl acting like a boy. And you're gonna see that whole army and all those people and all the colors, black, white, African, and everything in between us, those were the ones starting all the wars with us. Since goddamn 1450. How many years is that? Remember, Christopher Columbus is at the tail end of shit, 1493. They've been starting shit with us over there. So that's at least goddamn, what, 300 fucking years? 300 years of history, you have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Because they lied to you and said they discovered America like they didn't know it was here. No, doctrine of discovery, meaning they claimed America at that date. They knew we was here, bitch. Because we was going back and forth. How the fuck? I never seen this nigga before. Look at his boat. Look at his clothes. Look at his goods. Where it comes from? Oh, we come from across the waters. Phoenicians. Stupid as fuck. How the fuck you think they got our language? It comes from America. Anyway. Yeah, boy. You looking for a girl. Because it's a female spirit. It's not a homosexual man. They're cucks. And they're set up. They don't like their women, boy. They don't like women. Because of their mothers. You're looking for their mother. You're looking for the mother of America. their America, or the United States of America, I should say. Una Sanctum, by the way. This is all Catholic originally. Remember, separation of church and state now. That's their first bank. So it's a female at the top of the Catholic Church at the time, and then as time went on to 2025, we have the legacy of that today. And all you see is bitch-ass niggas lying about pedophiles on TV. Now think about why a woman, oh, I gotta do the whole fucking hierarchy on how the fuck they do extortion. I got you. You try to figure out why a woman narcissist gets off on emasculating males. Are you familiar with that? Have you ever been in a relationship with a girl that comes from a particular tough upbringing with a narcissistic grandma, mama, daddy, or every fucking body if you hit the fucking jackpot with those? And you ever notice that those type of women have like a kink with some type of abuse, like verbal abuse, putting you down, saying weird shit in front of friend groups, posting on Facebook just to delete it later. She's always crawling for attention by placating and projecting whatever fucking insecurity madness she has on her partner. Have you been privy or witness to that? Go ahead, don't lie and say you didn't. I have. I've had every girl I've ever fucking dated. Can you fucking imagine that? Not into those extremes, but different variations. I know abuse from a mile away. Are you familiar? Oh, shit. Shit, we got 12 in the chat. God damn. Shout to Shogun. Shout to Jonathan. We got 12 in the chat. How's the black marker the one that always dies first? What is this, a horror movie? All right, so we're going to go through some narcissistic abuse systems. So I'm just going to start writing a random word cloud, and then you start putting threes in the chat. No, we need a different number for this one. Narcissistic, how many fucking vowels we got in this shit? 1, 2, 3, 4. You put a 4 in the chat, if this shit start lighting up in your head. If you haven't seen no one break this down before, I'm talking about narcissism now. I ain't even talking about black and white no more. I done figured it out for you. Don't worry about it. It fucking sucks. Either way, don't matter what color they are. Anyway, so narcissistic abuse. Let me give you some of the tropes so you can understand how you know you're dealing with one of these people. Not just narcissistic. That's a cool fucking story. No, I'm talking about narcissistic abusers. Oh, and they're usually covert. All right, so let's get that out the word. Covert would mean passive, aggressive. Everyone can be passive aggressive, by the way. That's not the problem. It's when an abuser is passive aggressive. You'll notice it'll come to life soon. So they're passive aggressive. So they're hiding whatever their truth is, right? They lie to hide their involvement. So they white lie or lie by omission until you confront them directly. And then you're gonna notice something about this passive. Let me make a note out confronting one. This is how you know if you got one. That's gonna be a fucking problem. Hold on. Yeah. So they lie, they omit. This is the coercion side of it though. More grandiose narcissists will tell you what they're about. Yeah, I fuck bitches. I ain't gotta fuck about, but I pay for everything, bitch. You ain't gotta worry about nothing. You can go kick the, you know, like the pimps in the old blaxploitation movies. They're not covert. They're overt or they're grandiose. So covert is usually feminine, right? Because why would you hide, right? You're hide because you're afraid of accountability. Oh my God. And now accountability comes in all shapes and sizes, right? You ain't gotta go to slavery, man. This is slavery. The fear of what they think about slavery is afraid of fucking accountability of a narcissist. I'm telling you, because accountability comes in many shapes and sizes. Like the one they got today with their corrupt system was like, oh, you can go to jail. Cool fucking story. I already am dealing with these assholes. I'm accountable of getting punched in your fucking face. That's the one I like the most because that's how I beat up all my fucking narcissists. Or here's the one when it's feminine. This is the craziest one about it. They're afraid of just being judged. That my lie of how great I am is really the truth that I'm a terrible fucking person. Now, here's the illest shit about it. Whatever they're lying about may be so small that if you didn't know the truth of the lie, you would be like, you're a terrible person. You'd be like, bitch, stop lying. But because this terrible thing is happening in their mind, remember this is all mental. Universe is all, mind is mental, nigga. Mind and mental. That this is how they see themselves first. They do this because they see themselves as terrible people. Don't miss this shit right here, boy. Fuck what you're talking about. Before you figure out all that other goofy shit and the shit that's in your own personality, I need you to know the difference with these motherfuckers is that they already judge themselves. That's why they put the mask on. Because they know they ought to be judged. They ought to be punched in the fucking face. They ought to go to jail with the crimes they got away with. They're afraid of being accountable. So they act like some bitch ass niggas and start lying about everything to keep hiding the fucking truth through their passive aggressiveness. They're covert fucking narcissists. They know who the fuck they are, bro. Now, it starts as a kid not being nurtured and provided for and all these things, and kids make mistakes. And if the kid is doubled down by a fucking narcissistic parent, like you ain't shit, you never be shit and all that stuff, then what does the kid think? Now, when the kid gets a little bit older with that in the think tank, they end up doing what? Multiplying the bullshit, boy. They end up doing worse shit. They end up running away from home and getting caught up in some street shit. They end up getting away with some shit they should be locked up for. They end up doing shit they don't mean to do to other people, getting other people punched in the face. And then other people end up taking judgments or going to jail. Hence, no snitching. No one says no snitching louder than a motherfucking narcissist. Because they know if you start snitching, they did all of these things already. They don't want to be accountable. Ding, 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 ding. You get it? You fucking get it? You fucking get it. They can see themselves, bro. Don't think when you're arguing with the motherfucker like this that they don't know. That's why nothing makes sense. The nothing makes sense phenomenon that you're seeing with Trump and Patel and all of them, like when they answer a question and it's like not the fucking answer, the reason why there's a nothing makes sense quota, and I'm gonna write it like this, like harmonies and shit, nothing makes sense, is because they're out of key. Oh, come on, Lord, talk to me. And if they're out of key, then that means they're trying to deceive you. Oh my God. And they have to do it by making it seem like they're telling the truth. And truth has a certain frequency. And if you are used to it, if you're tuned into it, if you're praying, if you're balanced, if you're grounded, if you read references of truth in a Bible perhaps, then you can tell when something is off. But I'm telling you why. They know, bro. They know who on that fucking list. They know who their best friend is. They know who they getting a check from. They know they'll probably come see about them if they start snitching on some shit. You understand something? So none of these motherfuckers can help you if that's what you're confronting. A fucking narcissistic abuser. I understand everything. Now, I had something else I wanted to put on that side. It goes a little bit further than that. But I guess suffice it to say, my favorite quote from a narcissist, you know, shout out to them. I got some in my family. Oh man, this is really dead already. I barely used this marker. What? I want to use it all then, bitch. I can't live. Whatever. They'll say some shit like this. That's how you know if you're dealing with a narcissist. In general. Like, if you hear any syntax that rhymes with that, do as I say, not as I do. Unfortunately, if you're a man, that's an aunt, that's a mother, that's a grandmother, it could be a father. I've had masculine energy in my life do this. Or it could be your woman. Meaning, don't worry about what I'm doing, but they're talking to you, right? Like you, the person who's noticing and judging, you don't notice my flaws. Listen to my narrative. And then Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy made this even more double down on it. Are you going to believe me? In order to believe a person, they have to talk. Or are you going to believe your lying ass eyes? Your perception. So you notice with these people, if you confront them, which you ought to, if you're safe enough to do so, especially when you're older and you're just having a conversation, you should confront them. What you're going to notice is all of this fear and all this thing that's going to happen to you if you push up against them, like a Trump or somebody, you're going to realize because they're here already and because they're doing all of this and creating all these laws and systems and all these chains of command from their bitch ass, you'll notice when you confront them about anything and you stand on business, you got to stand on business with whatever the subject is or whatever they did to you. If you stand on it and you just be like, no, I'm not buying your bullshit. Boycott, right? If you just boycott their narrative, you'll notice these motherfuckers fall apart. That's the first dent in their mask. Just you saying no to them. Because, I mean, think about it. Who the fuck do you think you are? I don't have any flaws. You need to be listening to me. Why are you talking back? And the fact that you stand on business and go, no, boycott, vote different, you know, all the systems, that dent right there, that's what makes them mad. And it's crazy when a narcissist gets mad, they get scared again. And when they get scared, guess what? That's when the games begin. That's when they start trying to do all the flying monkey shit. That's when they go into attack mode. But because they're bitch ass niggas, fundamentally, it's a feminine process. You know, women are typically passive aggressive because they cannot afford to be punched in the fucking face by a fucking 6'3" giant, right? Understand it. So once they get mad or scared or into attack mode, and then you'll understand, like, then they cause this circus of confusion. And it only works if you don't stand on business and stand on truth. Like, I don't give a fuck about these bitch ass niggas that follow you, bitch. Like, fuck you. I'm gonna push the fucking issue. Do as I do, not as I say, or else we'll get the circus of monkeys to attack you until you're scared and mad, and then you'll run away, and then I can go back and fix my mask and go back into the same place. See, they never pivot from the fact that they know that they're terrible. They know this, guys. You ain't got to convince them. They're punishing and judging themselves internally, which is the craziest thing about that rule. Thou shalt not judge lest ye be judged. Meaning, the more you cast judgments out of your mind against everything you see externally, that's the same program in your own mind judging yourself internally. And this is what they can't do. The people saying, do as I do and my flaws, blah, blah, blah. These are the most judgmental people there really is. And the thing is, they have a shitty judgment system. These are the real judgmentals. Get it? All this shit's in their head, boy. No one gives a fuck about how terrible you are, boy. How's that gonna pay my rent tomorrow? Just stop fucking lying to me. God damn, bitch. Did you sleep with 20 niggas or 2? Like, make a number so I can pivot off of truth. Jesus Christ. Your shit out of key. You trying to deceive me. Nothing you say is making sense. Man, you may have made some mistakes as a kid, but I need you to think more positively so we can multiply this and get you out of this fucking terrible mental disease that you have. That you think that every fucking conversation and point I make is me trying to judge you because that's all the fuck you do. And the more I make you mad by telling the fucking truth, that's when you start going down this like, you want to get mad, then you get scared, and then you want to attack me. And then you want to start a whole fucking circus and start calling everybody. Have you or a loved one seen you, your mother, your auntie, or your girlfriend go through this whole fucking thing just for the truth to be the fucking opposite of what they're saying? It's polarity. They're bipolar. They only have bipolar. They have a bipolar disorder. But we're not talking about mental condition. We're talking about in their language model. It's either terrible or it's great. It's either do as I say or don't do anything. It's either listen or talk. You notice when they start talking to you, you can't say nothing. You can't interject. You can't clarify anything. They're anti-clarity. Have you noticed that? You know why they're anti-clarity and clarification, and why talking like a gentleman or person that got an education with their fucking master's degree, why it doesn't work with them? Because you can't get clarity on a fucking lie to begin with. Do you understand what their technique is? Their technique isn't that they don't understand why you're asking them. The problem is they're afraid that you see through their stupid ass. That's why they ain't going to give you clarity. Because if they give you the clarity and answer your clarification fucking questions, what happens? You already know the truth. They know you could already see the fucking truth. That's why they don't want to entertain it. Because if you entertain it and you get the clarity, what you'll end up getting them to do is to see themselves through their own fucking mask. And no, they will fucking boycott you on clarity, boy. Like, all right, well, if it isn't the opposite of what you're doing, if you are faithful, then why are you hiding your text messages? Nothing makes sense. You're out of key a little bit. I think you're trying to deceive because I just want you to delete the shit. Well, clarify this. Whose messages did you delete? I just don't see how it. And if you don't trust me, then maybe we ain't. Nah, nah, nah. Or if it's at a job, it's the same thing. Hey, Kelly, did you eat my fucking shit out the goddamn thing? And then what does her dumbass go? No, I didn't do it, but maybe James did it. And then by the time you come back and get clarity, it's like, hey, I talked to Sarah instead of James, and she said that she saw you eating my fucking Lunchable, bitch. Did you do it? I mean, she could be wrong, but did you have a Lunchable this week? Nah. And now she got to go into the fucking circus and start spreading rumors and going on an attack and be like, someone took my fucking lunch. Why would I do something to somebody, something? They can't stand on business though. Their mask will fall off if they actually stand on business. Because that's the one thing that's beautiful about this society and how so many people are groomed or conditioned by this one degree or another, is that the truth is always opposite. There is no nuance in a lie. They focus 100% of their narrative on getting far away from the truth. They have perfected spinning the narrative to the other side. So when your government or your Trump or your girlfriend or your boyfriend or wherever the fuck it is in your life that has this pattern, I need you to understand something. Duh, they're lying to you. The problem is your dumbass just wasn't listening. They told you don't worry about what they're doing. Just listening to what they say. What they say is gospel. Because inside their own fucking head, and that's what makes a difference when these are actual abusers, they start to believe themselves because no one else questions it. This is the epitome of fake it till you make it. Until something happens. Until that dent in the max happens, and then all of a sudden they gonna go bipolar on your ass, and all of a sudden they mad, scared, on attack, and calling everyone, starting a fucking circus and start doing judgments. And all you said is, bitch, did you eat my fucking Lunchable? It's only $3. How did a $3 Lunchable conversation turn into me getting attacked after work? You understand something? Does that sound like your government in your timeline right now? Take as much time as you need. I understand everything. Oh, I'll be right back after these messages. Let me charge this phone up for 3 seconds. About to go smoke. I'm not going that one. When I say easy, I've been trying to figure this out my whole life. That's my longest why I've ever asked myself. It's like my master thesis about my life, like what was going on. And I narrowed it down to narcissism. That's all. It's not a smart or stupid thing. I really had to think about it my whole life. And get it out of myself too. It's not one way. It's in all of us. We're bred that way. We're conditioned that way. Our rules and our systems allow us to get away with generating that way. Especially when you're a teenager. When you're going through that. You don't want to listen to nobody. You want to go outside and do what you're supposed to do. Or you start breaking the rules a little bit from your childhood. That is a form of narcissism. And what happens is a lot of us in my community, you know, we go through growth spurts. So you can't tell us nothing. Like, oh, you think you've grown now? As a matter of fact, I think I do. You make me do everything more than the grown-ups. You make me take care of the kids too. So what is a grown-up? Is it age or is it duty? Is it responsibility? And yeah, I'm a grown-up then. I'm more grown-up than you. You get smacked in the face, right? And then if you keep challenging it, what they do? They tell you, well, if you don't like it here, you go outside. Now you got to go outside. Now you got to stand on the business. Now, but you understand that you ended up like that because the way they handled your narcissism is by being narcissistic. It's the gift that keeps giving itself. It's like that Denzel Washington movie when the spirit was jumping person to person. Mm-hmm. Just think of it as narcissism. But unchecked, when they start pathologizing that all the decisions they made and all the things they're guilty about is okay because of something else outside of them, or other persons did it, or the white man did it, or the black man did it, even civil rights conversations and black versus white shit, is all based in narcissism. It ain't based on no goddamn truth. Them niggas ain't do shit to you. You don't even know their names. If you create a black and white status, you have no polarity. You have no gradient in the, so it's either white or black, not black and white and gray. They can't do third order harmonic thinking at all. They can't play triads. They can't do chords. I'm talking about in thought. So because of that, it's either black or white, up or down, left or right, cold or warm, or cold or hot. And then everything else is filtered the same way. That in itself, that bipolarness of things, the inability to have nuance in your mind or being able to see it from another person's perspective, and that other person may not be opposite of you. How many times do people in the same group or in the same Democrat base or in the same religion or church, y'all on the same side for most things, but then y'all fight the most? Because you do not allow nuance. You say, well, if you don't agree with everything, then you're on the opposite side. That's bipolar. Either you're in or you're out, right? A lot of people say that, right? Even in the Bible, they suggest to you that you shouldn't be bipolar with God, right? If you think about it. But they'll take that, how God is presented through humanity and language to humans, that, well, then God's kind of narcissistic. Nah, God is God. You're not. That's what the narcissism is. Something that is not absolute and supreme is telling people what to do with no track record of functionality. Mm-hmm. We can clear that up real quick. That ain't not in the Bible. If God is giving you, how did you substitute God for a white man? That's where you fucked up at. Don't blame the Bible on that. Blame your dumbass on giving some fucking person from mankind the authority to tell you how to live. Then read the Bible again, and then you'll start to see there's a very big difference between the two. That's all. But then thinking the Christian background of polarity in that way, where the authority, the Pope or the head of the church, gets to tell everyone what to do, even if they fucking on the little kids. No accountability, right? Same fucking story. So do you have a problem with a particular group of people, or do we have a problem with the spirit of narcissism? Now, Bill Gates wants to make an mRNA for that shit. That's $1 trillion idea, bitch. You'll have world peace as soon as it kicks in. Copyrighted. Just right there. I just copyrighted it right there. Fuck, that's my idea, bitch. You know, mRNA the God gene, bitch. mRNA the goddamn narc gene. You let me know when you figure that shit out. And they can. And I bet you it comes from monkeys. Have you seen monkeys in the zoo? Very narcissistic. Most of the animal kingdom is very narcissistic, in fact. That whole alpha thing is very narcissistic. The difference with wolves and lions like that, though, they'll fight about it. So you have the option to take the narcissist out. And if you can be a better. Or you end up becoming narcissistic. Why? Because of everybody else. God is the ultimate narcissist in many beliefs because people believe. How can something that is supreme be narcissistic if it created you to begin with? Meaning you do not exist outside of God. It's not narcissism when it's true. Narcissists are lying to themselves. Then, by default, if it's easy to lie to yourself, it's easy to lie to you. If God knows all things, who's he lying to? So we're applying, it's the humanity part. We're applying a humanity feeling about something that's not a human. So if God was a human, in strictly, like just in human form always and nothing more, and then he carried on like that, the way that they write about it or assume things about it, then yeah. But their backdrop is being slaves, by the way. Their slave master who has the thing talking about God is the narcissist. So of course when they listened to it and read it, they read it through the eyes of a narcissist, and you'll see it, yes. But that's why you need nuance, more than one or the other polarity. Is it possible that God is not a narcissist, and he's telling your ass that if you break these fucking universal laws, they have to react? Is autosave narcissistic? Or is it trying to save your ass from losing your project? If God is autosave, what's narcissistic about saving your progress? Same story. They lack nuance to see it from a third dimension. Then you listen to the devil. Well, if God's a narcissist, what are you trying to say? The devil's a saint? You just gotta go with it, right? Because the devil's supposed to be opposite of God, right? So opposite of a narcissist is the good guy. Cool. So why do all the narcissists worship Satan? Their idea of the bad guy. Satan's not the bad guy. But you know what I'm saying. For colloquial understanding in 2025, Satan, devil, Lucifer, all the bad guys. They're all the black people, by the way. But I get it. They made us their opposite. In our own language. That's a weird fucking story. Weird fucking story. Why using our language though? Run it back a little bit. The them at the top of the pyramid is the king of the narcs, Sheldon and Jonathan. I'm here to tell you it's a queen. Eamon Ross says, they've been broke since 1871. Reconstruction, you know what it is. And they went broke again in the 1920s, and they went broke again in the Emergency Act, and they went broke again in the 60s when the off the boat reserve, and they went broke again in the 80s, went broke again in 2008, and they went broke again in 2019. All we know is that they know how to go broke. Their laws equals the 48 laws of power. You got it. The 48 laws of power is sandcastle math. Come on now. And it's bad math without subtraction or add. Shogun in the building, penny props, abusing the realms to keep going with their nasty hands box. You got it. Jonathan says the coverts are the worst. I have witnessed an overt covert too. Come on now, we got gray now. They changed their style of narcissism based on the group they're around, based on who will tolerate their bullshit. It's like your mama. If you had a narcissistic mother, you see how she get around when the company come over. And you see how she get around when she take you to work. I'm talking about us who grew up in the 80s and 90s. Then you see how she is with you. They know that code switch. Narcissism too. Shout out to Taryn Art. Yo, Penny Prop says, Yeppers, they're fucked in their heads. You're still telling the truth on tons of other stories. I've been working on it, bro. I've been trying to isolate it on some tech support shit. Jonathan says, oh, that narc quote is the worst. Do as I say, not as I do. True up. For Jonathan, turn off. Narcs operate from a hurt state of mind, the mental devil circle. They care more about feeling in charge than addressing their issues and feelings and insecurities because they don't feel good. So one could say that therapy and psychiatry is how to cure narcissism, and they suck at it. Is that you, player from the Himalayas? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Most of the mental health conditions is how people cannot cope with their own narcissism. Because not only are they attacking you, they're attacking themselves. Think about it. What is all the medicine for? For feeling better. Why do they feel bad? Intrusive thoughts. Who put them there? So if the medicine is to replicate the intrusive thoughts, then what are we really battling? Ourselves. We all are, actually. So it's not a judgment, but it's a narcissist doesn't get help because they don't think anything is wrong with them. They think something's wrong with the world first. That's how you know the difference. I accept it, and I know that no one gives a fuck fundamentally. It's a pleasure and a privilege when they do, but my expectation is no one really gives a fuck inevitably. Live alone, die alone eventually. What that helps me do is escape trying to worry about what everyone else is thinking and doing and holding someone else accountable to their bullshit. Ultimately, unless it's causing me immediate harm, discomfort, or some bullshit, which I keep going through, was. They can't do that. Someone has to pay for this. Someone very specific, some specific group, whether it's black, white, Christians or not. Someone has to pay for my discomfort because I don't like the thoughts that are in my head that I allowed in there by thinking fucking stupid. And I can't be stupid. I'm the smartest person here, so I know it's them. All you have to ask a narcissist to really trigger them, why do you care so much? That's all you have to say. And they riffing. Real quick, I notice you're kind of getting bent out of shape about this topic in this conversation. And from what I've seen, having this conversation thousands of times with thousands of other people, is that maybe you care too much about what these people think. Do you think if you can pull down the care a little bit and not worry about it, not think about it, not care about them, what they're doing, and cut them out your life so they can stop doing it to you, that maybe you'll start to eventually heal and get better? Unacceptable answer. The solution is not the answer to them, because that is the solution. But they grapple with control issues. And they grapple with control issues because they're angry, which is why a narc melts down into anger. That is the root issue. If their default thing is anger and not tears, sadness, depression, and it's just anger, like if they melt down and it's anger, that's the root issue. That's the mask is hiding their anger. The covertness is hiding that you're making them angry. The way that they have weaponized language and learn how to use positive polarity words to make them seem like a good person is so they don't get angry by you not responding to them the way that they want to be responded to. So they're not using language to be nice to you. They're using language for you to be nice to them. You got to understand everything about this shit. This shit is completely a fucking glass house of mirrors. They're not worried about you. They're worried about how you make them feel. And that's the problem with a lot of our women. They do not categorize that as narcissism. They think men are narcissistic because they do what the fuck they want and they don't give a fuck about what the bitch is talking about. No, that's not narcissism. That is self-preservation. Because they liked you enough to deal with you. Now they don't. You thinking that you're entitled to it is the narcissism. There are narcissistic men, but they're usually feminine. That's why most of these women are masculine and attract feminine men. Wake it up, please, sisters. If you're trying to be in charge and you're trying to be the masculine, then you're gonna attract a bitch-ass nigga. There's plenty of men that want me. They all want to have sex with you. Hypersexuality is also a side effect of narcissism. They'll sleep with everyone else too. You call them down though. You still give them kids. That sounds like you. You do not have to sleep with everybody. Did you know that? Do our sisters know that? You do not have to get pregnant by people. Why does that? Can't connect to the internet and it'll just load. Why? Why does the phone or the network have to connect to everybody else's data center before you just resume a goddamn YouTube video? I should be back now. Survival competition mindset. God equals good, perfect math. Bad and perfect math equals chaos. You got it. For so, narc's main purpose is to get you to follow their lies. And they crash out when you don't. You got it. Back. Shout out to Jonathan TBFB. I want to go into what Immersive was saying. Immersive was going a very interesting path. He was trying to justify humanity's narcissism because God's ultimate narcissist within that concept. I want to write about that. Let me get one more screenshot of this for you. This is how we started here. We got here. You want to invoke God, so we might as well do it, right? We're right there with it. Okay. So let's this ain't God Math Edition. Then Jonathan said, you gotta look at the math on this. If it's God, it's good math. Let's do it like that. Follow. Let's stop this little code. I can tell you right now, Immersive, it's impossible for God to be a narcissist. Like in any system. Like that doesn't make, I'm gonna tell you why it doesn't make sense. then I can tell you what about man makes him a narcissist more than anything. It's very simple since it's animalistic too. God's not an animal, so it can't be a narcissist. But I'll tell you what the difference is in a minute. Shout out to TBFB. What up, MG? Shout out to Gorilla Gospel. Is the brother Immersive still here? You here? You back Immersive? Because this one's for you, buddy. I'm gonna walk you through this. It's gonna become very clear to you. Whoever started that debate, tell them they're fucking stupid. This ain't that God math. This ain't narcissism. That is though. All right. So God isn't man. Real easy. God is the coder. Man is the manipulator of the code. God has good math, meaning everything stays balanced. You notice how that sun and that moon just float right up there under the firmament? Have we done that yet? We can't even do that in a fucking laboratory. We have bad math, quite literally. Look how much debt they're in because they fucked up their calculators. God ultimately will be the truth because all the variables are created by God that you consider truth, and man, as we noticed today, is full of lies, compensation. God created everything. Man tends to destroy everything. Have you seen your environment and your extinction level species events that they say we'll be doomed by 2050 at this rate? Come on now. Here's where it's tricky. That's how you know God's not a narcissist. God is self-powered. Who powers God? And I'm talking about in the theory of any religion. Man relies on others. As far as I know, God is undefeated. Man loses all the time. Shit, we're losing right now. God reveals things that are hidden. Man tends to hide everything. Have you noticed something, FBI, Trump, and Epstein? God was walking with them in the garden, and man runs away. God shared his creation with man. Man withholds it from himself. Here's where you know where narcissism is. God is eternal no matter what. I'm talking about in the theory of a God. Man is only temporary. He's scared of death. That's where narcissism comes from. It's an ego death. It's a mock death. It's a death, I'll be judged, I'll be killed, I'll be without, I'll lose everything. What's God gonna lose if he created everything? So again, if your premise immersive is that God is the prototype of man in his own power, then how the fuck did man end up like this? If God created man in his image, and he did, day one shit, with the potential to match, in this dimension at least, then what is all this shit from? So are you suggesting that God is narcissistic and that's why man is? I don't know, God can't die. But we're missing nuance. Who else fits into this category? That's between you and God. What's between you, temporary deaf person, and eternal life, by the way? What's this whole salvation thing saving you from, ultimately? They read the Bible and they forget what they're trying to be saved from. Are they trying to save from their sins? Why is that important? Who's counting them? Where do you go if you're not saved from your sins, by the way? You go somewhere eternal with God? You notice how, like, even in that idea, it's bipolar. That God would be the narcissist because man is just like God. But you're missing something here, aren't you? Jonathan, what are we missing? If God has all these variables and the opposite is man, as of now at least, what came in between God and man? Anyone know the answer? I'm talking about all the Christians, the Charlie Kirks, all of you people. Like, what do you need Jesus for? Who is Jesus saving you from? Rome? You're Rome. Babylon, you're Babel. The faggots, you vote for them. Who's God saving you from? All right. They get real silent with Christians too. Crazy story is the Bible tells them. They don't read the Old Testament though, so they're kind of fucking, lazy thinkers. None of y'all answered it. That's crazy. You're being saved from the kingdom of Hades when you die. Kingdom of Hades is below. You're trying to get to heaven, right? So you need to be saved from all this destruction so that you can skip into eternal life, right? And then when you talk about Jesus, you talk about, well, he's the Son of God. He gave you the code to good math. He gave you the truth that you need to create. He helped you become self-empowered so that you went over the devil, and he revealed to you all the timelines and the secrets, and he walked with you, and he shared all the tricks to eternal life. So that's how you know he's the Son of God, right? Because he operated in this power. Hello, wake your ass up. And he was against too, the man in the middle between him and his brothers and sisters, who were quite narcissistic at the time because they voted against his ass, didn't they? All right, but who's in charge of that? We always leave that part out. People are so quick to disrespect the polarity of God and truth, but they skip the little middle part to go straight to, well, my life is so bad, man. Everything's all manipulative. The numbers don't add up. I don't have enough money for anything. Trump and MAGA is lying to you. Guess what? So was Kamala Harris. Man, it seems like everything's being destroyed, man. It's like we can't even fucking rely on each other, man. Day after day is just another loss, another business gone, something. And they're hiding the Epstein files, man. And everyone's running away trying to leave America. And then the people with the most money, they're withholding it, and they don't want to hire nobody, man. It seems like all this temporary shit's gonna lead me to my death. You wanna die anyway, so congratulations for figuring that shit out, right? You see how easy it is? If you write it down. What does one gotta do with the other? And why do we keep skipping the gray area? Right in between it, right between God and his creation, there's another hater in there. In everybody's story. In everybody's story, not just ours. Trust me, people will tell you they've seen the devil in real life. There's something else here for sure. So if the devil is real, what do they say? The greatest trick that the devil ever pulled off is to convince the world he didn't exist, right? I know that's right. This way, so you can blame God for all of that when it's just you. You're blaming God for you. Is that correct, Immersive? Out of all of your free will and all the freedom you're given to create in truth and to be self-empowered, there's a narrative or a jargon going around saying, well, that's God's fault because he created us like this. You know how God created us? You don't know how your granddaddy was 200 years ago. Gradient. How do we skip some steps? We weren't always like this. These people weren't always here. Most people didn't all speak this language. So a certain amount of variables could not exist because the language model didn't give them that idea. So no, we weren't always like this. We weren't always like this here. We'll give them 250 years. We wasn't like this before then. I go back 250 more, 250 more, 250 more. Closer to the source, start. Closer to the truth, beginning. Before all the lies and wars and the friction to where we are now. What's that got to do with God? If none of these motherfuckers have been following God the whole fucking time I've been alive. Hi, Kieran. How you doing? You said, is it pink, bro? You doom scrolling on Instagram, reusing jokes? Your dad wasn't a comedian, was he? He had a 30-second short stroke. And your mama still got pregnant. How does it feel to be born with half your brain? Or it takes at least 5 minutes. So yeah, can't blame God for that either. Squad. Another swing and a miss. Karen, I wish I'd get back to reading, but it wouldn't help you. Just finish your life, bro. Just go ahead and live your life, bro. Ain't nothing gonna get better for you. You are a product of the stupid people. And there are stupid people if they're smart people. We just gotta stand on it. I didn't know how rare smart was. That's how fucking delusional I was about life. I thought that the older you got and the more you got around people in business and education, I mean, well, most of the people you see out here are in those positions, they're pretty smart, right? They went to college. Nah. Then I remember I went to school with dumb people, so I was like, okay. College is the same thing, as long as you can pay for it. That's the only difference. College is more of a commitment financially. It does not make motherfuckers smarter. But you want to pay for it. So essentially. So yeah, you have to pay for it to get the paper that allows you to get the license that actually gives you access to the pay scale that allows you to work for the immigrant who doesn't need any of that to hire you for his business. You notice how the people that hire you never have to go to the same college and do the same performance test? They want the best that they can get for their dollar, and they don't want to pay you less. Why they get most of the money. So the smarter you get, and you work for a good company, it's the less you make. Law of polarity, because you're working for a good company because they make so much money, but they don't have the same education as you, but they make more money than you. Make it make sense, right, Jesus? And the discrepancy between you working minimum wage on a minimum wage at a small business versus you working at a billion-dollar corporation, and they're paying you $50,000 to $150,000, it's gross compared to how stupid they are. So once people start looking at polarity correctly, and they study the Kabbalion and universal laws and then learn how to apply them to every thought they have, can you fucking imagine it? That your whole world is just a series of thoughts coagulating. And then once you start doing polarity on this shit, boy, they can't tell you nothing. They can enforce their rules and try to hold it against you and do all that extra shit that people do. Yes, it's annoying, but it's not the truth. So I need people to realize what God is instead of like pretending that they understand God to begin with. Because if you having a philosophical debate about God without asking God to show you, then why are you talking about him? Or her? Or them? Or it? It doesn't make sense to me, right? Why would I hear some third-party story about somebody else and then believe based on what they say and how they act and what their secrets are as men, and then go, that's why I don't believe in a non-man God. What the fuck are you talking about? How about you cut the men out? Thank you for bringing it up. I'll look into that for myself. And then you ask God. I wonder how many of these people that get into this rigmarole lately, because you see these, not him, but the zeitgeist, whether it's Candace Owens defending Charlie Kirk or the Christians, 13th disciples, all of that, Jesus, white, Bible, Christianity, slavery, like everyone in that very limited loop of nowhereness, how many of them stop and say, I prayed and asked God for clarity to show me it himself? I ain't talking about the people that say, well, I got a message from God last night. I ain't talking about your tarots and your prophets and the people in church. No. Again, those are other people. How many people in their own mind are trying to test God, but never tested God directly? Isn't that interesting? Because they, and I kind of know the answer if I switch to monkey mind. Well, they don't test God directly because they don't believe in a God to begin with. Wait, so if you already predispose in your mind that there's no such thing because of these people, then you never understood what a God is to begin with, because you're looking at people. Cool. AKA you're looking at yourself. They're so fucking narcissistic in their mind that they can't even put God above them. That's what I'm saying. This disease is way worse than you think it is. It ain't just about how they mistreat you. They're usually godless because they can't imagine in that same fucked up brain they got that there is a God. Not because obviously they didn't create this fucking world by themselves, right? No, because they would have to be accountable to something outside of them. That's what their problem is. They do not want to be accountable. So therefore, God does not serve them. The lexicon and the model of being in a position in a church or in a position of authority, and God rules, God is over the money. The idea benefits them, but God itself doesn't. I think God terrifies them, honestly. Hmm? I'm pretty sure of it. Why do you think so many people, you heard this story in your life? If you go there, you gotta sell your soul to the devil. How come motherfuckers still getting signed? Because way, way more people are willing to gain the whole world and lose their soul off the premise that they're betting that God isn't real because of this. That's the stupidity part. It's not whether or not God exists in a philosophical way. The stupid part is the premise of God is that he's not people. So why would you compare that concept, that trope, that energy, everything with it, to people? I saw what people did, and I'm blaming God for it. Well, you gotta blame you too then. If there's no God, it's just you. How come you're not stopping the people? So if you wouldn't stop the people, what kind of God would you know that would stop the people? Well, if there is no God, then there's no one to stop the people. So the only thing that's left is you doing something to stop these people. How come you haven't stopped them? You're worse than God then. I can see you. Goofy as hell, ain't they? Dumb as hell. That's why I be saying they dumb as hell. Because, like, the alternative is that it's up to you then to change. And you're not changing. So what are you expecting God to do? You don't believe in God for real? Cool. We don't need to have that conversation then. But tell me what you want to do. Nothing. I'm a bitch ass nigga placating to the people that made me feel like God isn't real. I know. You think God wants to talk to bitch ass niggas? Oh yeah, them Christians ain't gonna like that one. I have to say it to myself too, so don't worry. I've judged myself under this sword so many times. I'm not delusional. It's the fact that how the fuck am I supposed to be God's soldier if I'm afraid of people? We're dealing with spirits and principalities in high places, not flesh. What's scarier? Something you can see in the light when the sun is out, or something that you can't see but you can only hear it in the dark and you don't know where it's coming from? Why would they need all of these systems and beliefs any fucking way if they're just worrying about people? It's the dumbest fucking thing ever to have a book, a belief system, or a religion, and every last single one of the motherfuckers is about the spirit world. These motherfuckers are doing their politics based on the Jewish guy's belief in his rank in the spiritual world, by the way. Don't fucking miss that, Jewish banker usury. Their premise of who they are and why your tax dollars are paying them is based on the fact that they believe that there's something spiritual. Don't miss that, because then you'll miss everything. Because whether you believe in a God or not, you live in a society in which the people who say they're God's chosen are not, yet they're acting like it. And your president and everyone's so fucking stupid or extorted that they're placating to that idea. And that whole idea is spiritual first. It's not about mankind, money, or banks. It's about the spirit world. Israel subdued the kingdoms of Hades. First of all, you're on a moon called sin. You're not in heaven. So where are you? That's some polarity for your ass. If you're not in heaven right now, and you go back when you're done, where are you now? I'm on earth. That's not what the Bible said. The Bible didn't say you was on earth, bitch. You're on Europa anyway, if you want to play that game. Who's the ruler of this world, though? Who's the ruler of this world at the time before Genghis showed up? Old Testament. Who was the ruler of the world, guys? The devil, right? All right, then. You're not in heaven. So he's not the ruler of heaven. So you're not in heaven. Let's just follow this spiritual thing real quick, because people get lost real quick in this story. That's how I know they don't fucking read. So if the principality down here is synonymous to these idiots who can't read with the devil, then where are you? You're in the devil's playground. Cool fucking story. My ancestors already beat this over. Not these new believers still ain't hypothecating your shit. We can tell. They just got here. Quite literally. They must have died recently. They must have lost their planet recently. We're in the realm of the dead already, guys. You don't understand, though. Through the lens of everything. We come from the spirit world, sent from heaven in a different dimension, right? In order to get condensed into this condition and to be assigned to a physical vessel, to live in the land of the dead, let the dead bury the dead. You've heard Jesus say that, right? Bondage, Egypt, right? The land of the dead. Muslims, who wrote that book, by the way, those are the ones who knows that their soul is bounded to physical flesh, and it's temporary. Heaven is the eternal. So you're not in the eternal existence in this body, obviously, right? You've been to a graveyard or a cemetery? Okay. So if you're not in heaven in the eternity, which is life, but you're in the realm of short-term living and dead, who's the ruler of the dead? Okay, then. And then that's why you understand Archangel Michael came from heaven, an eternal place, took the form of bear, and then he took the keys from death. Well, he came here. So the keys of death were here. Where would what table would the keys of death be on? Would it be in heaven somewhere? In the realm of the eternal living? No, that seems like the opposite of death. So if the keys to death are not in heaven, and Michael came here as Jesus, where did Jesus go? To the land of death, which is here, right? Egypt. Then he died in Egypt here. They thought they sent him back upstairs or something. And then he came back to the land of the dead in 3 days. Don't miss that. Don't miss that. No, don't miss that. 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 He was resurrected in the same story. You weren't waiting for 2,000 years later for him to come back. He came back in the same story. If people would just read the whole story. So he came back in the same story, and then he continued on until he left, right? We don't know the rest of that story. He was only 30-something at best. Then in the Quran, he's in his 40s and so on and so forth. Cool fucking story, bitch. My point is this. Most people who try to subscribe or convert to a religion don't have the backdrop or the awareness of the people who created it. Meaning the people who put pen to paper, their mind, where they were, their society, their problems, and what they knew already as a collective is way different than the people here today who are just a hodgepodge of immigrants, slaves, and prisoners. Fundamentally, the ingredients to this country is for a factory and slave colony. It's not for a beautiful society and prosperity because the people who are running it don't even live here. It's a corporation. It's a pirate corporation, meaning they're sending their boats away from where they are. Yes, the United States is not owned locally. The corporation that is. Thus. In fact, I don't even think its owners are alive anymore. And that's why they're vying out for power and control through force. And they're going to lose. So anyway, don't even worry about that. Don't even worry about that. We talking about sandcastles again. But I'm talking about spirituality. God's in heaven and eternal. The angels are up there with him eternally. Cool fucking story. They can come down here in physical bodies. Hebrews 13. When they're here in physical bodies, it's considered the land of dead. It's something that lives eternally. You have to come here to die to get back. Hence, it sucks. You have to go through all this gory details. You have to integrate with the body. You have to learn and remember and do things. And you get lost and you get found. And then it's over. And then you're back upstairs. If you don't sell your soul to death. I know that's right. I know that's right. Yep. We'll figure it out eventually. They don't even understand the dimensions and degrees of what heaven is. These people are fucking reprobate the whole time I've been alive. And that's fine. What they say, if they like it, guess what, bitch? I love it for them. They can stay here. So you see what I'm saying? Like, on King James' grandson, even if I did get a golden crown and I got a castle back, guess what fuck is gonna happen next? I'm gonna fucking die. And then guess what? I'm gonna spend way more time dead to this place than alive. So what fucking difference does it make? I'm copying what my grandfather said. I came here to wake up my brothers and sisters. You ain't gotta stay down here, Otis. And if the devil don't wanna let go, we brought some special forces. Not let go of the world or the land of the dead, which is temporary for us, but to let go of the souls that belong to heaven. How the fuck Is anyone in heaven a fucking narcissist? If they have to fucking die to be here. Narcissists are afraid of death. We die at least twice. Then you start doing the math, and then you start to understand where the ancestors were coming from. They knew that already. Why you think Israel never wanted to listen? They know this is the only chance they'll get to do all the fuck shit. They're running it up. Just like the United States did with $137 trillion worth of debt. They know they're gonna die. They're never gonna pay that shit back. Same story with the solo. A lot of people do a lot of fucked up shit down here as a spirit, knowing they can never pay it back. They'll die either way. And then they'll be back here. Loop, loop, loop. Now you understand some of the Eastern traditions that they kind of allude to, that people don't want to reincarnate no more, so they're trying to get their karma right so they can stop. I don't know on what authority they can fucking figure that shit out, but the concept is you're reincarnating into death, not life. Life is eternal. This place ain't eternity. Thus, we're dead already, according to us. This is death to us. Some things here, they only live once, so it's like YOLO for real. That is not the story of a Chaldean, a Phoenician, a Cherokee, or none of that, no. We didn't start on Earth to begin with. So why would this? You understand? I know it doesn't make sense. Unless you're on a rescue mission. Unless you came here because you lost something valuable. Then it makes sense. If you're doing it for love and not victory. Understand everything. We do it for the love of the game, pimp. And because heaven has no emperors. Hi, how you doing? Yep. Huh. We have a whole new cast of characters. That's why we're down here. Before we take rank up there, we have to die down here. So I'm looking forward to my death. As above, so below. I'm a descendant of emperors downstairs, and I'm a descendant of the emperor upstairs. So for me, it doesn't matter. To my body, to my flesh, absolutely. This shit sucks. I'm impatient. I'm agitated at times. And nothing makes sense most of the time. When I think of the realm of people, but this realm is beautiful by itself. I love the environment. I love the sensations. I love the idea as if I did have freedom, I'd have a kick. And I'd still fucking die. So for me, on Big King James, as above, so below. If he's an archangel, and he had archangels, I think that's how it works, right? Like if you take a dog and a dog, you get a dog, and then that dog has sex with a dog and has a dog, and then that dog has sex with a dog and has a dog, right? It doesn't change? Cool. So if my grandfathers are all kings and royals, then they're all archangels. Then I gotta figure out which one I'm at, right? Like, oh, he's an archangel. I'm an archangel too. Oh, but we're not talking about here. They're talking about when I'm dead. I'll be an archangel too. So, I'm not in a, and then what's crazy is, I'll be an archangel of death. That's the illest shit about it. I'm not just like a regular, like a good guy. I'm not trying to be a pope or nothing. Obviously, my storyline is not popish enough. But I do predict death. All dimensions. So, an Archangel Michael, the angel of death. Angel of death, not death angel. You end up getting that degree because you're an angel that went through death. archangels of death. Archangel Michael was the only archangel that came downstairs. So if he had kids, that's who we are, by the way. We're Archangel Michael's kids. Jesus, King James, John. That's what we're saying. That's why we're writing that book, by the way. That's why Gabrielle is checking in on us. Venus, Lucifer. She came down first, remember? Archangel Michael went to chase her. And they took these bodies on some Otto and Edith, Adam and Eve shit. And then they started having children. And when Abraham was walking around with Sarah, they're like, that's your wife? Like, no, that's my sister. What did Jesus say? No, these are my brothers and sisters. These are children of God. They're brothers and sisters. But they're procreating in the sandcastle. You start to understand everything so much faster. And then, if that's not freaky and Roman enough for you, then you have to remember this part. This part's probably equally important. All of that is assuming there's no technology. Now let's switch it and put the technology back into it. Oh, the immortals. Those who come from space, if you will, who are able to terraform planets. Whatever the true form is, Archangel, it's nothing like this. So their consciousness is down here, like this, to experience whatever this is for them. Not from our perspective as the human, from the perspective of the thing that created it, participated. No, you know, I said angels guard the corners, angels are doing, yeah, angels are enforcing the laws. I know that's right. So yeah, they're all here as angels. I see UAPs all the time. I know they're here. But then there's also Hebrews 13, angels in human bodies, which were created for this experiment. To do that, you will die. But then you also get to experience it. You wouldn't experience that on high. You wouldn't experience this up there, is what I'm saying. So there's an opt-in, obviously. There's something you want to experience. There's something you want to do. There's something you want to accomplish. But the rule number one is what? To go forth and multiply. All right, well, if that's true for Enoch and all those angels, and it's true for Adam and Eve, and it's true for everyone else here today, what are they trying to do? What would an angel try to do by reproducing? Are they trying to create more monkeys? Are they trying to create more people? Or are they trying to create more people, angels in heaven? All right. Selfish violence and violent take it by force. So as above, so below. So if heaven could take losses, then heaven can also create new forces. Oh my God. So in a roundabout way, for certain bloodlines, this is technically God's school. You'll hear Dolores Cannon and all of them talk about, well, you know, the aliens were telling me that you come to Earth so you can learn how to manipulate energy. Or other people in New Ageism, they'll say, well, I don't like believing in God and doing the right thing. My narcissism's too heavy, but these drugs make me feel better. And what I've learned is that what this is really like, it's like a school or a prison. Oh, the school to prison pipeline. You learned that through your divinity? Okay. Yeah, and what you come down here is you have these karmic bonds and contracts, and you have twin flames and soulmates. Wait a minute. So there's a level of existence in which you and your soulmate existed before you got here? Is that what the fuck you're saying to me? Because think about how many people say that and believe in that. Well, then they're insinuating there's a God in heaven. Like, the fuck wrong with these people? Anyway, so you come down here and you rendezvous with all the homies and you assign these new characters and these roles. The ultimate narcissism mask is realizing you're not a human at all. Do you need psychology for that? They haven't figured this out. It's in the Bible already. So, cool story, but they didn't read it. So, we're going to do a new science instead that doesn't make as much sense. And then we have to relive it and recreate it all over again. Not us, though. The people. The people who haven't figured out this is a God school. Do the science. I'll write it down. I'll show you. This one's easy. Everyone's familiar with this? Jupiter, Zeus, Jesus, Michael, Genghis, all being the same degree. So the difference is, if you go to Roman Greco, you have Jupiter, a planet known as a Titan. Bobby Hennett type shit, right? We're descendants of the Titans, he would say, or Brother Pennant. And they stay there with that. Melanin and the Titans and Valdebrov, nah. Okay. There's several Titans, by the way. But the Titan of this demonstration is Jupiter. Cool. Now you Disney it. You get Zeus. Zeus is the god of Olympus, right? Mount Olympus, Mount Sinai, Mount Zion, to Musa, Mansa, Musa, all these things. Cool story, right? Yeah. So we start there. For I'm a jealous god. Is there more than one Titan? Okay. So this one. This god is who? Jesus. Jesus. Same story. So Zeus, when you're talking about Zeus, I guess, you're talking about God in his God form. When you're talking about Jesus, you're talking about God in a man form, right? Take bodies, shapeshifters, you understand the story. But what's interesting about this is that Jupiter has a father. So if you understand that Jesus is Michael, and he's saying, my Father throughout in heaven, holy be thy name. He's not talking to himself. But Michael is an angel, right? What are angels? Sons of God. All right. Titans are sons of God too. Now, in real life, if you're looking for the history of any of that one same character, you're dealing with Genghis, who's an emperor of Tartaria. He brought us here. The Americans are the seeds of the Genghis, Ottoman, Khan, whatever empire, whatever you want to call it. But here's what's important about that, about us, the American Indian, is that Genghis Khan isn't a man. He is Archangel Michael, who you call Jesus, who is God, who is Jupiter. He's the son of Jupiter. It's in his name. It's illusion. The people writing at this time, that is their worldview. There isn't a different one. There's no internet, there's no white people. So they're not making believe anything. That's what it is to them. That's what's important. Everything else is hypothecated and whitewashed from them, which is us. As you notice today in America in front of American Indian talking to you. You would have to call me an African American, a black guy, a Negro, a slave, a West African, a Sub-Saharan African, and all these things. And the whole fucking time I'm a Jew. One more time so you don't miss that. Everything else but God. Hold that thought. So an emperor is an emperor because what? They're a child of God. Got it. So in this case, Michael would be Mercury. Here we go. Here we go. So we're gonna bust this down even further. There's a lot of confusion. You got Grecos, Romans, and Africans just throwing shit around. then you have to classify it correctly. So you understand what the fuck reincarnation is. It's a reincarnation, by the way. So what's before incarnation? So if you reincarnate, that's like incarnating again, right? So you know reincarnation is possible if our incarnation is possible. If you can't incarnate, then you can't reincarnate, right? It's implied. If you couldn't incarnate at all, then you couldn't reincarnate. But the fact that you can incarnate, in theory, you can reincarnate. Because what does incarnate mean? To take form. Well, what took form? Something that existed before the form, right? Okay. And then you get all this extra goofy shit, mind, body, and soul, right? Definitely not in the order of importance. It should be soul, mind, body. And then you start to understand you're getting chemicals and properties and science. You start getting the periodic elements. I know that's right. I know that's right. Hopefully this makes sense. I feel like these people debating Christian and all this dumb shit because of some weirdo died is weird to me. All right, so we got the layout. Now here, man is a sandcastle, physical and temporary. Angels are soul, and they're mental. Now, I put a dash there because this hell is temporary. They could stay in hell for eternity, so and then God, spirit, ethereal, eternal, right? You can't really quite my back. I was cooking, boy. Can you? I do this shit sober. Where the fuck? I'm just waiting for a 3 in the chat. Did it freeze the whole thing? No. I should be back now. It was on call that time, guys. That was a phone call. I reset the YouTube thing. Okay. That was Mr. Jeff. Shout out to him for holding the brother down. Solid dude. Most High. Bless the Most High and bless him and his family. But yeah. Studying moves in God school. Come on now, we back now. June Zam, I see you. Haru, I see you. Gorilla, Jonathan, all the brothers earlier. What was Gorilla saying earlier? Composure Slim says, I thought the same, bro. Smart is rare. It is rare, brother. I took it for granted that just because people get older and learn more and live more, that it'll bring the smart up. And I'm learning that's not even the right way to look at what smart is. TFP is accountability. They're comfortable in the worldly mindset and reprobate-minded. They are. Most are comfortable celebrating BS and giving the devil recognition. They don't truly believe or put in the work. And because they don't know that, they don't know what the work is, so then they don't even know they're not doing the work, and then it's just a loop of naivete, ignorance, and darkness, dark ages. They think they got out of the dark ages. We're still in the dark ages, by the way. So, let me get back to this. June Zam makes me want to say June Kazama Win. My favorite character from Tekken 2, by the way. They cannot see me with that character. Anyway. Alright, so this is how they were doing it, right? Got the man, sandcastle, physical, temporary, the angel, soul, mental, they can lose it. God, spirit, ethereal, eternal, right? Can't do nothing to big homies on big homies. You can't fuck with them. They don't fuck with them. Although Zeus had a daddy, was he? Who was Zeus's daddy by the chance? Do you know who Zeus's dad is, by the way? If Zeus is Jupiter, Ptah, who is Zeus' daddy in their story, right? It's Saturn, ain't it? So it isn't interesting that they say Saturn is the devil or Satan, but then Jupiter's father is Saturn, and thus Jesus' father is Satan, right? Okay, all right, anyway. We got Archangel Michael. My father throughout heaven, holy be thy name. All right. And then you got Genghis, the person, like the being, the Afroasiatic, the emperor, right? Now, this is why this is important, that you understand that. Like, we might got to flip one of these three variables to get it right one day, but I'll go with the idea that Zeus is under Satan for sure. But the reason why you call Satan a bad guy is because he's Jehovah disciplined, and he don't take no shit from nobody. Not because he's doing reprobate shit. Did you see anything in the Bible that says the devil was doing some reprobate? Nah, you saw that the accusers and all the other people that came down messing with Michael was saying, hey, did you see these people down here? I can get them to do some stupid shit. And even still, if they're talking to him, I know they ain't talking about being his daddy, because that's the same person, or it's Mercury, actually, right here. So anyway, however you do it, you reincarnate, take form. Take form of what, though? You breathe, right? It's a gas. Mind is a liquid. Your body is the solid, right? So you go through all forms to incarnate, from a gas to a liquid to a solid, right? When your mother gets pregnant, the minute of conception, the light enters into the egg. So you're already downloading. And then the mind, the liquid, the water, the blood, blah, 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 blah. Now check this shit out. When I tell people about royals and nobles, they're like, well, where's your castle? The fuck are you talking about? Royal and noble gases, nigga. Right? You have a periodic table, right? With noble gases, right? And they condense into all the different versions of reality. No, that's right. A soul into a liquid, a light, into a blood, plasma, crystalline genetics, right? And what is the first book in our Bible? Genetics, all right? And Jesus is the King of Kings because he's the emperor, correct? So emperor has what? Genetics of what? Royal gases. Not sandcastles. That's after, right? Not how many friends and clout and horses they had, because that's all physical, right? Is Archangel Michael a physical being? No. He's Genghis Khan, the physical being. Correct. Correct. So if he's a royal, he's saying that his gas comes from somewhere else, out of this world. Oh, that's what they were talking about. Yeah, that's the fuck I be talking about. So yeah, you have noble gases, neon, freon, xenon, all them shits, and then you have royal gases. The royals are the archangels, the sons of God, like Thee, like Michael is. Mercury is the son of Jupiter. He's the son of God. Right. So is Europa. Europa's a daughter or granddaughter. Venus, daughter. Michael, Mercury, brother. Same story. That's not my wife, that's my sister type story. But these are the people talking about that. Not these. When Abraham is talking, he's talking about walking as a giant angel. He's not talking to Genghis Khan. That story's before him. Now, if you understand what reincarnation means, that means that royal gas that is known as Archangel Michael can appear several times in a cyclical timeline. Over and over and over again. Cool fucking story. Unless he get tired. And then who do you think he picks? If Jupiter picked Mercury, does Mercury get to pick next? Absolutely. So how long is the timeline between Jupiter and Mercury? The Old Testament, obviously. Are we that far removed from the New Testament? Absolutely. So who are the new royals and nobles? I'm one of them. I'm not the only one. I'm just one of them. Cool fucking story. The cool thing about my cool fucking story is that is literally my earthly grandfather. And my earthly grandfather is Archangel Michael. And Archangel Michael is who they're calling Jesus. And Jesus is Jesus. And Jesus is from Jupiter, a Titan. Jupiterian. I am 4 times Sagittarius, by the way. The gas knows. That's what the star chart is about. So I'll be 4 times Jupiter and 3 times Scorpio. I'm telling you something. And I'm a Libra. I'm all 3. I'm the whole winter at once. Summerfell, I'm the Night King. Come on now. Winterfell, I'm the Night King. That's all it is. I'm just a Night King. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Winterfell, I'm the Night King. Don't worry about it. It's cool. It's cool. Night Kings. Archangels of death, man. That's all it is, boy. They say we're dead. We're Negro. We're Necro. We reincarnate. Necromancy. I understand what they're trying to say. They just don't understand math and science, so. They're trying to do it on theory and superstition and not on the science of what we're saying. Yes, we come from darkness because you don't care about light unless you have a fucking body, bitch. But if you are the light, what the fuck are you talking about? Let there be light, aka speak into physical. And what's the light coming from? Noble gases. Wake your ass up. The whole book's about chemistry, genetics. Go forth and multiply. Genetics. So we can bring more angels here. If we're writing the book, there's other things here. Cool fucking story. But they're here on whose planet? So the question is, who died and made them king? Cool. That's all I need to know. Because it's not about kingdoms. It's about what does that mean to be one. You have control of certain global variables. Since your father is a what? Source code. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. Greater is he who is in me than he is in the world. We're not talking about moving around. You seen a diet or exercise in the Bible? It tells you not to fornicate and commit adultery. So A, the illusions of the man and the jealousy that leads to war and conflict, but B, recklessly procreating with your royal blood. It wasn't written to everybody. It was written by the royals. It's called English. It's for angels. What I'm saying is the people writing that determined that. Like, this is not an argument or debate class. It doesn't matter what the reality of that is or isn't, in fact. What I'm trying to make sure that people understand is that the people who wrote it classified humanity that way. Whether or not we can go to the spaceship, whether you can go to heaven, or whatever it is in the other interdimensions. And now your science is telling you the same thing. Oh, we can quantum teleport. Guess what, bitch? How you think we're here? They're just proving everything I'm saying by outlining what they call that, a plausible reason for it to be in conversation. But isn't it funny that all of their science is just pointing back to the Old Testament? Like, think about that. These are the best of the best thinkers and mathers and doers using our language and our math, by the way. Don't forget that. Their root language is a misunderstanding what they stole from us. And a lot of them we probably taught too, willingly. But you know how power of narcissism go. But all they have been doing over and over and over again, from the internet and its TCP code to the Mandalas in Africa and everywhere else, they just keep finding algorithms. Why is this planet riddled with algorithms if there's dinosaurs, bitch? Cavemen into monkeys, monkeys into these people. Like, that's their way of interpreting it. But in real fucking life, bitch, stop fucking playing with us. Like, you don't see these fucking UAPs every fucking night. Shit. They're even showing you them on video, and they've been had the videos of them. So imagine how long they've been lying about that. What I'm saying is, again, to a point where there's so much in the fucking sky, you would think that Revelation was on the map. Like, yeah, the appearances of these things will show up again. Bitch, we've been told you that. The Dogon told you that. The Salish told you that. Bitch, since I was a baby, I was telling them that they were coming back. I kept dreaming about it. The kingdom of heaven. And those are the little guys for a moon. Now do it and scale it to titans. They don't want that kind of smoke. That's how I know it's not real. The issue, the world war and all that, no, it's not. Fuck out my face. It'll never fucking happen in human history. It's an irrational fear of a narcissist who thinks that God is going to let them fuck up his goddamn pan pizza. Dumb motherfuckers. Not you, the fucking idiots who think they can go to nuclear war and like what the angels are gonna stand back and let you do it. There's a few cute bitches left, bro. We'll fuck you up. I would do it. Because I'm royal. Gas. Soul. Spirit. Stuck in the sandcastle. Fucked up. Newark, East Orange, Camden. Slavery and some other shit. Jim Crow and some other shit. Rape, incest, and everything in between the sandcastles. But I'm still here. As a royal gas in the sandcastle. Don't miss that. They miss all of that. Reincarnation, they don't think about it enough for me. And the thing is, I never thought about it. I thought this shit was hard enough by itself. Now they won't fucking tell me I gotta be miércoles. What that means is, for me, theoretically, if my ancestors were telling me the truth about this shit, I'm the Atlas of Europa in a physical vessel. And I hate it here. I got kicked out of heaven to come downstairs. We don't start down here, we start upstairs. So I got kicked out of heaven to come downstairs if I'm a royal. It's my turn to do the thing that all my fathers did. Not my physical ones. Even my physical father, he says it. He says, I'm your natural father. He knows the difference. That blew my mind. I had no idea that he knew. My natural father in real life, the nigga that beat up everybody else's daddy if he wanted to. One of them dudes. He reminded me of Hit Boy's dad. Big Hit. I mean, my dad was like that, just not as big. Tall. Knockout king. Low key, I think his brother fight a little bit better. Low key, I think I could take both of them now, because they old. Look, that guy. What the fuck, bitch? Emperor can't close a sliding door in this fucking sandcastle. That guy, he talks to me in like Hebrew and shit. Talk about some Mandela effect. He knows. That's what blew my mind. I was hoping I was going crazy and I lost my mind. And I did the math wrong and I got the algebra wrong and I got the variables wrong. And like, oh no, this nigga, he's just saying shit. He like Dr. Umar and Billy Carson with some new shit. Except for I really am John Smith's grandson. So I'm really am Genghis Khan's grandson. But all the other extra shit, nah. That's where the extra shit comes from. Is that I'm a bloodline of sandcastle people who remember pieces of this. And since he's older, he probably has revelations and dreams and stuff. And he studied Hebrew, so he's starting to get it. But with all of his experience and knowledge from the past, he's able to consolidate it and make it make sense to him. And then when I talk to him, he's realizing that I'm so far advanced than he is because I took this shit serious. The only difference. He didn't have time until he went to prison. Same story. It's a dad's story. You know how it is in this country. Where John Smyth-EL will be in prison in his own land. Just like King James, right? But me and him both know there's no reason to be sad. We have both accepted how temporary this is. However, that does not mean it gets easier because it is. Nah, it still sucks just as much with the same fucking brain and the same fucking ingredients as any other sandcastle. It's that you know something different, gnosis. It's not a belief. I don't believe different. I know different. I know after this, it keeps going on. I just hope I don't have to do it again. I think that's the only difference. wouldn't do this again. If there's an alternative option. I mean, like, given the nature of things. If there is a different place to be, I would only come here for my friends. Not even my family. And I haven't made many friends, if you can imagine that. But if one or more need me, I'll be right back in action. And I think that's the whole warrior con thing. Why it's like that. Why they're warriors. It didn't start down here. We've been fighting for eternity. Archangel Michael's the Emperor of Heaven's army. My Father, thou in heaven, holy be thy name. My Father has many worlds. I came here to prepare you, for my Father has many mansions. Okay, for other places for you to go. He's talking to people. He's telling them that his Father has many mansions for them to go to. Well, he's talking about his Father in heaven. He's telling you that when you're done with here, there's other places you can go partook. Same story. You don't have to be here. You don't have to reincarnate here. If you're the descendants of nobles, it's the quality of gas, soul. And you can sell your soul. And then you get bounded into Egypt, the kingdom of Hades. Archangel Michael already took over that. It's ours now. I will not lose one sheep. No, not one. That is what salvation is, by the way. It has nothing to do with your body. It has everything to do with your gas. You ain't letting no devil crypto mine you. If you're selected, if you're chosen, if you're earmarked, if you're relative. So these people came up with the concept that it doesn't matter where you come from and who you is, you can just get a voucher in heaven if you worship some white guy named Jesus on the cross for some reason. That makes no fucking sense. And that's why I understand why so many people are frustrated with the idea of religion in the Bible. But I challenge them to fucking read the shit. I bet you none of them stories go how you think they do. How would I know how to do that if everyone else is doing the opposite? That's what I was saying since I was a kid. I could always read. I didn't always understand it, but I was like, this isn't what this damn story said, bitch. That's what the words are, but that's not what they're talking about. You understand? You know how like you can eavesdrop on a conversation, you jump in the middle of it? That's how a lot of these people are when it comes to religion. They jump in the middle of a timeline. They jump in the middle of our kingdom. They jump in the middle of our business. They jump into the middle of our gene sequence. And then they try to take over the conversation. No, you can't do that. Is it not written that ye are gods? You notice it was plural when he said that? All right, do the science one more time. What's the difference between a god and a man? God created man, okay. Who created gods? Who created Jesus? All right then. It's a huge difference. Everybody daddy ain't God. So what my problem is, not to lose my little frail ass human mind, is that I have to battle with the idea that motherfuckers is worrying me about goddamn sandcastle shit. I got a way bigger problem to solve. What does it mean to be a son of God for real? And do sons of God give birth to anything but gods? And if it came to God genes and gases and dominant genes, which ones are the most dominant? The God or Virgin Mary's? You don't even know Hercules' mother name. Unfortunately for us in that book, we do. Isis. the genes of Isis, Venus, Lucifer, the children of Mercury and Venus, Adam and Eve, Otto and Edith, my grandparents, literally. Yeah, it's not the same story. I know. It'll make too much sense if it was though. It'd be too much like the truth. Cannot afford that down here when we're supposed to be manipulating and enslaving you. I know that's right. I ain't got enough attitude, bravado, or arrogance for that stack. But every time I go down this path, that's where it takes me. You ain't getting out of this one, you Mercurial Venetian you. So if there's a God Almighty, which is probably Archangel Michael in terms of the Almighty of the power of strength, because he's the Emperor of the army, Emperor of the force that's going to different planets. He's not the God of the origin point. It wouldn't make a difference though. Who would he inherit it from? And they came down here to make children. Inheritances. All right, well, we take this over and we give it to them. Atlas. Take over another one, we give it to them. You have more than Mercurial Venetians. You have different versions of it. Or however many fucking planets you think there is in this universe. And then tell you, there's just one of many universes. I know that's right. So if you climb that as high as we can imagine, what'll end up happening is the ultimate love of God would still be my grandfather. That's where it gets spooky. Don't matter how divided. The gods of Egypt have the same parent. Hercules is half brothers to fucking Hermes, Ares, and the rest of them. Same story. That's why Jesus came down here talking like he was talking. He was not paying attention to sandcastle shit. Obviously. He's an emperor already. He would just found a castle and sat in there and said, hey, bring me some fried chicken, bitch. What is the first thing he did? Free his people out of slavery. Who is his people? The other gods. Why are they enslaved? Because they didn't know any better. Why didn't they know any better? They were colonized with their mind. How did that happen? Same story. They should read the story of Job. Because once you understand your life is so difficult, you realize that it's not really difficult. Is that it's the prerequisite for a soldier. God only gives the strongest battles to the strongest soldiers. Do it again. Every colloquialism, every quip is about your life being so fucking dastardly and you cannot connect to the sandcastle shit and you didn't make it unless God helped you make it and all the spirits and forces and everything in between us. Duh. You're being battle tested. And I already identified the demon for you. Marcy. Narcy. So then, if you reincarnate Narcy into a physical vessel, then our battle isn't against special flesh and blood, genetics. Our battle is against narcissism, a demon. Probably one of the devil's daughters. Same story. They all came from heaven originally, if you know the story. So they all come from the same galaxy, universe, planet, spaceship, however you want to break it down in your head. But then they went separate ways. Same story. It's not Lucifer. Lucifer is Venus. Venus is Libra. Libra is liberty. It implies freedom. But she's a god. She's her own planet. She's a Titan. She's a god. She is not a people. And that's what no one understands. So when they start telling you they're seeing these UFOs and there's tall, dark-skinned people on them, there will be. It's not the only place we exist. This is probably the only place this mix of genetics exists. There we go. But this is not the only place that the root race exists. Exactly. Exactly. So what are they the gods of? Space. Now you start to understand everything. There's between the president, a king, an emperor, a god. And you notice every time you go up a level, your territory expands? So who's the god of your planet? If you're a sandcastle, the emperor. And that's why the Pope, Dum Diversus Unum Sanctum Inter Caetera, asserts that authority. That they're the god of the physical and the intangible. I forgot there's a word they use for that. AKA they're the god of your mind too. So you must believe what they believe and do what they say, because there's no authority higher than them. And they're the direct connection liaison only by themselves, directly between them and God. Similar to how like Moses would have been, where he's the one that wanted to talk to God one-on-one and they took that and ran with it. No. It wasn't that the rest of the people didn't hear God's voice. It's that the rest of the people didn't want to see him. Say, Moses, you go up that mountain by yourself, boy. His voice is way too loud, and that ship is way too powerful. It burnt half your damn face off, bitch. And you still didn't listen. That's a different condition. You've never seen nothing like that in this lifetime, so it'd be hard for you to imagine. But imagine, none of them had to imagine it. They saw it. Read Ezekiel. They seen it. Ezekiel's one of the archangels that came down to have children. But in the Bible, guess what? Outside of the book of Enoch, he got his own chapter, don't he? You sure do? That's an archangel, who's also a god. Cannot be a jealous god if there's just one. And jealousy is a feminine trait. So who are we talking to? Allah. Oh, goddess of the moon. All right, let's stack it up real quick. Well, if it's a goddess of a moon interacting with the creation of man, which she handcrafted herself, Minerta, then she is the ultimate authority in this sandcastle story. You can make a claim for Saturn and Jupiter and everywhere else, but no. On Europa's a goddess. Europa's a titan. When you find those old maps of Europe and they try to draw Europa on it, you notice it's a giant black woman? All right, then. All right. I'm European, by the way. Yeah. That's what they were talking about. European, named after a titan, not a country. Noble Drew Ali, I will make the European tell you the truth. I know that's right, granddad. That's why all these people end up being my granddad. It's not random. It's what it is. It's what they were talking about. So now when I read this shit, I was like, oh, these motherfuckers are talking to me. And if I have great-great-great-grandkids, or my cousins, or my brothers, or everyone else, we have great-great-grandkids, and one of them will wake up and be like, damn, this book talking to me too. Exactly. It's timeless. Because reincarnation is a loop. Here. This is not eternity. You're nothing but a wisp to the eternal. It's nothing but a moment, a flash, a flicker in the eye. 1 year down here, or 1,000 years down here is like 1 year upstairs. Keep saying it. They're wondering inside their body, do gods and angels die? Possibly, I don't know. Would it matter? As above, so below. The game goes on, baby. That don't even bother me. If 40 years of these people get on my fucking nerves, can you imagine eternity? Shit, I gotta go eventually. Some people go more universal. They go, wow, let's skip all the degrees and all the things that make humanity ordered and structured, and let's just skip past it. We're all one, we're all under God. Cool story, bitch. Then what? God is just finding his expression. You're all just mentally connected to the same great spirit. Thus, it's him discovering himself, bro. So your God knows everything, but he still also has to discover himself. And then we start creating fucking loops and contradictions and what do they call those things? Paradoxes. Well, you only have a paradox if you don't have the truth. Why would a monkey man have the truth? So it's not a paradox. It's just a monkey ass thought. Obviously, this is not eternity, so how can you compare it? You cannot. Even if you play Grand Theft Auto, and you're walking down the street, and you pass a 20-something-year-old, how long have they been there? Have they been there forever? Were they there for 20 years? Or are they only there when you turn the game on? How long did you have the game on? So that NPC that's in their 20s or 30s, they're only about, what, 5 minutes old? What happens when you turn the game off? They get hit by a car and simulate a death? Nah, they just go away instantly, don't they? Then you turn the game back on. And they pick up where they left off, right? If you gotta save, right? So you think if you're saved, your soul, like reincarnation. All right, same story then. Metal Gear Solid, you save the game. Resident Evil, you save the game. Then you die. Then you reincarnate from your save point, right? Genetics. Genetics is the saved progress of all your ancestors in the sandcastle in one. So, I can play Resident Evil. I can beat the game. I can start a new game, Game Plus, and I can have infinite ammo on that little mini pistol. And I can beat that game too. Start game number 3. Game number 3, I open up my chest and it's all my rocket launchers and everything's from game number 2 and my unlimited ammo. I can choose not to play that game ever fucking again. Then I take my memory card, the file, and I give it to my kid. Then they play Resident Evil, and they're playing as me. Are we the same? No. But my kid's father already beat that game. As above, so below. That's what they were doing. They're creating a world that's ideal for their kids, the same way that we all say we want to do. Then we mess it up. Then we come back and we rebuild some stuff. Then we come back and we mess it up. Then we come back and rebuild. It's like a fucking Zen garden, bro. The thing is, it gets worse when you forget that part of the story. That it's temporary, don't take it personal, and always do your best. 4 agreements type shit, right? Be impeccable with your word. God said, let there be light. Sounds like permission to me. And if it's permission, it's a rule. And if it's a rule, it's a code. And if it's a code, it's unchangeable unless God says otherwise. Same story. My word will not come back to me void. Have you noticed that? A lot of things that you do and say end up happening. You was right about something, wasn't you? Because your word didn't come back to you void. You know the same thing with fears and hate and everything else? The more you feed energy into that, there goes that operative again. It's energy, not the action. It's the energy behind the actions. Come on now. You ever seen a kid make a mistake before? Are you going to punish them for making a mistake because they didn't know better? Probably not. So why would God? All right then. So then your punishments do not kick in until when? You know better. Oh my God. Because if you knew better, what? You do better. But if you knew better and do not do better, what do? Sin. What is the wages of sin? Death. Where does death take place? Here. All right then. You sin too much and your ass end up out of here. Cool fucking story. Then you gotta start again. No progress. That's what those Buddhists and them people be worried about. Dharma and karma. That's why they want to sit still, boy. They're like, look, I can't fuck it up if I don't do nothing. And then they end up fucking it up. Story of talents. 1 times 1 don't equal nothing. I'm going to bury my talent. I'm going to put my head in the sand. I'm not going to move around. I'm not going to take any risks. I'm not going to expand. I'm not going to do anything interesting. Interest, not usury, right? And what did that guy say? He said, well, I don't appreciate the fact that you gave me this talent, but it don't belong to you. So why would I make you profit And then what did the banker say then? Because you're a fucking idiot. If you knew the end of this riddle, then you would have known whatever you're able to flip, and you flipped it successfully, I would have gave you more. Like he did to the other two, who took a risk or two, and flipped it and doubled it, and then he doubled it. Better than a 401k could. Because remember, they were fronted that brick to begin with. The brick is your body, the vessel. I gave you a body to multiply it. Go forth and replenish this earth. No more than because I said so. And we can't say that God's a narcissist because it's not a do as I say, not as I do. He literally did it, right? He did replenish it. He created you. So you're just supposed to multiply it. So if he put down 12, it turns into 144,000. How come you didn't create 2? Selfish. It was the answer to the question. God wasn't a narcissist. The person who got fronted the brick was. Don't worry about where I got these codes from. You ain't got nothing. And I see why you don't have anything. And I know why you don't know nothing. Because you've been given the opportunity of a lifetime and you buried it. Ain't that a story that Jesus told? Why would he be telling that? He wasn't concerned about money, have you noticed it? But he knows all the banker stories. Like he was walking around with Judas and shit. That's why he told a banker story. He was surrounded around people getting money. They would understand it. Hello. Same story, part 5. Shout out to a treat. Guerrilla Gospel. I always had that feeling since I was younger that something was right. And that's why I always studied. Same story, bro. Because it ain't right. Assalamu alaikum, brother. What you smoking? Whatever I want, man. Guerrilla Gospel. Could we get a full view of the board one more time? Yeah. Do it again. Almost had another diagram appear when I was saying that part. Full diagram special. Same story. Y'all okay out there? I see 33 people and 3 comments. It's always confusing to me. Who are these 15 to 20 other people? Who are you guys? Why are you watching this crazy shit? Are you minding the Royals business again? I know. Day in the life of a master teacher, part 5. They don't believe us until we're dead. Then someone else copyrights it and they'll blame the white man again. All right. The white man would not have the advantage if we didn't keep betraying each other. Whew. We ain't ready for that one. All right. Well, he doesn't have the advantage no more. So if he wasn't betraying himself, oh my God. It's like he didn't learn from us. That's right. He didn't learn from us. He stole it. That's how I knew shit was different from me. I got one of these bitches. I passed on Evergreen, Washita, Washington, with a sailor chauffeur. I took that as a message. I got into some gangster shit back in March. I went back outside, exactly where they tried to kill me at. Saw another man there, 2 of them. One just got out of jail, and one I think was low-key his boyfriend. They're over 40. But the little one, the boyfriend, I guess, he was making things, like little arts and crafts like this, on these little boards right here. I did it as a kid too, which was interesting about it. And you heard what I said about Carlos V? And he said, oh, that's why I made that. How convenient is that? How many signs will I fucking need in this bitch? Lone Star, Solomon, Blue Flame. And the lights are coming from heaven to the pyramid. The red and white, Mayans. The blue, Jupiter. So it's the blood passing through Jupiter is Mayan. Where are the Mayans from? America. Where's Jupiter from then? If it's a pyramid, And America has the oldest pyramids. All right then. The 5-pointed star man. Mm-hmm. Same story. And Baby Yoda's. He ain't Yoda though. He's a baby Yoda though. Same family, pedigree. Mm-hmm. It'd be like Yoda's grandson or something. Same story. Like Jesus' grandson or something. And probably a lot of you too. Grandnephews and cousins and all kinds of shit part two. That's probably why you can resonate with me. Genetically. That's all it is. If he came here to save his brothers and sisters, and we are asleep again, and I come here to try to reach out to my brothers and sisters, and I know y'all niggas don't listen. But I honestly don't know what else to do with my life, since it's so temporary. Because quite possibly, if I do what I'm supposed to do, just a little bit correct, you know how it is, you give your effort and God matches the rest. Well, in my fucked up, flunked out mind of belief, no matter how many people hear me, no matter how many people I reach, I know just by speaking it into existence, things start to change. So if I can focus on what needs to change by isolating what the problems could be, and the better I get at studying that, study and make yourself approve, then the more powerful my words become if they resonate more stronger with the truth, which is kind of like the riddle in itself. God already knows what the problem is. God could fix it like this, I'm sure of it. Them UAPs can turn into a starship in a minute and blow up all their fucking bases if they needed to. But that's an abuse of power, if you will. These people down here ain't got that much force. There's no need for it. If the biggest game down here is a mind one, for we do not battle against flesh and blood, but principalities and spirits in high places. Crown chakra. Saturn's cube. Saba. Sabbath. Saturday. Same story. I was raised Jehovah's Witness, but I resonate with things you share. Shout out to you. Ahmed Bashir, bro, is talking through diaphragm. I don't know what that is, brother. Was that supposed to be funny? Ahmed. You gonna marry your cousin in a few years? Guerrilla Gospel says, grew up Baptist Christianity, came out of religion, continued to study until my path led me in. I think a lot of us do. I did not have a religious background. My father knew something about something else. And he avoided churches because of South Carolina story, I guess. A lot of my Beasleys have churches. Then I went through the Northern, Southern Baptists that went up north and all those churches that are Baptist and apostles and all those types of people who have gifts, probably. But they're still using their version of indoctrination that comes from the Vatican, or even worse, Jewish people. Because in our lifetime, every last single church that exists that was later filled in with these characters recently, they're not the lineage of these people. They had to apply for what? A 501c3. So your church is federalized. They'll tell you it's separation of church and state, but they're talking about slaves and banking. Doctrine-wise, narrative-wise, that's the word for it. Mind control, governmente-wise, you have to apply for a 501c3 and be approved. And most people stop at the money part. Oh, that's just for the tax thing. No, bitch. No, the fuck it isn't. The reason why there's a tax thing is because they gained agreement to be fucking sellouts. So every church here is a sellout. Not the people, not the believers, and maybe not even the pastor sometimes. Because, you know, sometimes the church finds a pastor and hires him, right? They pay him. That's how you know we're not doing commerce in the church, throwing over tables, faggot. Not you, the idea that people get paid. So, for that. So, whoever registered that church, whoever continues to file the taxes, usually someone's wife or something, who ain't got nothing to do with the pulpit, those are the sellouts. The recruiters. And then what happens is they become the middleman between what the federal government and their church are saying doctrine, or, you know, the ministry of truth people. And then you, the flock. So it's like 4 or 5 stairs before you realize the conspiracy. You would need a RICO fucking charge to solve this shit. All I need is a 501c3. Because I know what the fuck that means. That means you sold out to Rome. So every church and doctrine and subset, they're beefing with each other on how to interpret the shit, but they're limited by the same Plato factory. They have to filter it through their 501c3 guidelines. So that means their God can never say anything that's a contradiction to their authority. So how are you in church worshiping God if the 501c3 is ultimately your ultimate authority? This is common sense. I ain't got to talk about what nothing a nigga believe. If you can't say certain things, yet you're still channeling God, and God is not under the church or the state, what are you really talking about then? Nothing at all. So most people will be believing nothing at all. I'm talking in terms of the doctrine, like the way they think about it, like a Southern Baptist hellfire and brimstone. You got to do this and get saved so you don't go to hell. You're in hell. Shut the fuck up. My father's the king of Tartarus. Tartary is hell. Wake your ass up. One more time, Egypt. Bondage. Bonded to your body. So, you know what I'm saying? They don't get all spiritual. They don't talk to you about all the spiritual gifts and magic and all that shit. A book full of fucking sorcerers, and you can't talk about magic. Salem witch trials, Templars, and Inquisition. And the same people who did the Inquisition are the same people that give you a 501c3. Can you fucking imagine that? How useless these fucking churches are. Not the Bible. They don't read it. They do exegesis, right? Exegesis is the skill to go in the Bible and pick a passage, read it, talk about it, jump to another part of the Bible, pick another passage and connect it together. It's like sampling. That's exegesis. That is not reading the fucking Bible, though. That is turning pieces of the Bible into fortune cookies so you don't get in trouble with the 501c3. Some pastors and teachers are good at moving around that and talking in entendres, which is why a lot of people like black churches, because they have a way to connect with you and reference the Bible, but then get the point across without overstating it. That's a gift and a skill, but it's pathetic. Who are you hiding from? All the people who created 501c3 are dead right now. I doubt their kids even fucking know what to listen for. Then all of a sudden most of the churches turn gay anyway. Tell me I'm fucking lying. They just get right past abomination and go straight into praise and worship. You're praising God for allowing you to be an abomination? Why are you using God for then? I'm talking about based on the Bible. Like, why would they use a Judean concept of God? Clout, easy membership, tradition for 80 years, easier. As above, so below. Your church is gay because your state is gay. Serving microwave faith, yeah. Russia restoring Tartaria? Nah. They can't. They didn't create it. They can't restore what they cannot create. They can't do nothing about what we lost in terms of the sandcastle story, because that wasn't the pinnacle of our existence. Genghis promised a golden era. We haven't seen it yet. Tartarus was not a golden era. He had just freed us from slavery again, and then sent us here. This was our promised land. But in that same promise about the promised land, it was like, well, if you fuck up again with these idols, you'll be fucked up again in your promised land. And then I will scatter you. And we are scattered. We're genetically scattered too. There's a lot of us that are not this color anymore. Doesn't matter. What matters is the gas that's inside of it. For us. But it's easier to tell when you look at us, like, oh, this tall nigga that's copper colored, I wonder what tribe he's from. Yep, just as long as you know I'm Afro-Asiatic. And Genghis Khan had a lot of damn grandsons. I'm just one of them. Time times too. On both of his sons, son. Yeah. I have to go. I check out Later Pounds of Love Squad. Shabby, Royal Gospel Part 2. Any other questions about this? 12:09. Well, that reminds me of my birthday. Oh, shit, another birthday. Oh, but yeah, as long as you understand, it's not hard to understand. It's just that they forced us into a belief pattern or a narrative to understand it through, and that's what's through. And it's not just with religion, it's with everything. Everything that we filtered, our Instagram filter reality through, is shattering. Just like the narcissists are, their mask. So if the narcissist mask is shattering, then the legacy narrative that came with that created that mask, in fact, is also shattered. So the only thing we really have left, outside of cleaning up all the shattered glass skin mask pieces, is what do you do in a society that's so fucking sick and lost and reprobate? How do you get to the other side of that? None of us in our lifetime and our generation have witnessed that. I don't think when I was born, I thought that the United States was going to lose its shit completely. And then I would have to flirt with the idea of how to start over just as a man. Like, the fuck am I about to do? As it stands, and it does, this too shall pass, but just talking in present tense, what the fuck am I going to do? That would make a fucking difference in anything with this system, besides persevere and survive a little bit longer in it, of which I've been doing for 40 years. I'm quite clear on it. So for us so-called African-American black people, or American Indians who forgot who the fuck you were, we are still technically in the same exact fucking dilemma we've been in for at least 250 years, so to speak. Or as soon as we start participating in this bullshit, which is probably sooner. But let's give it 100 years at least before integration, right? Integration included the church, by the way. So integration is when? 50s, 60s? So 100% adoption of bullshit in this federality, by the way, an allegiance to the church. From 1920 to around 1960. That's when they started signing up most of our people. You'll get lucky if you go to some of the country spots and you meet someone who's geeky and they kind of just doing their own thing on their own land and they talk different. Yeah, they never got integrated into schools and perfected English. For good reason. They didn't have to. They owned their land. Now, for everyone else who lost their land in a war from mean white people, they were forced to go up north to find jobs. Why? Because they had to buy land again and houses. So they have no choice but to work. It's either that, starve, and die, right? So that's compelled. That's not by choice. That's not freedom, by the way. And this is after 1868, too. All those people that came into that war, Suave and all of them, they were not from here. So they had nowhere to live when the war was over. So they took that same military and started killing people to take over the nice houses and stuff. Bonvilles. You call them plantations now. Victorian era, by the way. My grandfather. Now there's white people in it. That makes no fucking sense. It's like me living in a fucking igloo. Same story. So, whatever the case may be, we have to do the heavy lifting, the so-called minority, if you will. Everyone who has to leave their homeland and go somewhere else, and someone else who ain't the land is telling you what to do. They're going away soon. Like, completely. There is no replacements. If you consider the significance of why they're crying about Charlie, is because they're probably grooming him to be a president. I bet you he was up next in the 2030s. So imagine all that favor and investments he got, and they prioritize his voice in debates and Candace Owens and colleges, debating with 19-year-old girls, weird nigga shit, but so do people above him. So I understand something. But now he's gone. They got to start over, don't they? They got to groom somebody else from the beginning, though. You can't just groom them now. You have to groom them as children. Put them into those summer camps. Put them into those colleges. Remember, most of these guys are funded by the people who took over the Pentagon shit. That Planetair shit, Planetair, whatever the fuck it is. That, Peter Thiel and the other one. What's his name? The one from BlackRock or Vanguard. Those guys, they pay for the colleges of a lot of these people that you know the names of. Like, they send them to school. Real life. Like, it's not random. Same thing with Epstein. You're worrying about the wrong person. His girlfriend, father, set all that up. And he, and both his daughters, because you know she got a sister out here still running shit in your politics, right? Same daddy, same agenda, same Mossad, same Israeli. Still alive. That other daughter that no one talk about. I would ask her about fucking Epstein. I'd ask her if she know Trump. You right in the fucking government, bitch. What does Patel need to do? Call Maxine's sister, you dumb bitch. She in all the pictures too. They're stupid people. Or they're not stupid. They're playing us stupid. You get it. But, so her dad dead though. Epstein's allegedly dead. So who's their influencers? Trump. He on his way out too. Who's next? Who's their next generation of influencers that can keep that system together in the way that they intended it? Nobody. Barron Trump a little too retarded for that job. Socially awkward and everything. Ain't gonna be able to do it. Who else? Kamala Harris part 2? Doubt it. Who else? Who else can they ruin? Who else can they bribe and blackmail right now? If they're under investigation, nobody. So there's a gap in time now between when they had this agenda started after Israel was formed in the 40s, Robert Maxwell, whatever, he was probably a kid. George Soros on his way out, his son is gay, ain't gonna be no more of them. They're running out of options off that Nazi shit. This is their last agenda, hence Agenda 2030 was when Israel was supposed to do the Big Bang and take over the region, which is what this whole thing is. The stock market supported Hitler. George W. Bush grandfather, or Junior's grandfather. So Bush is the Bush we know about, the first Bush that was president, his father was doing all that stock market shit to fund the Nazis. And now the Nazis are here. Can you fucking imagine that? How did that happen? I wonder. These are their kids, by the way. That's why that bitch that run Ukraine really from somewhere else. And that's why that bitch they call Bibi over there, he from Poland. What the fuck does Poland got to do with Jerusalem? Did Israel go to Poland and just stay there for 2,000 years? Shut the fuck up. Like, they're dumb. But it's not about intellect. It's about, I'm white and I said so. They're living off of that shit. I'm white and I said so. And if I say so, then I get these benefits. And if I have these benefits, I can hold them over you. And then they do all the weird shit, right? The extortion, the bribes, the tapes, the murders, and all the things you keep hearing about and no one goes to jail for. That's because it's all of them. It's not a popularity contest. It's extortion. It's a RICO by itself. They are racketeering. Their damn selves. They're selling those drugs. They run those pharmaceutical companies. They're ruining your mental health. They run the media publications. They're doing that by their damn selves. Now they're out of control and options. Cool fucking story. I love this one. Now you get to see it go backwards. With everything that is dying, that they had their hand in. Don't worry. Got plenty of niggas who can bring it back to life. Now, yeah, on Archangel Michael. So hold on. Peace to DJ Georgie Porgy. Got to go back to Aubrey. Shout out to Dexter Thompson. So how do you get That's how we do it. Hold on. I want to say, how do you make someone who's under mind control? Trust me, I am too. I ain't find all my rogue programs just yet. I will though. I'm gonna need a fucking Sabbath after this fucking year though. I done uncovered too much. I need to slow the fuck down. So we got school. I gotta save something for 50. Goddamn. School. Work. Media. Government. Hey. Bank. Unum sanctum. Oh, why do these markers die so fast? Anyway, this is you. You have no idea what the fuck going on when you're 6 years old. So they send your ass to school and they tell you something about something, and all your friends are there too. Then you go to school so you can get a good job, and you go to job and you work and you got rules, and the people that you work with who went to different schools, they saying the same thing you heard in school, and sometimes you might even debate about it, water cooler talk. And when you're not at work and you're not at school, you're consuming media. We talk about books, radio, TV, music, everything. It's encoded in everything you do. And then what regulates that, of course, is the government. Cool fucking story. And then the government is doing it for the bank. And the bank has a board of different people, but originally they got their jump start and their secret alliances on their secret society spiritual level is with the church. So the United States is today's Rome. They're funded by Unum Sanctum operations, which came from a dumb verses or a decree from the Pope, a Papal Bull. And then bank-wise, that's why London City is the banking capital of the European bullshit. And then Vatican City is where it really is. USA is just DC, by the way. It is not all 50 states. I hope you know that. You need to know that. So you know who did it. Not because it changed anything, but so you know who the fucking ops are. And how to find where they are in history when they started lying. Because I have a picture of DC in 1800s, nothing but black people. All right. So DC was nothing but black people. But these two weren't. So you start to see there's a collaboration. You're like a Tribe Called Quest. Same story. Now what ends up happening is that because the only way for you, and I don't know, I won't say the world because most of the world don't give a fuck, but I know at least 300 million of yous do. Because you gotta go to school and you gotta go to work and you gotta pay bills. That's a lot of fucking people to control. Nothing on China's 1 billion, but you know. So in order for any of this to work, you need capital. Hence why it's in capitalism, right? Capitalism is your God. Meaning that is your deal breaker. No matter what a nigga think, feel, or talking about, if he got the capital, you're gonna shut up. Because he can pay somebody, he can bribe somebody, whatever. These are capitals, right? I know that's right. So it's capitalism, right? Capitals are from states, aren't they? And states are inherently Roman. And Roman are inherently mixed. So it's not a black or white person. It's a collaboration to these fucking assholes, whoever they are. But right now it looks like it's being hypothecated by the faggots that call themselves Jewish. And I'm only talking about the banker ones. I ain't talking about all of you. I don't know all of you. But I know the ones in banking are faggots. So you have that. Something happened. Now, the reason why today you notice that this tether, if you will, is breaking on people, they on that solid snake shit like snake alert, is because the tether that got you here into confusion is breaking off. And we can prove that just by following the money. Did they or did they not go through all this trouble with Gates and Rockefeller to get your ass to be integrated into their schooling. Cool. What was the first thing that Trump did? He defunded these motherfuckers. Now, they still exist, I guess, in theory, but they're no longer being juiced. Cool. Work. So your jobs, your corporations, the ones that the people create and get on the stock market, right? And the reason why it's on the stock market, because you're livestock, you're chattel. And that's why you need a social security number to get a job, right? If you don't have an SSN, you're considered illegal under the table, right? And then that's tied in not just to taxes. Taxes is them hitting you twice, because this is not corporate gain, but at least they want to play your idiocracy until you ask the IRS to show you a law where it says they can tax you, and they don't have any. But anyway, so taxes, corporate gain is one level of it, but the real level is the banking part. That SSN is a banking instrument. It's on a bond market. That's how you know you're a slave. Because if you're on a bond market, you're in bondage. Oh my God, can you fucking imagine that shit? So right now, you notice your jobs are downsizing. They're not gone yet. We still gotta pay bills and buy black and milds. So there is a compression or a reduction of work. Well, that's the same thing with the people. There's a reduction in people. So who didn't see that fucking happening? Because if you had mad of these people dying, they're underreporting how many people are died. That I think your working class, though, let's just do it out of this. I think it's less than 100 million people actually work in America. Did you know that? Less than a third. Now imagine how many of those are gone to COVID. How many are expatriating, aka they're immigrating. There's some fucking immigrants. Why are they lying? Try to make it a beautiful word. No, you're an immigrant. How many of those are injured? How many of those are in such abject poverty that they can't really make a difference in the banking? And I wouldn't say homeless because these other 200 million could be homeless too, you understand? But out of the people that would work with that social security number, this is what we're talking about. And mind you, I don't think they're including the number of illegal immigrants in this equation, because how could they? They're counting these. But let's think about how much that workforce is cut when you had illegal immigrants that were de facto. And then now they're going back home. Hyundai, you know what I'm talking about? Right. So out of 100 million people who need to receive this programming, and it only matters if they're registered as a bond instrument under a social security number. That's why they're giving up these, those laws where if you came to this country, you can be born here and be legal or whatever. That's for the birth certificate. The birth certificate is also a bond. Here's the problem with the birth certificate, though. That's why they don't like this. Is that birth certificates are the ones that they trade on the U.S. bond market when they're with other countries. So the more birth you have, boomer, get it? Now you start to understand why there was a baby boom. It had nothing to do with the war. It's a banker war. It had everything to do with finance. Boomer. So the boomer is a banking bond boom. They're starting to die off. So the U.S. bonds is multiplier. God damn it, these markers are dead already. How? Did the Indians draw with these before they sent them to us? The fuck? So the U.S. bonds are dying off. But they're dying off not just on the fact that people are dying off, but they're also dying off because their biggest banking instrument run around the 50s and 60s are the boomers. And they're dying off. So this is a mature bond that's going away. That's why they're not rushing people to get green cards and things and have kids and get birth certificates and social security numbers. Because before you even get to figuring this shit out, is that this bond market or the strength of the dollar is already dying. So what I'm saying is creating more of these and starting new accounts, like at a bank that have nothing in it, and you put in $100 deposit to keep the account open, is not going to match what this value was during the boom. This is after World War II. That's why you have Nazis here. Get it? IBM and the numbering system for the Jews or whatever, and how somehow you ended up with a social security number and not them? Yeah, bitch. That's what they're talking about. So this is IBM involved too, by the way. Don't you get it fucking twisted. IBM Tech is involved with it, isn't it? I know that's right. That's why they're investing in tech now instead of people. Have you noticed something? So all of that's happening, and they're hoping that AI and tech preserves their power, right? That's the only reason why they're concerned with it. It ain't because they like making beautiful images in video games. They want to use it for finance. They're talking about AI and tech for business, bitch. They ain't slick. Because technically automation and tech is how they got this shit. So they're just doing what they're familiar with. And they're really not familiar with this, which is the ill shit about it. But anyway, so your petrodollar is going down, 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 down. Your US bonds are going down, 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 because people are dying. And then more of these people who can't get in this system are crossing across the border. And so that crossing the border to immigrate and work for these little corporations here does not really make an impact to the banking instrument, which is way the fuck over here. They don't give a fuck about that. They want to compensate for the loss of this. This labor thing only helps them. Like, yeah. You got 50,000 illegal immigrants from Mexico. Yeah, they get paid under the table, slave wages, as if ours is different. And then they can go the fuck back home and they change their currencies back into their local one. But the cool thing about it switching back to a Mexican dollar or South American dollar is that most of them before BRICS still went to the same Jewish bank for the last 100 years. So you know what I'm saying? They think they're skating around some shit by coming here, getting paid extra and then converting it to this thing, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day because it's the same fucking bank. The difference is these guys, the US side of it, or the US of A side of this, is who's fucking 137 trillion in debt in this bitch. With a T, my nigga. You don't never pay that off in human history, by the way. So they got a fucking problem in this motherfucker. All right, cool. So if you've seen a reduction in that, you got a problem. Now the media, what's going on? They're firing people for hot takes about something. Bitch, no one's watching that shit anyway. Because TV, which was the #1 pastime for these people, remember it was called prime time, not Amazon. That's how old I am. I remember prime time television. It's dying. Not only is that dying, Hollywood is dying. And by dying, I don't mean completely gone, but it's not the same, right? It don't hit the same. It don't last as long. And then we know, unfortunately, the mainstream music industry, Jesus Christ, what happened to our hits and our stars? We ain't got no hit song this summer, and this is not a time to have one. And then now, lastly, because in the order that it occurred, social media is kind of falling off because people are too busy trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And when social media do too much fucking gender war, faith war, black versus white war, it doesn't make this money. It actually causes it to get worse because more people withdraw their attention from these other things to argue, and that doesn't actually make money. Yeah, you're distracted. Well, who's paying for your distraction, bitch? All right, now, you're distracted from the church and shit, whatever. So now, boom, 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 you have this, you have a scale back on that shit. Now, what about your government? Is your government doing layoffs? You know, FBI doing layoffs, Trump firing people, IRS downsize, CDC downsize, everyone's downsized. Now, you notice that none of those reasons for downsizes are the same reasons. This is corporate reduction. This is not the same thing. You think that they're losing jobs is the same as these people. Shut the fuck up. This is federal. That's a whole different bank account. If Ben and Jerry's and Starbucks is going on corporate reduction, it's because their livestock and cattle ain't doing what they're supposed to do, and they ain't making as much money as they used to keep up with this shit. This is their agreement when they sign up and incorporate. No LLCs, bitch. We talking about on the stock market. We talking about these people. Bonds and stocks. This is about you, baby. These are these people. They get paid. Their savings and their tax reductions on this level is based on corporations. Nah, I said when your government is downsizing. Why? Because they're in a deficit. It has nothing to do with Starbucks. The federal spending deficit. Let's talk about it. They generate with because they run the treasury, right? All right, let's make sure we write that down so you're not getting lost and talking about worrying about Starbucks and Target and shit. You're boycotting these niggas. Wake your dumb ass up. That's how you buy cigarettes. You need to boycott these niggas Because they're in the fucking treasury. They're the ones that tell the money printer to go brr based on Jerome Powell's suggestions as if they follow it. And then the treasury is $30 billion a day now. By itself, just by having a treasury based on their Jewish bank, which is, we're going to call it the Federal Reserve. And then you got the IMF. And that's why you have all those cool little meetings and the Bilderbergs and all that stuff. That's all new stuff. Did y'all know that? That's all new. They ain't been here for more than 150 years. What did Lincoln get killed for? Fucking weirdos. All right, so you got the deficit with the treasury. Okay, so this is in fucking interest. Like, this ain't how much they owe. This is just the interest, and they still owe the 137 trillion, by the way. So these two numbers are connected. The reason why their banks and media is failing is because the government is failing. Don't get it fucking twisted. That $137 trillion of debt generates them $30 billion a day in interest because they borrowed it, not you. You were compelled into this through school, through work, through media. This is their idea. This is their debt. This is not our debt. We are not we the people on this shit. Fuck out my face, bitch. I see what's written on my dollar bill. It don't say my name. Anyway, and here's their problem. When they do international stuff, which is what this tariff thing is about, the reason why they're freaking out, because remember the tariffs is fucking over work. They're doing the tariffs. Starbucks and IBM and Google and Mark Zuckerberg are not doing the tariffs. They got little arrangements and things, and they handle SSN numbers, and they got bonds and stocks and stuff, right? They got to register with the stock market, right? Yeah, that registration happens with them. These motherfuckers up here and all the other groups, this is your deep state. Your deep state is actually your bankers, but don't let them know that we know who they are. God damn it. Why the fuck would a banker want to have a job? And then what else? We got the military and industrial complex, motherfuckers. Your military is serving the government, right? It's not serving the people. Keep that in mind. All right. So the military budget too is all in this. That's why it's $136 trillion debt, because we got 700 military bases all around the world. Don't forget that. Anyway, so that's why they're selling guns and drugs illegally to kind of keep that number down. But the problem is this is growing every fucking day, bitch. So before we even catch up to any number in a trillion, you still have this on your ass no matter what. And that's these niggas. Over here is why your fucking eggs and your groceries are up, because they're trying to figure out how to stay fucking afloat before they lose their fucking stock status. And then if they lose that, then they don't get none of these benefits if they figure out the fucking business. But here's the fucking problem. They're not going to figure it out because they are a negative $300 million a year in deficit. Hold on now. Your government is losing $300 million a year doing business. All the wars, all the oil cannot put Humpty Dumpty together again. Why, guys? How many fucking millions go into one of these? You need times 3 of these to get one of these, right? So you got to do this. It's actually more than 3 because that's just 9. But let's be honest. Let's just round. So you're going to need your deficit. You have to increase it to get to one of these, times 4? So you have to do 4 times the trade value for one of these, and then you're going to have to do that times 30, and then you're going to have to do that times 365, because this is a year. Do you see what their fucking problem is? They lose $300 million a year in whatever their Ponzi is. They made $600 million, it's a $600 million deficit, but they were plus 300 million, so 600 minus 300 million is negative 300 million, right? So they're down a negative 300 million a year based on their current projections, but they're gaining interest $30 billion a year with these motherfuckers, which has nothing to do with Starbucks and all that dumb shit that you're talking about boycotting. Shut your dumb ass up and go to school. Let's come over here where the adults are. The adults, the boomers, are losing $30 billion a damn day to interest on $137 fucking trillion in credit cards. That debt right there is why they're stressing tariffs and taxes internationally, because your damn country doesn't sell enough fucking coffee by itself to equal one of those, because it's negative 300 million. Now, to get that from there to positive, you would have to do it at least 4 fucking times to get one of these goddamn numbers a day. Now, you need to do that times 30. So you get 1 times 30, you get $30 billion a fucking day. And then you got to multiply that times 365 fucking days a goddamn year to get this clear. And you still owe 137 trillion fucking dollars, because that's just interest. They don't make enough international trade to pay off their credit card interest, bitch. They can't afford their mortgage interest rate, bitch. They can't afford anything. And that's why they're like, oh, please, Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve, may you please lower the interest rate. Do you get it now? Ain't got nothing to do with you, asshole. They want this interest rate to drop because they're accumulating $30 billion a day in interest. That's what they're talking about. They're not talking about your education costs. They're not talking about your houses and your mortgages. You don't own nothing. You're cattle on a fucking stock market. They use that to borrow money. They borrowed off of your labor. They took your bond market. They took your social security number paying. They took your alleged Grace Commission report, not really your fucking taxes, and then they hypothecated that into a cool little business deal into which they could borrow $137 trillion in just 40 fucking years. They did all this in my lifetime, bro. They're this fucked just in 40 years. Do you understand how numbers work? This is 30 B a day. This is 30 million that they do a year, my nigga. I want y'all to understand this problem. They don't make their interest payment in a fucking year, my nigga. They don't make anything a year. I hope you understand what negative 300 million is. So when you wake up thinking about your credit card, your mortgage, and how much you owe, understand that you're not broker than your damn government is. Now, the bank, that's obviously very Jewish these days. And you know, there's other players, Asia, Russia. That's where you see all the copacetic is. You see Chinese bankers, not Chinese CCP citizens. That's way the fuck over here. You talking about that government. Oh, you talking about Jinping. The IMF and all them niggas in Taiwan and shit. You might call them Chinese. You might call them Indian. You might call them African. Don't forget they're in this game. Remember, there's still some of them motherfuckers that own their resources. You don't hear about their countries for a goddamn reason. So United Emirates, all them niggas on the banking side, on the family, that's the craziest thing about it. Their bankers are blood. Hence the royals, and they ain't got no goddamn angels, but you know what I'm talking about. They all in the same family tree, boy. That's why ain't no fucking religion and state and all that. Y'all goofy as fuck. That's what I'm saying. We're goofy as fuck because you learn those concepts in school. So your ass can go to work and then you can believe the media. And that's just the fucking Project Mockingbird of your government. And your government is fucking up. You've been distracted from the fact that, of course, your ass ain't got enough because your job ain't got enough. And your job ain't got enough if the goddamn media ain't got enough to make a fucking TV show that's primetime no more. These motherfuckers get money for free. They charge any fucking price they want for their shit and they still going out of business, bitch. And then on top of that, even if this whole side of the graph was incorrect, like you were positive, they were positive, guess what? Your government still got a fucking problem, bitch. None of you niggas. None of it. Now you got to divide this into 3 billion a day, nigga, 30 billion a day. You got to divide per person per day. Let's emphasize this. Whatever 30 billion divided by 100 million workers is, in order for you to help this country out, because, you know, this country is a corporation that's on the hypothecated on the land of my ancestors, but you know where we are. So you would have to divide 100 million people into $30 billion and say that each one of you niggas, in order to pay the debt off, you would have to make whatever this number is a damn day. You think you got it? You think any amount of movies, TV shows, merchandise, cows, farms, carrots, potatoes, IBM stocks, do you think no matter what you do on a crypto market, you'll end up making whatever fraction that is a goddamn day, if 200 million of these motherfuckers are just using the benefits of the government, which is what half of their damn problem is. They're paying for 2 times the amount of people who ain't doing shit to earn anything. Which is like, oh, your social security benefits are going to run out. Oh my God, we're going to debt. And no, and that's why they're letting people die. Do you understand why they're letting people die? Why they're not curing nothing? Why the things that happened last 6 years happened? That's your government doing that. Because they spend so much money keeping 2 times the working class alive. Now you're starting to understand every fucking thing. That's how you fucking follow the money, bitch. Ain't that what they told us to do? They told us to follow the money. I could have sworn they said follow the fucking money in this bitch. And I'm trying my best. And then these are just rough figures. It's probably much worse than this. Because mind you, did I fucking tell you that even if you could figure out with AI, crypto, farming, mining, and mgthefuture and everyone else had the best beat CD ever, that this is just interest. Y'all know what that means? They still owe $37 trillion no matter what. Within 100 worldwide. That's a T, nigga. Like Tartarians and Moors and shit, like a different pedigree. That's a different pedigree of numbers, bro. I'm telling you, like that number right there, just one of those bitches, just throw it all in the trash. Because for one of these, your government is negative 300 million. For one of these, your government as it is right now makes negative a third of that. A negative third of one of these is what they're losing every year, while still paying for 200 million people who don't do shit to die or live, depending on, if you want to be grim about it. And then all these people in the meantime, they're losing shit too, interest, right? Because these people are dying. A lot of the people who consume this DEI bullshit, they ain't here no more. They don't give a fuck. I'm going back home, bitch. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I'm sick. I'm dealing with injuries and all kind of shit, and I gotta worry about going to work so I can not be a damn cattle no more. Man, I ain't worrying about this goddamn shit. This shit don't even resonate with me, nigga. I came from poverty. I'm hip hop, bitch. And then the illegal people don't even speak no English. They ain't listening to your shit. So how are they gonna be? They're the liaison with your government, and that's why all your fucking anchors and all those people, when they die or they get fired, and Whoopi makes a comment about having to work until she dies, no matter how many millions of dollars years you got, you have to subtract your famous people's how much yearly they get versus their fucking debts. Remember, this is a game of keeping up with the Joneses. Don't forget that. Yeah, they might have $8 million a year, but maybe they owe $10 million. So if they only get $8 million a year, they got to make that every year. But if Whoopi only made $8 million this year and her debt is $10 million because her house is probably expensive, her cars, her catering, those people, that adds up. Would you fucking imagine that shit will add up on you? So yeah, they can make $8 million a year, but it does not mean that they have $8 million in debts though. They might have $12 million in debts. So 1 year at the View, if she paid everything off, she'll have negative $4 million. So she got to work another year. And then it's positive $4 million. But then her debt was negative 12. That means she needs $8 million more to be how she was 4 fucking years ago. Because no one understands fucking pre-algebra here. Thank God for school, right? Shout out to the Gates and the Rockefellers, man. They did it, didn't they, Joe? We did it, Joe, on some Kamala Harris shit. We did it, didn't we? We fucked up so bad in the education system, in the school system, the college system. You wondering why they're closing these shits down. You wonder why Florida's talking about, kids are not going to school. Nigga, they're dead. Stop fucking playing with me. And then half the kids that are in your damn school are fucking illegal immigrants. You think they daddy gonna leave them back in America? Bitch, where they gonna live if he... Let me know. So no matter what these niggas do, their problem is that this number is too high. That's what's causing a lot of the pain. And instead of dealing with that shit, they rather deal with this. But here's the problem. Let's say you cut off however many people you think you got to cut off of this shit. What if most of them are in the working class? Oh, you know who your next working class right here is? Gen Z. Shout out to my little guys out there. New working class, right? They're the ones that have to replace this shit. Now tell me something. Do you think that Gen Z is equipped with the education, the work ethic, the media and the original ideas, and how the government works in order to fix a banking problem? Do you think Gen Z can handle a banking problem, first of all? Do you? Do you think the Gen Z of these people, do you think the Gen Z of these new Johnny-come-lately niggas, do you think that they have enough energy with the lowest testosterone in human history, by the way, Don't forget their testosterone is low, which is what causes you to want to fuck bitches and get a job and work really hard. That's why granddad works so hard. He had way more testosterone than us. Or you said, look at Nepal. Oh, someone's paying attention to the world. So do you think Gen Z, no matter how much they grow, and I doubt there's 100 million Gen Z people willing to replace these people from either number, but Gen Z got the longest time to go to be part of those times two people, right? The retirees and stuff. And they talk about, well, you ain't gonna be able to retire until you're like 70 years old. Ain't that fucking convenient? You can't buy your house until you're fucking 50 if you're them. So do you think if they're in their 20s now, do you think they're gonna throw the ball for 30 fucking years, 30 to fucking 40 fucking years before they can enjoy some fucking media entertainment and the benefits of their fucking work? Hell the fuck no. That is their problem, bitch. They're doing math based on birth certificates and effort and energy, and they ain't got any. And my people aborted 40 million of these people. Don't forget, black women went on a rampage, sucking, fucking, getting pregnant, and not having kids. My generation. So we would have had 40 million black slaves that can kind of help out, but they're all dead now. Shout out to Planned Parenthood. Ain't that Gates again? It is. Same Gates, by the way, same family. We're talking about bloodlines, baby. So yeah, it's the same Gates family that caused our sisters to abort 400 million people. Then Bill Gates again trying to do COVID, control the population because the population is too high. But the problem with Bill Gates and all this dumb shit is, although they're talking, they're from tech. The fuck, nigga? Like, how the fuck you doing humanity shit? Nigga, you doing computers and numbers, bitch. You're not even over here. Why the fuck are they letting this stupid motherfucker trying to figure out these equations? Nah, nigga, you are way below your pay grade. You see what the problem is? No one's minding they fucking business. This dorky ass nigga from school in tech want to be a fucking banker or a god so bad. These motherfuckers who've been working their whole life because they went to school, they think, oh, media is all we had. And these people in media, because they got all the fucking benefits to say the dumb shit that they say and make a profit for it, they're like, oh my God, now we're so sad because the people are not supporting us because they're working too hard and they were lied to the whole time and now they don't believe us. Help us. And they're like, nigga, we got a problem. You better shake some fucking ass or sell some pussy because God damn it, these niggas is knocking on our door, whoever they really are. And I have a cool story for you. If the royal bloodlines come from space, my nigga, who do they owe? The Decepticons? Now you get everything. Now you get everything. Now when you on this God side of things, now you understand why you're starting to see spaceships. All right, so if these guys owe somebody in a spaceship, then these guys are supposed to be the bloodline relatives of the spaceship guys. And then these guys are the patties and the puppets who do all the dumb shit to make sure that you do what you're supposed to do. But now they're like, wait a fucking minute. Instead of getting rid of people, theoretically, we need a different system that isn't based on this because this is what's giving us the interest rate. Let's go to crypto. You can't. That's the problem. You can't switch and fix this with crypto. There's not a fucking enough Bitcoins, bitch. The $1 of Bitcoin is based on what? The petrodollar. Now, what happens when this dies? Because it's about to, right? It's already dying. It's free falling. Day by day, it's getting lower. So it might hang at 50 or so. Right now, it's $84 to €1. You remember when the petrodollar used to be more than €1? Okay, now think about it. You're at 84. Yeah, 0.84 now. And it's going downward because this number is going up. So this is going to go down. Now, you have a new problem, though. This is when the immigrants and the people coming here gave a fuck. Now, they got a cool little story. Here's a little story all about how we can steal your system and do it better. Like we were friends with China. BRICS, bitch. So what BRICS means is when we step into the scene, hey, baby, you as an immigrant or a different international entity no longer have to work with this fucking bank. Because this fucking bank right here is the reason why this exists. That's why Africa is like, no. That's why Venezuela is like, no. You think Venezuela is about the drugs and the gold. No. That would never fucking help this problem. Venezuela ain't got that much damn oil, bitch. That's it might put a nice little dent into this bitch, but you remember you got to take care of their fucking people when you're done, bitch. Because who's going to help you get it? Anyway, You know it ain't they ass, and you know it ain't they ass, and you know it ain't really us. Stop fucking playing with me. Anyway, so what ends up happening is BRICS goes, well, all these other international places that borrow from these dickheads that have to follow the rules of these dickheads way up here. Well, if you start doing business with us, we can get you out of this fucking deal right here. We want to get you out of your 360 deal. This is Suge Knight of the financial sector. They're getting other smaller countries to not have to play the game in USD. That's why it's dying. It's not just that all of this shit from here to here is fucking useless, and it fucking is, but they can't even enforce a system or create a new system or make a new multiplication table because not only do they have this problem, that fucking problem right there, boy, fucked the whole game up. It took away some real niggas for real. If you think about it, shout out to 7 of my ancestors in the last 5 years. But now you got these people because you done fucking gender queered and gayed their ass up that they don't even want to work hard no more because the bitches ain't even fucking like they want to fuck no more. So the testosterone ain't giving what it needs to give in order for that to happen. I think they gave all the testosterone to the goddamn girls. And you know they don't want to work fucking hard in the goddamn military. So you ain't going to be able to strong arm no shit to fix this fucking problem here. Now, when you go to this fucking problem here, this number gets worse because now you don't have none of that what used to go to you. It don't go to you no more. We can't get China, Russia, India, South Korea, or South Africa, whoever the fuck it is, to play this game no more. Ever again in fucking human history. The only thing that unites everybody per se is the tech. But what did China say to NVIDIA, bitch? We don't want your crypto farming ass currency, motherfucker. We'll make our own. We'll copy it. We'll own state secrets. Fuck you. You're not counting our pockets no more. Hyundai was like, cool, go back to Korea or something. Fuck you. That's all BRICS, by the way. We don't need to do petrodollars because we don't want the Federal Reserve note. What is the Federal Reserve note? The dollar. They don't want to bank with the Jewish people no more. Now do you understand why these people are using their military to help out Israel and Ukraine and all these motherfuckers? Because of the bank bloodline, baby. Not the people, not the patsy on TV, not Zelensky. Because of the bloodline that forded these white people, Fords and Gates and Rockefellers. It's the bloodline banking that they're doing. Blood label. And they hypothecated that from my ass, by the way. But you know how it is. Easy come, easy fucking go, bitch. That's their fucking problem. Now tell me something. You think one of these people that went to this school, who work for these stupid ass companies, who listen to all that media for the last few years, who are under this government that don't even know what the fuck they're doing, dealing with this bank that nobody know about for real, and then understanding the history of how this happened, and they don't want to fucking read a goddamn poppable no matter how many times a nigga tell them. Your law is your history. Even if they're lying, the law kept track of the actual occurrences. It's a poppable. It's your history, not a law. So the poppable people way down here, like, what the fuck is that? Nigga, I barely understand this shit. This shit is getting on my goddamn nerves. This ain't my fucking distraction from these niggas, and these niggas, all they do is lie all the time. Now, you understand why these narcissists are lying? Because they can't talk about how great America is. Oh my God, we got a $4 trillion in tariffs. What's that number? 4 trillion is a cool fucking number. You still down to 130 fucking 3 that you owe these motherfuckers. But let's say you got 4 trillion this year. How long before these people go, I ain't buying none of this shit no more? I can't even afford my fucking Wi-Fi for my cell phone bill, nigga. What's going to happen when motherfuckers have to make choices about not just boycotting Target and motherfucking goddamn Hulu and Disney, motherfucker? They trying to make this seem like it's a moral obligation. These yuppies down here who ain't woke, they love a fucking class of morality. That's why they're talking about religion and white supremacy, because they're trying to have a moral high ground argument like we in fucking school in 6th fucking grade, nigga. Wake your ass up, nigga. Your government broke, baby. And they're not just saying that like in paying a fool. They mean that shit. They standing on business. That's how broke they are. They willing to shut your shit down. Do you remember 2019? Did y'all forget like we time skipped like 6 years? Can you imagine that was 6 years ago? You see how fast these 6 terrible years went? And it just got worse? Yeah, that's them niggas. Yeah, that's them niggas, because these niggas not gonna let they door like, hey yo, that number about to go up. You don't want that shit to hit 40, because once that shit right here, this main 40 that we know you need the 100 tied up, because we got 700 other nations that should be under our bank. But that number, when that shit turn 40, this multiplier right here look crazy, because it go from 30 billion to 40 billion, 40 billion to 50 billion, 50 billion to $100 billion a day. They ain't enough map left. There ain't enough map left if that number goes up, my nigga. So if this number goes up, this number goes so fucking high that you ain't got enough people on the fucking planet to fucking enslave, because this dumbass right here and Fauci's stupid ass did some stupid tricky shit, and now all of them are dying 2 times faster. Don't forget that. Don't fucking forget that shit. They're dying faster, by the way. They're not even living to maturity. And right now, my class, which is above them, millennials, are dying the most. Can you fucking imagine that? The people had honors and AB classes and no internet or iPad yet. The ones who used to have to fucking write their papers by hand, MLA format, they're the ones that are dying the fastest. And that's your current working class. Wake your ass up. Wake that shit all the way up, please. Please. So that's where we're at, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, shit. Real niggas do real things. So that's it. It is what it is. It is what it is. What the fuck? What I'm saying is there's nothing you can do. Ain't nothing I can do. Shit. Just trying to map that shit, I was fucking with my head. Like, god damn. When am I back in high school again? You said, is this the transgender channel? Do you see your daddy here? If your dad's not here, then no. Legendary Frolocks. What am I looking at? I don't know. Maybe you should rewind it a little bit. Dear Georgia Porter, Gen Z ain't giving 2 fucks about shit. Hell no, look at Lil Paul. They pushing P as on perpetual. Come on now, yeah, the blue is catching L's. Red Moon type of beats. Mad at red on the board and not that much blue. Jesus Georgia Porter, TBFB, Shogun, DJ Georgia Porter. Ma Joe, George Soros, where's he on your board? He's on the bloodline side. You're a fake Jewish person. The Roach, the Reach, Big Stacks, Dexter Thompson. Less than if you include jobs being shipped over. And now they about to tax India for outsourcing. He wants to introduce a 25% tax on outsourced jobs, which is mainly India, right? So all those people trying to collect your credit card bills right now, or your something, you know, Indian is calling you. He just introduced within the last couple of days that India is gonna have to pay them 25% of whatever that is that they're earning over there in India from, you know, vice versa, services. India gonna be like, hey, yo, you already paying my people like they're slaves. Thank God the India rupee buff is good enough for them to stay. But if you take 25% of our earnings, our, you know, revenue away, we're gonna have to pay them less or charge your people more. And in both of those situations, it's gonna decrease our bottom line, period, right? Because over time, people ain't gonna support, over time, people ain't gonna work. We're gonna have an attrition problem. Cool fucking story, bitch. That's the problem. Donald Trump isn't doing this shit because he's stupid. He everything but stupid, guys. Donald Trump is doing everything that he can to help the United States government, at least, the federal government, to not lose everything. Fuck the KKK, fuck white supremacy, fuck Jewish people who don't fucking pay attention to school more than me. Since I know who the fuck I am on King James. It ain't none of that. It's none of that. It's not about racism and hatred on the level of his operation, his job. He's trying to stop the United States government, not from only going bankrupt, but from filing a Chapter 11 or something like that. I don't know how they do it with countries and governments that are filed under incorporation, but that debt is so bad, they cannot afford the United States of America. Do you understand something? You know how it is if you go on a foreclosure because you can't afford your mortgage payments and you got to move to somewhere else? What does the United States move? Because they taught you in school it was a nation. It's not. It's connotatively, yes. It operates as such because of the people. But in itself, the thing that's going bankrupt is not a nation going bankrupt, This nation been went bankrupt because of these faggots. Because of slavery, too, which is the funniest thing about it. So what it has now is a pirate corporation who was prolific at human trafficking. Your human traffic is dying off. Your new product, your new crop of Gen Z, they don't have enough ingredients to keep that same steam. So there's nothing they can fucking do. One more time. If your cows get mad cow disease, they die. Nothing you can fucking do. What do? You buy more cows. Where do you get more cows from? Someone else's farm. India, China, Mexico. Get it? Now the other farmers don't want to sell you cows no more. So it's hard to human traffic if no one wants your product, right? No one wants these bitches. We don't. So we're not going to regenerate our supply to the numbers that they need. Everyone ain't going to die. You just ain't going to have that many people. And then we'll try in a fucking 400 more years. This is a 400-year problem, boy. This is not a decade. This is not even in our lifetime they can fix this. That's what I'm saying. I don't think people understand how bad it is. The number is so fucking high that they won't solve it in our lifetime. If they were given time to solve it, it'll never be solved in our life. So what happens when the United States of America, not the United States of Mexico, the United States of America, what happens when the United States of America corporation dies? No energy, no supply, nothing to feed its corpse. Not even your labor, not even your cries, not even the racism, the terror, and the looting for the archons. What happens when the United States of America closes? Now do you understand what the problem is? They're facing foreclosure on the whole government. It's not a new country. My family been here the whole time. It's a new piracy. I realize it because it happened to my family. Yeah. And the people who did that 250 years ago ain't the people who are doing it now. So most people don't realize that this version of the United States started in 1933. So it's less than 100 years old with the current bankers. Since the United States is just an arm of a bank, military church. It's brand new, brand new. It's crazy. They're not gonna win. No, it is a new country. How the fuck you gonna tell me, dickhead? On King James English. You talking to me in King James English. And you wanna tell me, no, it's a country. How the fuck is it a country if you're a damn citizen? You're a citizen of a corporation with a social security number and a banking instrument to back up your chattel. You don't understand the language model that they use. I know. We went to school with them. We get it. It's like a country. It's like a nation. It's a metaphor and a simile for something it's fucking not to begin with. If an American is a copper-colored Aboriginal and Indigenous and you see nothing but white people in my grandfather Benjamin Banneker's house, how is that the fucking country that my grandfather built? Benjamin Banneker is my grandfather. He built the White House in D.C., did he not? Did my grandfather not design D.C.? Can you Google it real quick? Who designed D.C.? Can someone put it in the chat? Can someone put a 3 of Benjamin Banneker? I'm Dwayne Banks. That's my grandfather, by the way. Pennsylvania, Morrisville, and all that shit. Myersdale, our cemetery. By the way, we're Jews. So if Benjamin Banneker designed Nuremberg and they burned it down and painted it white, if you know the fucking history of this 250-year-old nation, then you know that Benjamin Banneker wasn't part of this one. What the fuck are you talking about? 1868. The rest of the land they didn't hypothecate yet belonged to who? Moors and Indian Associates. Are those white people? That's 1868. So how much time does this country have if it didn't fucking have Mexico and California? Even less time. So let's scoop this shit up until when they can afford it. 1933, by borrowing banking instruments from the Jewish people. This country is less than 100 years old. It went from a constitutional republic to a democracy. When that switched from cotton wigs and true science wigs to the Democrats and Republicans, and they say Republicans in name only, rhinos, right? Wake your ass up, meaning they're stage playing and cosplaying some niggas that they never been. So the niggas that there never been can't be the country because it was niggas that set up those corporations. And those corporations just 13 colonies in the Northeast over New England, which is New Jerusalem, right? Which is where I was born, by the way. I'm born from New Jerusalem, just like the Bible said I would be. So anyway, we ain't even gotta get into that on this degree. Well, all I'm saying is the way that they talk that story and the language that they use is connotative, so that you can understand things when you talk to different people from different places that have a similar thing. That's not what this is, though. This is a hypothecation and usurp of power from kingdoms. We come from a kingdom. We don't come from a state. We don't come from a government. We come from a kingdom. We come from the kingdoms that you see outlined in the Bible, which is why it's King James English and King James Bible. King Jamestown is Virginia, Maryland, by the way. That's an American, isn't it? Is Virginia, Maryland here? Or is it over there in fucking Palestine? Is Virgin Maryland here, or is it over there? Is King James over here, or is it King James over there? Do they speak King James English by default, or was it us that they came over here and we had King James English? The royals and nobles, not all the people wandering around. You know how it was with Tartary. He said, come on down. Y'all hold it down. We don't give a fuck. Why would we? We freed them. My grandfather freed all those slaves of Tartary. Quite literally. Genghis Khan. That's why people love Jesus. Liberty, Libra sun, Venus. So, unfortunately, a lot of people don't know that. Because they weren't fucking here to begin with. It's not their fucking family. It's not their fucking story. It's not their fucking language. It's none of their shit. Yet they don't tell you what they think about it. Tell me about your shit then. Don't tell me about my shit. It ain't your shit to worry about. You understand? Like, that's where my attitude come from. Because it be wrong all the time. You're wrong, bro. Like, miss me with the bullshit, bro, on King James, on King Dwayne Desson Smith. On King Dwayne Desson Smith. I don't get elected, bitch. I come from their ball sack. Anyway, the fuck are you talking about? On King James. On my grandfather's what I'm saying. And King James is Jesus, by the way. That's why it's his damn book. When you add the New Testament. The fuck wrong with these people? I'll be right back. I'm on their head, boy. I'm on their head, boy. They fucked around and let me know who I was. Nah, I'll never be okay. Until every last pillar that they built on my ancestors' grave crumbles back into sand and gets washed into the ocean. I use my super abilities for that shit. I'll figure out the hose later. I'm going to spam these other moves I got when I speak truth to power and it goes away because it's broke. Since I was born, by the way. Weird story. So that means we haven't been here for 400 years. Now we're here. Generation Y. Y equals MX plus B. The kingdom of heaven is back downstairs. One more time. We have to clean up. For grandma come back, you do not want that problem. It ain't my house. She just put me in charge of it. That's all that is, if you understand the astrology of it. Jupiter, Mercury, Mercurius. That sun right there is called Mercurius. It's not Mercury. It's called Wednesday, right? Yeah, same story. Sunday, right? My name is Sunday backwards, right? Same story. Day sun is Sunday. And the sun is Mercurius, Wednesday. And you can travel through our story just in the days of the week. 7 of them, right? I know that's right. We got a murder of pigeons. Jesus Christ, something about that. Over 13. 18 pigeons watching. Jesus Christ, 9. Divinity, Luke. I ain't supposed to do nothing. No emperor or king is. But I'm doing something. Teaching. Like father, like son. So what ends up happening is, if you know the story of Jesus, the real one, once he leaves his hometown, because motherfuckers wasn't feeling him, they try to get him set up and robbed and killed and all that cool shit, he ended up continuously living to a certain amount of time until he left, right? In that time that's missing, you can turn to the Quran and it says, Archangel Gabriel visits Muhammad before he's 40. Gabriel visited him before he was born, too. You know Gabrielle is a Venetian, right? The name itself, Gabriella. It's a girl, not a boy. You know how these faggots are. So, Gabriella checks in just like Hera checks in on Hercules, right? Okay, same fucking story. Damn near the same fucking story, if you understand everything. Sophia's wisdom, right? Lucifer, Venus, right? It's a woman, right? That's why the Masons become Shriners and they wear the fezzes. From Northwest Africans, white people wearing fezzes as Shriners, right? Weird fucking story, right? But the fez is symbolic of what? The womb, gestation, triple stage darkness. Come on, Bobby Emmett. Now, why would these white boys have a Moorish fez on with a woman's name on it? Look it up real quick. Look up all your members of the FBI when the FBI was formed. They're all Shriners. So they're all under Moorish science. And who was the king of Moorish science in America besides my grandfather, Prophet Noble Drew Ali? Anyway, he's a noble, by the way. That's not a title he gave. He's telling you his bloodline. He's a noble Hindu. We're Hindus. You get it? Hindoo. Not hoodoo. We're not African. We're Hindu. We're from Tartaria. We're from that side of the map. But we're over here. And we mix in with these people over here. Obviously. Look how handsome I am. Thus, I just wish they kept my fucking hair. But I have the curly hair like them. So, and I have the long ass eyelashes like them. And I have the highest cheekbones like them. And I have the dimples like them. And I have the cup chin like them. Those are that's my bloodline. Now, we've been here the whole fucking time. I was born here and everyone had already lost their mind. I gotta find out from scratch, bitch. It's a miracle that I found out from scratch. Shit. Confirmation. So, to say I'm self-taught is dishonest. I learned from the worst and I learned from the best. But you know where I got most of my answers from? Prayer and meditation. And how scary can it be if you're a person on this path and you're praying and meditating and you're getting the answers and then they start to stick? Then you start questioning shit like, oh shit, how come if, you know, this is happening and this makes sense, how come no one else seems to give a fuck? Like, oh shit, we on one of them timelines. No one here give a fuck about the damn truth. Maybe that's what the problem is. Yes. So what do you do about it? Nothing. There's nothing to do. There's no physical action that will change anybody from the truth if they're committed to the bullshit. That's not how this happens. If anyone who's been here has been through a tower moment or a spiritual awakening, it's not because you're chosen. All right. So my path was chosen for me. I could fill it in with all the fucking colors and shit, but the outlines and the coloring book, they're already drawn for me because of whose kid I am. I'm the kid that they did this to. All my cousins, all my brothers, all my sisters too. But they called their big brother down here. And I smack really fucking hard. That's the only reason why you call someone like me. Not for you to figure shit out. Not for you to fucking just go along with it. Get along because you need a certain type of nigga here. Nigga's just Inga reversed, right? Angel and demon, right? Same story. So they needed a demon here. And they got one. I am a descendant of demons. Geniuses. Look up that amount of demon real quick for me so you don't get confused in this Blue Flame Solomon, my grandfather. Temujin, my grandfather. Jesus, Genghis. Same story. They demonized us. So what they're trying to say is, well, if we're demons, then our God is the devil. And they made theirs white. Contrast. Polarity. So white God and white Jesus is the good guy. Black God, woman, and black baby, Mary. You get it? You get the picture now? They demonized us. I'll take it. I'll take demon then. I'm dead already, so. But with a demon being in Tartarus, where his father is the emperor, we have a different story, right? So then it'd be like, not only am I just a demon in the story, but if you ever play Elder Rings or, Oblivion, right? You have the Daedric princes, right? But not the regular ones. I'm talking about like Sherigoth in them. I'm not talking about the ones you fight around in the little Oblivion spells. That'd be like our little cousins and nephews and shit. I'm more like Sherigoth. I'm the son of the devil. So in their mind, in their mind, if the devil had kids, I'm one of them. I'm not random character. I'm not an NPC. I'm not a chance of genetics. No. My sandcastle is the thing that's driving me. No, bitch. This ain't that. On King James, this ain't that. We'll be demons, all right. They tell you demons can quote the Bible. I know that, right? I know that's right. They're geniuses. Why couldn't they? They said that the fallen angels that came down here taught everything. I know that's right, because I'm from the family that taught everybody everything. So they keep saying the same thing about my family is what I'm saying to you. Cool. We're minding our business in America as of 1611. These faggots show up somewhere around 1750 to 1770. And then 1868, they brought in some backup. And by the time I got here, 100 years after that, I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Understand something. It's not a beeline. I'm beeline genetically, but it's not a beeline narrative. A lot has fucking happened to my family since we've been here. But when Noble Drew Ali casted the spell for someone like me to be bonded here, when the other ancestors were prophetically telling you that in the future, this is who would be here, the quality, what did they promise you? What did they promise me? That the wrath of God will return. We are not the cherubim. We are not the feel-good-go-lucky people. No. You don't understand anything about that army, do you? No, we are the wrath of God. So why God would be in wrath is because people down here, watchers specifically, those who are accountable for everything, there's other angels and demons down here, if you haven't guessed it yet. So we're the wrath of God because they were disobedient with this project. Venus 4. Not Venus 1, not Venus 2, not Venus 3. Europa's Venus 4. Fourth generation, Mark 4. So they're sending the great-grandkids down here. Hi, how you doing? But when they said in the future they'll come back, come back with flaming swords, right? They say they came back with hugs and umbrellas. No, they said we came back with a force that opened up the skies of heaven and destroyed Babylon for the final time, right? In the synagogue of Satan, right? Yeah, cool fucking story. That's the coolest fucking story. So it sounds like he's sending down nice guys? I tell you, it'll rain right fucking now if I keep it up. So when you understand Oya and Irish and Orishas, then you understand it's the same story again. I'm one of those too. Multi-genetics. So I'm not just like one of their characters of badass sons. I'm all of their characters badass sons. So all the other kingdoms that came here too. I'm not just one king. I'm 3 in 1. That's why it's y equals mx plus b. Same story. Point slope format. There's gonna be a point in this timeline where they got this fucked up, and they're gonna wish they never did. Y equals mx, 3x. Jesus, my grandfather was visited by 3 kings, 3 khans, 3 kinds. Plus B, bones, 1, 3, 13 tribes. Israel, right? Yeah, the same 13 tribes that we created here. Recently. We did this already. Not the United States. The Americans, the people in the Bible. We did that already. So thank God they don't know the rest of that story. Because then they would realize how fucked they are if I exist. And I do. So I don't have to do anything. Me being born is proof. They try to abort us. They try to cesarean us. They try to do everything to prevent one of our vessels from holding one of those lights. Too bad, so sad, my dad. So I got here. Thank God. Thank God for that. Like I got here, it sucks, I know. But I didn't come here by myself. I didn't come here with just certain mental abilities. I came here with a whole bunch of abilities that I don't understand yet. I don't need to understand them. I just need to speak the truth. And then the spirit world does the rest. Same fucking story, boy. I have so much favor in this life that is almost a fucking prerequisite. Because the way that people have treated me and the way I've lived as a sandcastle, you would not believe what I had to go through. But now I'm proud that I went through it. Because I'm gonna fuck these things up. We started this year with me cursing Elon Musk. How's his money doing? He's losing all his businesses, ain't he? I know that's right. Then I warned Trump. And all of a sudden his health is failing. I know. It's like everything I said about these motherfuckers turned out to be true. And now it's happening. And this is before people woke up in the last 2 or 3 weeks to realize it was happening. I've been talking about this shit since the dailies. Six years ago. I've been alluding to it since I got on YouTube and Facebook. 10 years ago. I've been worrying about this my whole fucking life. 40 years ago. So no. This ain't that. This ain't that far. Dwayne as a Smith as a kid, totally different story. Still undefeated. But now on this type of shit, you know, man. Yo, they don't know who Prester John is, boy. They don't know who my grandfather is, man. Jesus Christ, man. It's such a sad story. They speak English and have the Bible and everything. And they didn't even think to honor the people that brought it. I should know. I'm out here, ain't I? That's my fucking grandfather. So every white person, every Jewish person, every person that ain't this, y'all gotta know that. Since y'all know everything fucking else. John Smith had kids. Can you fucking imagine that? And I'm one of them. He united the kingdoms already. All 3 of them. Carlos V is my grandfather. You know, South America. Spanish is my language. English is my language. And so is Latin. All of them are Enochian. All of them are the prerequisites to English. All of them are phonetic, based from Egypt. Yeah. They're the gods of Egypt first, before you start calling it everything else in English. Since this is Egypt, ain't it? All right. It is. The bank of this country is the Bank of Egypt. Not the country, not the state, not the Arabs. Because 100 years ago, Arab, A-R-A-P, are darker than me. So I'm stop fucking playing with our pedigrees, bro. They don't even talk about the Moors because they're faggots. They don't have to talk about it. I'm still here, damn it. Now tell me, How the fuck can white people exist at the same time as a whole bunch of Moorish bloodline of kingdoms? How would you have white kings if all the kings are related and they're Moors? Tell me how does sulfur turn to carbon like that? Tell me where the monkey gene comes from on top of that. Tell me where these dumbass ideas and the perversion of fucking etymon occurred if these motherfuckers gave the fucking words definitions to begin with. Of course not, they didn't. It's like me trying to learn Spanish today and go to Mexico to get a good deal or something. I'm like, ¿por qué me tratas así? I don't understand anything. No hable español, I guess. I don't know enough. Tough, I don't need it. They do. No habla, no English. Don't even talk to me if you're not an angel. That's how my father would be. That's how my grandfather would be. Don't even fucking talk to me. You know Jesus didn't go out of his way to talk to strangers. He's talking to his brothers and sisters, quite literally. For the kingdom of heaven's inside. Genetics. The first book is what? Genetics. Tell them to wake their ass up. Because it's almost time. And it's starting to rain in this bitch. You tell me when Billy Carson and them faggots can do that. You tell me when they can do that. On oil. X-Men Storm. Why are X-Men X-Men? Genetics, right? They have a different type of bloodline. And there's different types of mutants, right? Same story. Shout to Stanley. Could have sworn he grew up in New York. At the same time, my family migrated there. Trail of Tears everywhere, bitch. We are their promise. Y'all keep fucking with us. You wait until our prophecy comes true. Thank God. It gives me permission to not give a fuck about the outcome. I didn't create it. They did. So, Archangel Gabriel visited me before I was 40. Now I gotta get a Quran. That's it. That's all I gotta do. I need to keep reading. I need to keep telling the fucking truth. Everything else will work itself out. It has. It's not ideal. But I don't need ideals. I need superpowers. Alrighty. You can't buy those, by the way, so I can't work hard enough to get them. Oh, none of these shits work. Come on now, fuck with me. My fathers, who are in heaven. King Jesus, who's Esa when he's Isa when he's a baby. Yengis when he's a conqueror. King Charles, Otto, Adam. King John, Hakata, Johann. So you see the Dragon Ball Z connection? Yeah, that's all the same bloodline. Carlos V, Otto V, Charles V, Carlo V. He's the one that went to Mama Inga down south. Then his son, John, Prester John, took over the north. Hakata Khan. That's how you find his history. Johann, because there's no J in Hebrew. Now, understand that Yang is in Yengis. That's where we get Isa and Jesus from. Motherfuckers are illiterate because it's not their fucking language. Now, I want to break down my name. Serendipity. Fucking serendipity. How would they miss me? Because God didn't want them to see me. Thank God. Same story. Dwayne, Yang, Dason, Deson, Smith, Smith with a Y, Angels. I'm the 13th of y'all. I'm the 13th of him. Prester John. So Dwayne, Deson, Smyth-EL. Every 400 years, another angel is born. 1611, 2011. Same story. Smiths, they're blacksmiths. Don't forget that. They're the builders and the warriors. Remember, we had the Ark of the Covenant. We built technology, weapons, instruments, armor, gold tip arrows. That's them. That is the Ottoman Empire. That is Genghis Khan's empire. But mind you, my father, King Charles, is the 5th. I'm the 21st. So he's Adam 5. I am Adam 21. 12. Israel. Same story. But it's not Israel. It's 3 kingdoms. It's Isis, Re, and El. God, Lord, Law. Who's Isis and Re? I'm glad you asked. Venus plus Mercury. Egypt. I'm the 21st generation since Egypt. So Venus, Mercury, and El. That just means sun. And I know I am only because these are my grandfathers. If I was anyone else, I'm like, oh, cool name, bitch. Nah, that one in particular right there. Hakata Khan. He's the one that Genghis gave America to. That's why he brought and named his first town what? Jamestown. That's how you know it's Genghis. Because his son named his first town after his father. James. Or Yame. Ah, this is my favorite one, Dragon Ball Z. Yamaha. Kame, Hame, Ha! It's like our favorite keyboard, ain't it? So it's Yamaha and Johann. We're Blackanese, bitch. We're Afro-Asiatics. Not Africans. No offense, but that's not what this is. Asia, right? Tartary, right? Tartaria is technically Asia, isn't it? Yeah, we're the Afro-Asiatics. Yeah. There's other Asiatics, huh? We ain't got a problem with that. I'm just talking about my daddy. This daddy right here, he Afro-Asiatic. Yeah, I mixed in with a few other things. Cool fucking story, bitch. That doesn't matter. This does. You know what's cool about Afro-Asiatics? They're a very specific group of people. You call them Semites. So how can you be so how can these fuckers talk about you're anti-Semitic when none of them are Afro-Asiatic? Semitic, Semite, Judean, Jew. That's why we know, as an Afro-Asiatic Semite, that my granddaddy, Jameis, is Jesus. He's a Judean, and his last name is Smith, which is Semite, by the way. So it's in my name. Like, I'm a Semite, like, for real. I got a Semite last name. I got a Semite as grandfather. And all Semites means are Jews, right? That's what they're saying, right? Like, you're anti-Semitic. You're against the Jews. Bitch, I'm Afro-Asiatic. I'm Semitic, bitch. Come on, Shem. Fuck with me. Noah, fuck with me. There's three kings, ain't it, bitch? All right. Cool fucking story, bitch. How the fuck is Noah supposed to be from black angels and going to have some white fucking kids? Wake your dumb ass up. We're Afro-Asiatic. Look up what is a Semitic language? And it's going to tell you the Afro-Asiatic languages. Right. They didn't say the African languages. Where were the Afro-Asians at? The Afro-Asians in Asia. I could have sworn he was the king of Tartars, bitch. I could have sworn. I could have fucking sworn he was the king of Tartars in this bitch. Ain't Tartar really tall niggas? Yeah, I'm 6'3". I'm kind of short compared to them, but shit. Or Otto, Adam, and Eve, bitch, they're tall as shit. But I'm not. I'm a Tartar that's now downsized with all the race mixing. I'm more of a Moor now. So I'm more of a murmur. We're shorter. We're not as tall as Adam first and Otto and them. No, we're not. Even if you look at the pictures of King Charles I, that's a giant you're looking at. Those are Tartars. Yahweh was the king of Tartars. I get it now. We're Murs. Mercury. Mercury's father is Jupiter, so he's taller. My father's Mercury, so I'm shorter. Isis, Ray, El, the 12 tribes of Jacob, which is after Michael. He wrestled an angel, right? Did they ever ask him which one? All right, then. I could tell you. I could tell you because it's in my fucking name. Isa goes to Venus. That's why Gabriel visits Isa. That's all it is. We're Judeans, bro. I don't care if you found us in America. My grandfather's the emperor of the whole damn planet, and it's called Europa. That's why I am a European, not because I come from Europe, bitch. We from over here. They're talking about the European, the Europa. Europa. Like you would say it like that. Like Yoruba. Oh my God. I wonder who stole that from us, Africa. Now you start to understand anything. So now when I said Yoruba and I insisted on the Orishas and I put up Oya, now you understand what I'm talking about. It was ours first. Everyone stole a little something from us. So if Europa and Yoruba are the same, how is a European not African? All right, then. Anyway, I'm Afro-Asiatic, though. The god of the dead. Is she not? Is Oya not the goddess of death? Oya is the goddess of the dead, right? And Michael is too, right? All right, then. So if the emperor of the dead and the empress of the dead have a baby, what's going on here? And the dead just means Egypt. That's where you are, by the way, right? That's the landmass. Ancient Egypt, not modern Egypt. So there's no confusion. Ancient means before these motherfuckers showed up. Because they didn't, when did they legalize Egypt and give it a state name? In the 1900s? Yeah, cool fucking story, bitch. We go back, at least on this story, from 1200 to 1611. That's another 400-year gap they ass don't exist in with us, because they would be Afro-Asiatic by now, the way we be fucking. And if they knew we were fucking Afro-Asiatic, then they know we're Semitic. And if they knew they were fucking Semitic, then they know they're dealing with Judah. And if they're dealing with fucking Judah here in the United States, at Europa, at ancient Egypt, now called America, cool fucking story. I guess motherfucking Europa had another daughter. You would call her America. Yeah. You notice it's still feminine, right? You notice it's still feminine, right? But check out what's in the middle of it. It's a daughter of Mercury, isn't it? So either way these motherfuckers want to play this game with me, they can't play this fucking game with me, is what my fucking point is. America is mercurial. If it's mercurial, it's Michael. If it's Michael, it's Jesus. If it's Jesus, it's Judean. If it's Judean, it's Semitic. And if it's Semitic, it's Afro-Asiatic. And if it's Afro-Asiatic, then motherfucker, hi, how are you doing? On King James, Jesus, a Judean, my grandfather. What am I? A Jew. Who the fuck are these people? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. It's that simple. It's that simple. And there's a lot of us. Did you notice there's 12 tribes plus one more, Judah? Did you notice, like, there should be at least 144,000 of us down here. Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine how fucked they are? I ain't gotta wake the world up, Craig. I wake up the angels. We're the emperors of heaven, not sandcastles. As above, so below, I guess. Empirical gases. We light shit up like flaming swords, like a burning tongue, like a dragon, like a fire-breathing dragon, like a naga, like a Naki, but very specific Naki. Anu's Nakis, right? Anu's the sky god, right? Just like Oya, just like Michael, if his son comes down, right? Would God's son be different than God? Would they have the same kingdom or not? Would they have the same abilities and powers, or would Michael have more? Depending on how bad his mother was. You know what I'm talking about? You ever had a kid before? A book about multi-generations of gods. If it was written by gods, right? Is it not written that you are gods? And I came here for my brothers and sisters as a god. So it's a book about gods for gods, right? And they speak English, which is angels. Where they lost that? Oh, and making up shit. I know that's right. It sounds like they're fucking illiterate. Because they are. It's not a belief system. That's the fucking language you're speaking. The belief is implied in the fact that you speak it. So if you do not believe in gods and angels, then why the fuck are they using our damn intellectual property? Exactly. They had to be on some bullshit. Because why is anyone not Semitic using our goddamn language? World politics. For humans, I guess. Cool fucking story if you're a human, I guess. But you still answer to Imperial Majestic. Who is their Imperial Majestic today? See Medea? Absent? Missing? They thought they killed him or something. Underground Railroad, don't ring no bells, nothing. We didn't go underground and went through what they call the Titles of Nobility Act, where we changed our names. Yeah, we went underground. Yep. Mufasa became Scar for a few years. We'll be back. So the coolest thing about our story is, whatever we started and lost control of, whoever we owe, it was hypothecated from us. So now we don't owe nothing. That's the beautiful thing about this story. From the Civil War to now, I know it won't us. So those debts are not mine. That structural reorganization of a Moorish constitutional republic into whatever the fuck it is now, democracy, ain't got nothing to do with me. So whoever they sold to, or whatever other space group they're associated with, they ain't looking for me, bitch. And even if they were, they'll catch something. But it won't gonna be that anyway. But hypothetically, mentally, karma is not our karma. They literally freed us by enslaving us. What the enemy intends to be a weapon against you, God will use for you. That's in that Bible too. I could have sworn it was. They intended to make us sad and Al Jeru, cry about Jerusalem, New Jersey. I was born there. I remember it. It's cool. There's too many immigrants there. But I love them. I love a lot of them, actually. But that ain't the problem. The problem is, what did God say? Did God say that he's going to send somebody to return and clean that shit up for you? Or did he say he's coming back to fuck shit up? Both could be considered a rescue mission, though. Now, question. Have you noticed that all of a sudden they can't answer why everything is all fucked up? Like, all of a sudden, I've been here for 40 years, man. It was tough. They were going to the moon with this shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? They went to the moon. They was going to Mars. Now they can't go nowhere. You notice all their rockets keep blowing up. You notice all their little nuclear weapons. We're going to take over the world just like Genghis Khan. It's like, nah, some little UAP coming and just starts disarming shit. They getting punked by motherfuckers that got fishers and farmers on fucking little boats right now. Like, can you imagine that shit? Can you imagine that all the former forces of Tartaria are forming back together? And that's what's bankrupting them? That the Ottoman Empire, at least in the idea of it, it's factions, meaning there's sprinkles of genetics in all of those people today. That for whatever fucking reason their prerogative is to box out the people who violated the son of the emperors and the kings. I didn't have to lift a finger. Once you understand this part of it. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. How do you feel about Charlie Kirk? I don't have feelings about a person I don't know. I just know he sounded like a dickhead. And he wasn't smarter than me. He was debating 19-year-old girls in college. I would never. So yeah, on Hakata and them, I gotta represent my district no matter what. Like, no matter what. No matter what, I gotta die like this. I'm gonna die either way. Whether they kill me, lock me up, and do a whole bunch of weird shit and lie on me, either way, right? We've seen this story before. Here's to hoping it ends different, though. We've had plenty of time to mix up this shit again. Cool story. I'll just do what I do best. Figure out shit and then share my notes and my cheat codes with everybody else. Because I know how this shit go. They say 100 monkeys. Well, if 100 monkeys change all the fucking islands, can you imagine 100 angels wake up? Can you imagine if 100 of you woke up? Can you imagine if 100 angels woke up? Shit, can you imagine if 13 of us woke up? We might have a whole new fucking demonstration in New England. How much power do you think we need? We OP already. We OP in everything we do. The only thing we ain't got is what? The fucking fiat, right? Like, the only thing holding us back from being awesome and amazing is resources. And the illest shit is, it's our resources. What are they gonna do, pay us back? After they finish paying their bankers with our resources, well, if their resources equal $137 trillion, don't they owe it times 2, since none of this shit was theirs? Robbing Harry to pay Paul, get it? All right, well, if you owe Paul 137 trillion and you took 137 trillion from me to get that, you down 250 trillion. You damn near a quarter quadrillion in a hole, bitch. Ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm not a straw man or all cap semi. Impossible. How can a royal be an indentured servant unless someone was fucking around? That's illegal, by the way. My birthright is unalienable. But they put a lien on it by giving me a birth certificate. That's what fucked up their system. They broke their own law. You can't exist and say you have unalienable rights, but then you come to us and go, we do. It divorces the concept of unalienable. So I know they're liars. It only takes one for all? Come on now. This is already in the bag, boy. This is already in the bag. I ain't got to do nothing. I can die tomorrow. It would not make a difference. They're done already. But assuming I still live, assuming we still live, we got plenty to do. That shit don't look like Seaside Heights enough for me, boy. That's what I do with the rest of my time, making shit right. Because all that other extra goofy shit is because you're dealing with narcissists and liars and people manipulating. Well, if you can silence them, and then people can just be themselves, honest, win and lose, and you ain't got to worry about pride because ain't no one judging you, then everything, the tone of everything changes. Your agenda changes. You're no longer scrambling, like, how am I going to feed my family? There's a fruit tree right there. Why do we call the trees boys? Weird fucking story for these niggas. We gotta monetize everything. Ass niggas. We could plant our own trees, boys and girls. All that shit that these farmers don't want to do, you can put in your own damn backyard. Weed and all that shit, here, have a few. We don't fucking care, have you noticed? And just a few adjustments. What you end up losing is your fucking, what's that called? Your addiction to capitalism, your addiction to slavery. Thinking that if you keep working harder and harder and harder, you generate enough energy to get more. Anyone who's done metaphysics or law of attraction knows some of your biggest blessings, you didn't do nothing at all, but claim it. And this thing that we're going through right now is exactly the same thing. The more I get people to see things clearly, or clearer, not clearly, I ain't got the final answer yet. I'm just simplifying variables, pre-algebra and shit, y equals mx plus b. But if I could simplify the variables and then mirror neurons, you see it, you ain't gotta agree with me 100% ever. But you're gonna see something, and that's gonna make you look at shit different. And as you look at things different, you're gonna think different. And as you think different, and through your frustrations, I'm like, man, fuck this shit. That's another person off the ledger for them. I ain't gotta tell people what to do and what it should be. No, the Bible right there if you want to try that shit. But all you gotta do is realize that the programming that got us to this point wasn't real to begin with. As long as I can get people to see that this whole thing was a lie, and then replace that without an empty statement and start showing you where the lie is, then you go, oh shit. He's really their kid at least. Now whether they're gods in heaven and spaceships, we can see one day. But for now, at least, America was formed by kings. And those kings were my grandfathers. With or without the Bible. Without the space opera, without the Romanization of shit, with none of that shit. King Prester John Smith is my grandfather. That's where I got my name from. He is related to Genghis Khan and Carlos V, Otto, Adam and Eve, Ottoman Empire. Empire, emperor, 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 emperor. Emperor is usually emperor of the whole fucking moon. All right, they're a family. So all of them are my family. So here and over there, part two. Tartaria and everything in between it. The Moors too. We would be their emperor. So if the Moors or Mauritanians or Northwest Africans into what you call today Europe, that's me too. The Holy Roman Emperor, grandson, absolutely. And then there's a whole bunch of kings in my bloodline. These are the emperors. But then their brothers and their cousins and everyone, those are my fathers too. God made sure I didn't miss none of that shit. Shout out to El Mr. Now. I'm talking about Sir Francis Drake, Isabella Drake. That's my grandmother too. We ain't missed none of that. Explorers and everything too. Like, that shit stacked up. Phyllis Leftwich of the Cherokee, the Iron Maiden of the Cherokee. That's my grandmother, my 8th grandmother too. Like, so we ain't gotta get caught up in the woo-woo-woo Native American shit. That's my grandmother too. Empress Sentoki of the Saponi Indians. Virginia, Maryland colony ones. That's my grandmother too. Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, Hindu. That's my grandfather too. So what I'm saying is, as long as you know that, and that's true, it is, those are my ancestors. Royal, noble, king, emperor. Royal, noble, king, emperor. Indian, American, African, Asian, however you want to designate it in our modern lexicon. The top of all those letters are my parents. What I'm saying to y'all is, there's no one on this planet that outranks me. Yet, here I am. with shit, with nothing. So by their own book, by their own rules about hereditamous, nativity, birthright, unalienable rights, and the Constitution, which is aligned with the treaties with my family. Treaty of peace and friendship with Imperial Majestics with my father. So all their treaties and all their constitutions is filed with us. Your government can't outstack me. Because when did I stop being their damn son? By signing a piece of paper? Okay, so if they're unaccountable and they're bad at accounting, notice something, and they're not looking for me to, you know, get a blessing or prayer or forgiveness or none of that goofy shit. Cool, we're way past that story. And I've been saying this for years. I've been stacking this shit for years. Even on John Smith, like, what does that mean? He started everything here. In English, with the Bible. Like, that's my grandfather, dude. Like, they want me to go to their church. How the fuck can I go to your church, bitch? You got your Bible from me. How the fuck can I go to anyone's church? What the fuck are y'all talking about? On King James English, on John Smith, who brought the King James Bible to America, Jamestown, Virginia, Maryland colonies. How can any fucking church here recruit me? That sounds fucking stupid to me. So that's what I'm saying. There's nothing I can do. People don't respect the bloodlines. Because they would know that I was a descendant of the King and Queen of America. And you don't vote for that. So I would be the King of America, Pharaoh of Egypt, since it's Egypt. And Genghis Khan is the Pharaoh. That's what King of King is, by the way. Caesars and Pharaohs, you've heard this story before. All my fathers are that way. So all my fathers are pharaohs, which is why Heru Khan, a pharaoh, has the feather in his head, with the American Kestrel Falcon, with the Eye of Horus, Ishu, Jesus, Heru, Jesus, Khan. My grandfather is who they call a god of Egypt. That covers Africa. Then they call an American Kestrel Falcon the god of Egypt, which is Libya, Ethiopia, Africa. I know that's right. We got the Afro from somewhere, I guess. So all my ancestors is everything they make movies and talk about. And what's rare about me is only half of those are on my dad's side. The rest of it's on my mother's side. And I'm the only one they made. So my mom got a sister that got 2 kids, and only one of them are going to reproduce. He got a boy and a girl already. He only got the half that's on that side. A lot of white people. On my dad's side, my cousins and stuff, there's a few more of us. I don't think there's more than 12 actually. My dad and them, they all have like 10 kids, 15 kids. So there's more people higher up the tree in different mixes. But these mixes, that mix with Noble Drew Ali and all that shit, that go to us. He only had one daughter that I'm aware of. My grandmother, who was married to S.T. Beasley. They call him Measley in Morris Temple Science America. It's not Measley, it's Manly Beasley. They switched the M and the B, trying to be faggots. Either way, my family know because my great-grandmother has the same damn thing on her head still. Rest in peace. Got killed by a COVID shot. So, no matter how they cut this shit, ain't nothing they can do with me. All they can do is deny me that I am who I am and give me a hard time and benign neglect and ignore that I'm here. Ignore that we figured out how to put this shit back, Humpty Dumpty back together. And I'm Humpty Dumpty as fuck. Like, they got me fucked up. All dimensions. As above and so below. So I haven't figured it out yet here. There's a delay. Took 40 years to get here. Hopefully they give me 40 more. Maybe I'll tell you some more, bitch. Maybe we get the magic carpets back. That's what I'm on. Once we get these faggots out the way, I'm looking for the magic carpet, bitch. I know it's a UFO, but I want one. Don't you? You want to ride on one? Solomon and Sheba got to ride on them. That's my grandparents too. If they can operate a UFO out of the Mayan calendar, then Genghis Khan had a Mayan calendar on his back. I don't know if you've seen that picture. It's a Mayan calendar. It's a little disc. It's a Mayan calendar, by the way. Then you look at the middle of the Mayan calendar. There's 4 Khans or whatever kings, and there's the big face in the middle. Genghis, yeah, same as with my grandfather, right? So it's the shape of a UFO. If you've seen this manta ray UFO, you'll understand if you turn it like this. That little place where his face is where all the liquid plasma is that powers it. So I know they got craft. They're emperors. They would have to. So I know maybe Area 51 or one of these faggots got a few of them. They don't know what to do with them. Hey, holla at me. Come on, Dolce Base, talk to me. You need to be a certain bloodline for them to respond to you. How you fucking doing, bitch? You need to be a certain bloodline for certain shit to work. Drake's Uncharted. Hi, how you doing, bitch? Who the fuck are they looking for? I've been telling them. Their algorithm and their words, they all know who the fuck I am and what the fuck I'm about. I'm not hiding it. They can test it. I bet you it'll work. Because everything I said has happened so far. Yeah, they don't want no smoke, boy. All I gotta do is stay the fuck out the way. Better not make me cry. Tears of an angel type shit. Hold on, what the fuck was I talking about? That made me think about something. Because it's pissing me off, man. I don't know how to speed it up yet. For the elect's sake, I would speed up time. For their sake, yeah, time's going by fast, bitch. But that is not what the issue is right now. We have a different issue. We have a different holdup, and I haven't figured it out just yet. If the mainstream consensus is just now catching up to the dailies, they're like 6 years behind. If the mainstream consensus is just lining up to what we were talking about in January and February, then they're like 7-8 months behind. Either one of those numbers is too much fucking time, boy. I don't think any of us got the patience for another year of this dumb shit just dragging out, knowing that they're never gonna fix it. Ain't nothing they can do between now and next year to come up with $37 trillion. And there's nothing they can do, no weapon, no research that's gonna stop them from forming bricks. There's nothing they can fucking do here. In the system as it is, I mean, like the old system. So the only thing they could be working on in the meantime with AI and all this scary shit is how to create a new control mechanism that's automated. Cool, but their math sucks and their AI algorithm. That's why it's hit and miss, or it would have made them so much money already, and it isn't. Because AI is not spiritual. They keep leaving that part out, almost like they don't have souls or something. And maybe they don't. I don't even fucking give a fuck at this point, because I think the problem that I had and a lot of my brothers have, like so-called black people, and I'll speak from that connotation, is that I notice with us, for us specifically, and it's very specific, we kind of have to wait for white people to figure out shit before it's accepted. Like, even when it comes to like prosperity, freedom, and benefits and money and livable wages, like we always have to sit in the seat and wait for Congress or somebody white to say so, and then we can go. We've been talking about being deep our whole life. Now they talking about it's woke. We used woke first, and then they changed it, and now it's cool to talk about these things. We distrusted the government first. Now it's cool to distrust the government. You understand? Like, no matter what's going on in the main society, we're always at the back of the line waiting for it to move up. And that's what the problem is, I think, fundamentally. Like, they're waiting for another Columbus to come so they can bankroll him and then steal all of his fucking ideas and maps. Again, on some Tesla shit. You've seen the story. So, we're in a mental stasis once we realize they don't have nowhere to go. So whatever freedom, whatever liberty, whatever quality of life that we were waiting for, we're never going to get there with them. On some Moses shit. Lost in the desert for 40 years. I'm in the desert at 40 years. Crazy story. And so for me as a so-called black guy, knowing that they owe so much money, knowing the history of bad narratives, implied hatred, and all kind of ugliness, which we had to use our vain imaginations for us to feel and internalize and take on as a burden for us to exist here. And it makes sense if we borrow that story, because if we didn't have that story, it wouldn't make sense to why we're stuck behind them. I get it. I get it. I really do. I get all the activists. I get all the pro-blackity black this. I get all the Moorish this. I get what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sense out of some shit that don't make sense. So then we hold on to the thing that makes a little bit of sense in order to hope that if we can all get this right, then we will make progress. Time's up though. No matter how Dr. Umar you are, no matter how fucking Asir or Taj you are, no matter how Huey P. Newton you are, we've had hundreds of years to pick up our guns and go against them. Haven't done it ever in human history. Have you noticed that? We're the ones that are so vicious and hateful and ugly, but we haven't done that, have we? You know why? We're afraid of going to hell. We're afraid of just cold-blooded murdering people. I'm not talking about in crimes of passion and people on drugs and pills and kids. I'm talking about grown adults. Like, damn, the only answer I have left is to kill these motherfuckers. I don't think God will like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, only option I gotta do is to run up into this motherfucker and blow it up my damn self. Even if it's a Kamehameha. But then I end up going to hell for that dumb shit. I guess I might as well just inch by inch, row by row. Someone bless these seeds I sow. Maybe in the future it'll get better for my children if I get enough education and I redo the farmland that they stole from me 80 years ago. If I go back to nature and go back to South Carolina where I came from and I do the same thing over again right now, that'd be the only way that my children will have a life with no schools and iPads and data centers and no farmers and no soil and no nutrients and a different sun and no good water. And if we can get to that, and that's what I'm saying. Even as a black person at the black of the line, we ran out of time for any idea to break free from the mental bondage in our circumstances as a collective. Now, we had until 2025 to do some fly shit like that, and we'll never do it now. We're so far behind in terms of that strategy versus that system. The only good news is that that system is dying. And what's unfortunate is those old models of thinking during that revolutionary period of 60, 80 years ago, is a lot of people are trying to revive that now. And it doesn't make any sense. Not enough testosterone, not enough facts, not enough readers, not enough leaders, not enough spiritual, whatever the fucks. We don't have that. We have a timeline. We have a general consensus of what's appropriate and not appropriate in terms of what to talk about, think, and stand on. And even that's being challenged every day by younger people and people who are just trying to get attention. So we don't even have, like, when shit gets really bad, this is the church that we go to hear from that person, as Farrakhan tried to do. Where's he at? We don't have like some spiritual guru under the ground that you can go to New York or to a park and run into and get the knowledge, if you will, right? There's no Clarence 13X out there in that way. We don't have someone, a leader, if you will, like an elder, an elder. We don't have that outside of ourselves to make sure that our ideas make sense. All we have is frustration, dirty ass lies, and fragments of history. Golden age of the Moors, all the beautiful things about Africa, and so on and so forth. The whole time, a lot of us came from Tartaria, and we don't know nothing about that. So we're so far behind. And it's not our fault. It's not because we're stupid or didn't try even. We tried the best that we can do to make sense out of evil. We tried our very best to make sense out of evil. One more time. We've done the most that any person on this fucking planet can do with this fucking snake biting our fucking heel again. We've did every fucking thing we can do. We integrated, went to these stupid ass schools. We gave up our sovereignty. We changed our fucking names. We changed the way we wrapped our heads and grew our hair out and had our beards down to our fucking belly button. We changed everything we can do to at least allow us to have some dignity, to survive, and to at least have control over our family. And these motherfuckers didn't think that was enough. They wanted to send the women and the feminists against us too on some lesbian shit. Now we gotta deal with that as dudes. Like, what the fuck? Why all these bitches acting like they men, but they the type of men that you smack the shit out of, and you don't want to smack the shit out of them, so you can't fix it. Because I know if a nigga was talking to me like that, I'll stomp his stupid ass out, and you will never hear from him again. I got proof. So Of course, I'm not gonna do that to my sisters, but I'm saying they got them in that polarity in which you would. So I get it. I get it. It's like for us as men, especially, ain't so many moves. And then I got brothers from different walks of life and different backgrounds. They going through the same exact blues. So it's like it's generational then. All right. So our generation of people, millennials and on down, maybe some Gen Xers, we don't want to leave them out, and maybe some boomers too, who know better but don't have the consensus either. We're all dealing with a generational dilemma, a generational paradox. Life after the internet type shit. First time in recent human history again. That it's not even what to do. We don't even have a consensus or idea of what's to be done even. We can't talk about slavery no more. I wish we drop it. Theoretically, I mean. So it's not like you're trying to revolt Civil War, like they say, oh, Civil War Part 2. Shut up. You can't escape on the Underground Railroad and go to a new land that's going to treat you like a human and let you work for them. You can't change your dashikis and your language and then download more culture that will empower you. I can tell you about all the bitches that I've ran into in the last 5 years. All of them are closet witches. All of them practice some form of black magic. It's not that fucking very useful at the level they're stuck at. So we can't even, I don't even know a prayer to say. Like if we had a 1,000,000-man march today, like what would we pray about for real? Like what's the problem for real? All people can do is take a general statement. It sounds like this. Everything is fucked up. The white boy gonna come in the chat like, look, bro, I hear what you're saying, but it's fucked up for me too. Everything is fucked up. A sister go to come in the chat like, I know the hoes you're talking about. That ain't me either. And even for me, a good feminine woman that's a believer, everything is fucked up. We can talk to our Asian brothers and our Africans. They're like, yo, we didn't have the 400-year head start. Everything is fucked up. Like, they say don't hate the player, hate the game. The game is fucked up. So for me, I don't see a war versus flesh and blood, quite literally, because it's not a person standing in my way. It's like no one's standing in my castle or my throne, if you will. Like they don't even think like that. They don't even know what that is. They, you know what I'm saying? I would have to fight a person based on the fact that they're ignorant, not because they standing on business. Now, if a nigga out there saying that they the kid and they standing on business and this is why things is going as them, I'm like, all right, nigga, call me Killmonger. I challenge you. I'll knock you the fuck out before you even think about responding to me. All right, am I done now? No, of course not. So it's not a movie. You know what I'm saying? It's not a hero's journey in the sense like Shrek or Mario Brothers. It's not like I'm trying to climb a castle or stairs to find a dragon or the devil and slay the dragon and then boom, everyone's free instantly. No. Because we're not fighting people. We're fighting an idea. This is the culmination of a lot of fucking bad ideas. And it lasted that long because there's quite a few good ones. Now we're running out of the good idea timeline. You know you're running out of good ideas if your media is dying. You know you run out of good ideas if the products and the food ain't inspiring. Like, all right, we exploited the Mexican tacos. What's next? Thus, we hit a brick wall limit on the current parameters of all societies. We've ran out of novel ideas. It costs the United States federal government $137 trillion to even run that shit on credit. And that credit allowed them to get there faster. That's what money is, right? Money is speed multiplier more than anything, I think, if I'm honest. Yeah, you can buy more things and bigger things, but what the main advantage of having a lot of money is that your ideas can be manifested faster than anyone else. So imagine having $37 trillion in just, so nah, fuck that, round it up to 40. Imagine the last 40 years, they borrowed, the federal government, $1 trillion a year to get their advantage. Obviously. The problem is, irregardless of the numbers in the made up money system, too, that's an idea, too, right? Hypothetically, humans can go tulip mania on they bitch. Look up on Wikipedia tulip mania and read what happened. It's kind of like the first crypto, based on flowers. And if it's based on flowers, it's based on vagina. If it's based on vagina, it's based on bitches. Human trafficking. But they're going to tell you the flower story. So anyway, it runs out. And then people become disinterested or disempowered, the opposite of inspired. And then people start questioning rational thoughts and like, what is life? What is it worth? What am I doing? It's like they triggered a mass midlife crisis, right? Technically, I think that's how that's described. In the midlife crisis is, what is my purpose? When they talk about the job reports now, you see the nurses and the people in the medical field, they said up to 50% of them, I don't know how they get these numbers, so we'll take it with a grain of salt, but so many of them are willing to get out of the medical profession to find another job that pays better, less demanding, less stressful, and more fulfilling. Let's break some of that down. They're already some of the most highest paid average worker you'll run into outside, at least, right? And the reason why things are so stressful is because of COVID. The injuries, the diseases, the turbo this, the turbo that, and then also the mental change with mRNA editing certain gene codes. So you're dealing with a more Aggie patient. You're dealing with a more Aggie boss. You're dealing with people who are running out of money at the top, but in your little hospital or in your little hospice, these people are just answering emails and then they're expecting you to figure out how to execute the shit and live up to a fucking numeric standard, but you're here because you want to help people who are hurting. Or it's just a good job for you. Either or, it's not a good job no more if there's so much stress, overtime, more shifts. You got the overtime, then they overtax you because they pass some new stupid shit, and then you're like, what am I doing all of this for? Entertainment's the same thing with beat making. That's why I'm taking some time off. What am I going to do? Sell beats to who? Tyler? So I can sell 3,000 copies? Bitch, I can do that by myself. So like, and I've sold thousands of kits already. You know what I'm talking about? So I know I can. I've done it already. So why the fuck they always call when I'm doing that? So I know this ain't that. And then everybody else. And the saddest part is, this is the straw I think that'll break the camel back for most people. What's the point of going through all this shit if I don't even have my family? Remember, the golden era of the United States that they're trying to bring back hypothetically is the Industrial Revolution. That's the prequel to the nuclear family idea. So as people were coming here for a better opportunity to live and survive and see the tall buildings and the lights, mind you, we're one of the first people that got lights again. I don't think a lot of people keep that in mind when they think about the mass immigration to a place that has lights. Versus the Dark Ages, right? In the villages and people who live outside. And so after the last reset, whenever it was, 250, 300 years ago, everyone lost lights but us. Keep that in mind. So, the electricity, the lights, whatever, they hypothecated, Einstein did this thing, you understand. It wasn't this form of electricity. It was the one that we had, which you didn't have to pay for. Ain't that crazy? So, now they can't even roll that back. And that's another thing. They're not going to answer this by free energy because they still owe $137 trillion, whether you're paying for it or not. And it does not ever profit them in the last 100 years to make you not pay for it. So, you get it? So, we're not waiting for them anyway for that. Fuck them. We'll have someone re-download that map and we'll be fine. It's going to take some time. But in the meantime, if you don't even have a family, bro, and that's what people ain't saying just yet. They're echoing it because they're so caught up in their own myopic life and, their social media conditioned narcissism and all these things. And now all of a sudden they can't afford this shit. Like, fuck it, I'm going to boycott Disney anyway. Bitch, you couldn't afford it next month anyway. Oh, I'm not going to support this. You didn't shop in Target for 3 months anyway. Oh, I'm not going to Starbucks. You start making coffee in your Keurig at home anyway. No one's going to say that, though. But we know it. You know how we know it? We have the numbers. Someone's fucking lying, right? So as all this thing is expiring, what's left? People are stuck in their own mind now. You don't have the music and the things. Even the news with Cardi B and stuff. It's kind of retarded, ain't it? Like, it's so retarded that girls are calling it retarded. Like, this hoe ain't even divorced yet, and she's already pregnant by a guy that has 3 kids already. You know how long I waited for a woman to call out some common sense shit like this? These girls have so much testosterone that they're starting doing math like men. We might have to let this slide for a little bit. We might got to give them a couple more years, man. They're going to figure this shit out real quick. So if Cardi B can't do the da baddie thing, and she's the queen of the baddies, right? It's based off of that Mona Scott presentation of it, right? So our sisters and our cousins are like, these baddies are trifling. These baddies are falling off. Cool. I'm on Threads. I'm telling you, that's where all the bitches is at. Our age, millennials. Beautiful women, I guess, per the standard. All of them single. None of them married. Still showing their ass. However, the narrative. I'm single. We know. 50% of you will be single in the next 4 years. If I had to guess, 1 out of every 2 baddies would be single. You know what's crazier about that metric, though? The attractive women who are used to running this game like that will not be 1 out of 2. Most of them will be single. I'm not trying to condemn them yet. I'm just trying to get somewhere. So I'm already seeing it. They ain't got 4 years. They're single right now. So if the prediction is between now and 4 years, you'll be single, and you're single right now, what does that mean in terms of just statistics and probability? They're going to be single for the rest of their life. That the majority of the women single now from our generation, because they're 40 already. Don't forget how old I am. I'm talking about my people, my generation, Generation Y. If Generation Y women are single right now, and the prediction is in 4 years, with the way things are going now, financially, economically, and all the other things, and all the little damage that was done by social media and relationships, it's going to take a while to repair. But at least in the next 4 years, predicted to be 50% single. And they already are. What are they working for? They're going to have that thought soon. I can't wait for them to have it. They're starting to talk about it. Oh, I'm getting kind of old. I kind of want to slow down and get out the streets, and I just want a man to come home and blah, 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 blah. I know. You gonna wish that next year? You gonna wish that the next year after that? And from the women I talked to closer to 50, oh my God. Your last leg of independence is between 48 and 52. Because there's something about a woman hitting 50. After that, she invisible. Nobody care how fat your ass is after 50. Not even the girls. You become like a fucking, a vision board. Like, I hope I look that good when I'm 50. No one says, I hope I can wife a bitch that's 50. It becomes personal. It's like, she looks good for 50. I have a chance to stay looking good by 50. It becomes vanity. It doesn't become desire. To move on from that. Those were the people leading this economy. All your data and metrics is based on their spending. That's why they know how many of them are single, by the way. This is a JP Morgan statistic. You know, the banker at the top of the pyramid of what you call the United States. Their coke boats come in and they never go to jail. That's how immune to the law they are. So I need people to understand that. JP Morgan has coke boats, never go to jail. JP Morgan is a bank. Board members, all kinds of people, family members and bloodlines. They're the ones telling you that your ass gonna be single for the rest of your life. At least half of you. And the ones that are getting married aren't them. So a lot of average women who have some fucking common sense are playing nice, is why it would be 50% if any of them get married and having kids. Keep that in mind. So, mind you, in due time, only 20% of men ever have kids. So that's not surprising. That doesn't affect us. That's why there's whores and hoes and prostitutes. They find other ways to be men. Hence why it's one of the biggest, longest professions. So, bar that idea for the men, it's not a men problem. Because men are going to work and die and soldier and war and do all the things that we've been doing the whole time we've existed anyway. The problem is that consumerism doesn't work without women and families. Did you hear what I said? I want to say it differently. So in 4 years, they're already predicting that the hyper-consumer class of the United States will be single and miserable in the next 4 years. That's another way saying that they'll be depressed, they'll need opiates, they'll need cats for companions and touch so they can sleep, and all kinds of other services and things that they can dream of. Like, oh my God, we're going to make a killing. Here's the problem with that stupid-ass idea from these fucking nerds. They haven't studied black women enough. That is not a state of perpetual well-being for them. If they've been fucking anti for 40 fucking years in a row already, and I grew up with them, you ain't gonna want that fucking problem in 4 to 10. They're insufferable to us. Now imagine when they turn against the system, which is, I think, was what we're actually waiting for. I think that's why a man or a boy can't do this. We're waiting for our counterparts to start talking like this, or in the way that they do, right, in their energy. And then doing the math, like, wait, 50% of us are about to be miserable for the rest of our life, is what they're saying. One more time. 50% of us are about to be miserable for the rest of our lives, purposeless, without children or family, for the rest of our life. And they're predicting that we're about to live a very long time if you make it to 2030. So by the time your sister makes it to be single without kids by 2030, the medicine, the science, the Russians, the Chinese, they're carrying HIV, AIDS, and niggas is regrowing spinal cords in South America right now. The shit's about to go up, baby. And she don't have to be single for the rest of her life. You think that's gonna go well with your sisters? Nigga, please. They talk about they want American Revolution and all this goofy shit. Mind you, I want to remind you something. Benjamin Franklin letter about the issues of mankind. Mankind, not angels, not man, mankind. Keep that in mind. He mentioned Boers. So that's Tars, Mers, Kurs, Boers. He went down the letter. In case you missed it. Little people. Doesn't matter. So, as of 1751, they said 1 out of 100 people were able to get married. I don't know if you understand how terrible that stat is. Everyone else is just whoremongering, right? That's why there's so many orphans and bastard children and people who don't know their family history. Because the conditions are very similar to now. No emphasis. Didn't matter. Survival, luxury goods, all that shit just popping. By 1750. This is before the United States, by the way. But it's here. You understand the difference? Like, Benjamin Franklin was here before there was the United States. But Benjamin Franklin's Benjamin Banneker because they like to fucking steal our names and change them to make it a white guy. I get it. I can figure them out. Minister Penitentiary. Can't be a white boy. Cut it out. So anyway, 1750 they had that problem. So 24 years later, however old those people were that he was writing about, because he's younger too, right? He's talking about his own people. So they're in their 20s, maybe 30s tops. In 20 more years, they'll be our age now, and a little bit older. That's where our sisters are going now. So between the observations of mankind and the American Revolution, it's only 24 years. And they said it was a deranged occasion, meaning shit was crazy. We're headed there now. We ain't got 20-something years. We're going there now. Loop. Because the same time that those planets was aligned during the American Revolution, those are the same exact planets aligned right now on Pluto. So what you're seeing is people denying the power of God and what he said to set for times and signs. And they're trying to figure it out, since the Bible and all Judaic religions, which were written by the Chaldeans, Abraham and Sarah, and them, is based on astrotheosophy. Most of those stories in the Bible are literally as above, so below. So if you could figure out the key in the story, then you could figure out what time period it was, which is why Benjamin Banneker Franklin had an almanac tracing the stars. He knew what time it was at all times. Mason. So thus, it's a similar time, not the same time, but it's the same catalyst. We're going through it now. And most of your women are single, and most of them are going to stay that way. That's that hyper-consumer class that they created with feminism. It's dead already. What I'm saying is they can't come up with $30 billion a day worth of business ideas and consumerism because their consumer class is already protesting and checking out. The sad thing is, most of our sisters who worked in healthcare and all these things, the reason why a lot of them are walking out is because they got that COVID shot. Their health ain't that good. And they've been fucking so much with all them diseases they got. Can you imagine a turbo, whatever the fuck they got dormant? So once your baddies go broke, once your big mama dies off and they sell her house, and once everyone else straggling alive trying to figure out where the fucking leader is or the queen bee is, there won't be any. Yeah. Shout out to my brother. Ugh. Let me run back on the comments. I seen a few people commenting I ain't seen comment before. Let me run that shit back, boy. Shout out to my brother PT Cruising. Smyth-EL. Hey, we got more. June Zom, good to see you again. M Diesel, what's good, bro? You said shit only takes one for all. My Hero Academia, one of my favorites. Eat, drink, and be merry. Come on now. Sound like something Jonathan would say, part 2. Peace, I'm back. Mr. Now is back from Italy. Oh, that is Jonathan's account. No wonder. He said I wanted to clean the account so it's easier. Smyth-EL. As if grandma get mad you took out the weeds and rats from her garden. Speaking to that feeling. Order out of chaos without creating more chaos. There you go. Only other play is the prayer for a hot swap of spirits inside the sand. No, they ain't gonna have it. Quantum entangled for real. The ones that are multi-cooked. The game this time is the players. Come on now. Dark Mountains, it is totally nuts, brother. I'm trying to figure it out for all people. Amy Ross says, shame left our women during the civil rights. That's when, that was the beginning of their den of woe. But they had to go through this story arc, by the way. Because if they don't realize they're American Indians, then they don't realize that they're the queens of this land anyway. So they got a chance to be free with the white people, but motherfucker, you're the sovereign. You just gotta figure out which auntie sold you out. That's a different story. That's not in the Bible. Mr. Now says, gave women extrasensory common sense hidden as chemical warfare as an accident. It sounds like mutants after radiation spillage type scenario. Yeah. Yin 11 says, yo, 7-day leftover women. I told him look up them videos in China. Remember, there are way more Chinese women than us, and they have the problem already. So you know which way it's going to go. And then you say they're good at math and being smarter. They can't fix that problem, can they? Nope. And they never will. They'll be 50 in no time. Our top of the pyramid versus their top of the pyramid are two very different variables, almost like the Star of David or something. 250 years single, hell, warp speed, trying to do without God. They can't do no good without God. YJ Recon, hey, it is all good, bro. It's going to be. Once we get through the hard part of fucking figuring out what the fuck happened for real. Because I don't know what happened. I don't. I have no fucking clue why I ended up in this Mandela affected reality. I'm talking about I'm King James' grandson. I have no idea how we went from point A to point B. Something happened when I went to sleep a few months ago. We was not in this polarity at all. Motherfucker, I was working on fucking lo-fi hip-hop and R&B bitch. I was trying to meet me an R&B bitch. I had no intention of going, you know what, fuck it, I'll die for this. Happen overnight can happen no quicker. I went from trying to figure out how to way to live more comfortably to being willing to crash the fuck out and die for something. Like that. I don't know what happened, man. Go ahead and send me the goddamn donation first, boy. Stop fucking playing with me. These people want to play with fiat while we got it. No. Let it circulate. That's the only way this stays alive for us. But they're gonna need a new system soon because I don't know anything they can do without a consumerism class that would generate $37 trillion in their lifetime, and that's probably nothing anyway. Even if they did stay hyper-consumer, even if they consume more, you trying to hypothecate that everything that AI auto-generated in data farming and data mining, so you get more bitcoins than everyone else. I get it, but then you're like, nah, who's gonna use them? Us, the computers? Like, what the fuck? You end up spending all that interest and all that energy wasting off my grandmother's land, and then talk about, I want the computer to do all the goddamn work and pay for all the things, and then you ain't gonna have nothing left when it does it. I don't understand nothing. Did they play Horizon Zero Dawn yet? Probably not fucking yet. So, they're full of bad ideas. Just like Tim Cook, just like Mark Zuckerberg, just like Elon Musk. They were the hot shit for their people in 2001. This ain't that. We're not in that world no more. We left that, whatever world we were in was in that world when Drake came out. And whatever that led to Drake and Future and back and forth in Atlanta and little babies and all the little girls and fucking sissy jeans. You talking about their thugs and stuff? Yeah, it's not that world either. It's not the DI world. It's not the Bernie Sanders world. It's not the Biden world. It's not the Kamala Harris world that never existed. It is the world we're in 2025. 24 years later. They ain't got nothing for this. They don't got nobody in college to steal from. They thought they could hire them. Then they forget that you're not hiring the same people that your equal generation. Why? You're hiring new people who are raised by people like you. Selfish bastards. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. These kids don't give a fuck about none of that system. Or if it's collapsing. They gonna wear their Crocs and their hoodies and look at their damn phone and mind their business like they've been doing. And that's the best thing they can do. Live. Survive an apocalypse. Again. Thank God they call some big brothers down here. Don't worry, I'll fuck them up for you. Once I figure it out. Once I figure out that sigil and that spell, I got you. I'm gonna figure it out. I think that's why I'm here. We doing a whole bunch of fucking algebra in the back, behind the scenes, and all kind of dumb shit, making sense and looping shit, and figuring out what Solomon really meant and shit, and finding out musical scales and all kind of other shit that are different Ben. I'm like, no, but what was Ben saying? I gotta finish reading his almanac. I bet you told me already. He knew what time it'd be up, since he mapped the stars already. Ben knew. Ben is City Muhammad, by the way. If you didn't know that. Benjamin Banneker, the reason why he disappears out of their history, it's because he's City Muhammad. You don't become a Muhammad until what? You're 40. Mm-hmm. Same story. Big head scientist, same story. Minute, Michael, same story. 15-minute city, same story. Ivy, 4th generation. All right. So, I don't have the privilege of knowing what happened once he became Muhammad because I think the Castile family betrayed him. They just tried that on me. I don't know what's next. Usually betrayal with a woman, a honeypot. Them bitches wasn't bad enough for that storyline, so I guess they're not. They hope that you get up and get rid of yourself. I was like, you're dealing with kings and emperors, not bitch ass niggas. Why would that work on me? I lost my mother when I was a baby. That's the hardest thing you'll ever have to live through. Everything else is money. I had to grow up without a mother. Like, the fuck? They don't even traumatize. You gotta grow up your whole life without your mother and see all the other kids. Especially when you're from a background where everyone had single mothers, so you never had what they had. And you know that every time you meet one. And you know they treat you better than your dad does. Imagine that madness. So I don't understand why they would think we would be weaklings, at least emotionally. This shit ain't easy. It's hard on me. It's hard on me emotionally, honestly. But it doesn't bring me to like giving up and crying and all that bullshit. If I have to cry, it's because I'm angry because I can't kill somebody. On some kind shit, on some warrior shit. Like, God damn it, I can't murder them and just be done with it. I wouldn't, but it would frustrate me if I feel like I wanted to and I can't. I gotta stand on business. Thank God I'm like that. Because I met a lot of brothers that ain't. And they killed all the wrong people. So we're not doing any Peter and Jesus sequels here. not doing no Muhammad sequels. This is a brand new story arch. But it's gonna have a lot of similarities since we're similar to those people. Not the same, just similar. So I'm trying to figure out, in all of the lore that I've uncovered so far, where does the story go next if it's a loop? I'm in the desert now. Cool story. Just read about Moses and Aaron and Joshua. Cool story. Yeshua, same story. So they get into the desert for 40 years. I'm in the desert for 40 years. Rain for 40 days and 40 nights. 40 day sounds. I get everything right. And then after that, you go into the Promised Land and the Bible and the New Testament, King Jamestown. My grandfather said there'll be a golden era once that happens. Cool fucking story, bitch. But they don't tell you what a golden era is. So you won't even know what the signs of it is. But Leonardo da Vinci did me a solid. And his painting that they whitewashed, mind you, he is at the bottom of a Mayan pyramid. Look it up. Last Supper, Jesus, the white one. If you look behind him, there's a golden ratio. There's 3 doorways, 2 little doors on the side and a tall door in the middle. Built by giants, by the way, over here. That's an American pyramid he's having his Last Supper in. Look at it real quick. Jesus the Pharaoh, the emperor, Last Supper was at the bottom of a pyramid. One more time, look it up. Confirmation. So shout out to whoever the team, Smith-Sonia son. I'm Dwayne Deshaun Smith. I'm Sonia Banks' son. So shout out to them for whitewashing everything, but they couldn't hide the math and algebra. So I know it's a pyramid, right? Look at it. 3 doors, right? Mm-hmm. Golden ratio. That's us. Mayan arches. So we know that Leonardo da Vinci wasn't in America according to them, so why is he drawing American pyramids? Wake your ass up. So in that same drawing, they have white Jesus in the middle, and he's separated by the 12 disciples, which represent 12 months, right? Mm-hmm. It's actual theosophy, so they have to be. So the first 3, the next 3, him, 3, 3. It's moving backwards. So on the far right is winter. The next one is fall. Then it's him. Then it's summer. Then it's spring. In a more bigger calendar, not the local one we go through yearly, which is supposed to be a moon calendar, which will give you 13 months since it's Jesus and 12 disciples. We'll get to that eventually, Mohammedans. So on Allah, right? So it's feminine when we did it. So once they understand that in the middle of that picture, after the fall, then there's a golden era, and then there's summer. So that means we're between seasons wherever we go next. If you notice the duration or the length of that time period, because he's sitting there, I think he's holding his hands open or something, that golden era is twice the length of any one of those seasons. So if every season, give or take, is 400 some odd years, then the golden era will be 400 to 800 years. Just me doing rough math on it. So we're about to enter a time period at the same time our tech, our AI, and the UAPs are visiting us, in which it will be like the Jetsons in the next society, at least for the next millennia. I can imagine. So we will be the Cedars, who will be the 12 tribes plus 1 of the next generations on some Star Trek shit, which is exciting. If we don't die first. So, fall of Granada, 1492, led to Christopher Colon selling the ocean blue and minding our fucking business, starting doing his scout report. 1492 to 1892, Reconstruction. All right. So from the fall of Granada to now, this should have been a golden era by the 1900s, but it wasn't. Something happened. We know, Federal Reserve happened. It jumped into the end of whatever we thought slavery and all that oppression was for the tribes of Israel, again. But they interrupted it and added they put a 100-year stopgap or delay on it by going through everything we just went through up until 2025. That's assuming they didn't change the calendar sooner, by the way. We assume that this is the same calendar linearly from just 200 years ago, and it may not be. They love changing shit. Whatever the time is, that's why we rely on the stars and shit. So I know this year for sure that the moon gave birth to a star. It had a crescent moon with a hollow point and a star, you see the star through it. Impossible, but you know how the story is with science and NASA. So we know that starts the Ramadan thing, because it happened during Ramadan, so we know it's a prophecy for them. I know that's right. Since we already united the kingdoms. So we're living in the prophecy of whatever that is. time period wise. We're at the end of the Roman Empire again. They don't teach that. They don't teach what happened after the Roman Empire. They'll start skipping around and naming names so they can hurry up and get to their bitch ass being in America. But I think that era last time, that was similar to that time gap, the end of the Roman Empire, is how we got Genghis and everybody's father 21 generations ago. Remember, that ain't the first generation. That's just my linear bloodline where they start their stories for their emperor. He comes from someone else too, right? Maybe a different location, maybe a different moon, I don't know. But whatever it is, we're looping the end of all of the stories at once. We're in the Quran right now, we're in the Revelations right now, we're in some Hopi prophecy, we're in the real American Indians prophecies, we're in everyone's prophecy, and finally, this devil gets the fuck up out for this moon. Cool story. Maybe that's why they're trying to go to Mars so fast, because they know. But they won't. They gotta die here and pay off that debt, since they owe it to an Imperial Majestic. I think that's why they thought they can get away with credit. They thought that an Imperial Majestic will come back and accept debit. Nah, bitch. Constitutional legal tender is silver, copper, and gold only. They do not have $37 trillion worth of gold. No one does. So even their wettest imagination, they couldn't take it back. It's impossible. So I know they're committed to blasphemy and treason, and reneging on their constitution aligns to the treaties that were set here by my grandfathers, who are warlocks and sorcerers. So there's an Indiana Jones curse or a Pharaoh curse attached to all of this. Yeah, I know. Reprobate mind and some work shit. And we're going through reprobate mind right now, collectively. Thank God. I just don't know what happens after it. I don't think there's nothing for y'all to do for it. Besides imagine some shit being over it. You ain't gotta pick up no weapons and kill nobody. They ain't do nothing. This is not your neighbor's problem, or yours. Once they realize it. It's gonna take a lot of people a long time to even try to realize a piece of this. I wouldn't count on it. It'd be impossible. They're way too behind to get started now. They'll ask me what book to read, and they still won't read it. So, we are at a conjunction point in our collective, our generations, where we have to imagine a better timeline, victory, outcome. And I think that's what the freedom of will is. Go forth and fear not. Rumors of war, fuck you. All the money is bad, it's fake to begin with. The fuck is bad fake money? It's still fake money. We'll trust me, we'll go back to selling the seashore if we have to. Yeah. The only thing we can do is wake up our brothers and sisters for it. To get them out of the psychosis of the American dream. It's the most humane thing we can do. But I call you to remember the Matrix. Watch it one more time. When they unplugged Neo, what happened? He freaked the fuck out. He was hyperventilating. He was sick. He couldn't hold his food down. He was gasping for air. He was lost in a room by himself for a few days. Yeah, just like that. They'll have to go through withdrawal of their whole timeline and paradigm of their mind being wrong this whole fucking time. So you end up attacking their pride, their self-esteem and self-worth, their identity, and all these things at once. Which is why I think the media and the government is doing a great job. Social media is doing a great job unrolling it one topic at a time, 1 week at a time, and he's like, wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. It didn't change, it didn't change, it didn't change. It's not getting better, it's not getting better. You know, they're warming up to some shit. But it's making them nervous. They feel like they gotta do something, they gotta fight something, they gotta stand up and boycott and do something. There ain't nothing you can fucking do. They blew the hooch already, boy. Like, it's done. They screwed the hooch already. You ain't going to get it back to the way it was. You're gonna have to fuck around and create something brand new. They're not there yet. They just keep comparing systems and falls and collapses of the last 100 years, like as if that's where it began. And you know, that's probably the most dangerous job for you to do right now. Is try to get people to see it a different way. You can't even bring up the God or the angel part of this. They don't think you're talking about the white man or religion or Jesus or something. That is not my grandfather's name. But if it was, that's not what my grandfather was saying. And if he wasn't fucking talking to them anyway. So, yeah, man. We're in a paradox and a catch-22, no matter what we do. Our best ideas right now are screwed if this is the system we're doing it through. Because the United States is broke, baby. Thank God I'm not the United States. We didn't need them anyway, obviously. This transition's a bitch, bro. I don't know. Apple, they're gonna try Apple Pay City Muhammad is crazy. Bars don't count on them to figure it out, count on figuring itself out. Yep, 2, as soon as they think wrong, but do something about it. Brand new is the 3rd viable to entertain. Can't name Jesus to them, they go slavery times instantly, every time. Every time it's kumbaya, my lord, but they skip right past Kirk Franklin. Where's Tyler Perry when we need him? Oh yeah, he rejected $900 million worth of credit to build a studio in Georgia. I wonder if he knew Marvel was moving. Damn. That was a hell of a decision. I knew he was lying about the AI because the AI wasn't ready when he said it. There's nothing they can show that man that'll make his job easier. He probably just accepted the fact that if AI is going to work faster than him, then there's no reason for him to borrow $1 billion. He'll never be able to pay it back. He's way more responsible than the federal government. Shout out Tyler Perry. I don't know about them baby oil stories, but yeah, everything else, that was his smartest decision. Rejecting an offer of $1 billion worth of credit to build studios in Georgia after all the studios just fucking left. Just a couple years later. Literally, too. If Marvel couldn't do nothing with a new studio, what the fuck you think Medea gonna do? Same story, so. They exported our Hollywood from us. Don't worry, we can make a new one day. That's not what the problem is. The problem is their narrative center has changed. The problem is that the United Nations went to a new location. The problem is everything's moving even over there. People right now are talking about, oh, maybe I'll just move to Europe. You need to do your homework on Europe real quick. They have the same fucking problem, bitch. London City is their DC, bitch. They're all in the same cahoots. The fall of the United States empire is the fall of all of their empires at once. Don't forget that. They came over here on this hateful shit and this lying shit and this bullshit together. All at once. That 100-year war was all at once. That civil war was all at once. Those revolutions were all at once. They weren't just here. Same actors, same bankers, same things, same story, bitch. Some battles are easier than others because people didn't have as much as us. You get how the story go. But now that they got it, they don't know where to go with it. And that's what the problem is. The United States federal government stopped having inspiration and imagination. They start looking at the numbers. how to make the numbers grow bigger. They did trying to catch up to my grandfather's 100 trillion. You don't catch up to 100 trillion by borrowing it. He flooded the streets so much that gold became valueless. Correct. There was no Walmarts or trinkets to buy either, bitch. Now to the science. Again, mathematician. What the fuck would you need gold for back then? Are they stupid? To trade for ingredients to make food and fucking clothes? Or you can just fucking do it yourself if you own the land you're on and the farm that you own. Oh yeah, that was us before they came here. He created a whole system in which you didn't need an economy by giving you your own shit. It's like you're the king of your household. Plantation. Same story. Same fucking story. They just flipped it into this ugly shit. It's 50 estates. 50 estates. Not 50 states of Rome. 50 estados. Moorish land. You notice estados. That means it wasn't white people. It was Moors. So 50 Moorish estates. And everyone can do their own thing. Within the guidelines. By this time they're Mohammedan. A little bit more strict. Progression. Remember, the Ten Commandments were some fucking tribalists. We weren't tribal when they found us. They were fucking liars. My grandfather's a king. Not a nigga with a feather in his head and a spear. He brought everyone here. His granddaddy had $100 trillion. How much you think he had? All right then. All right then. Why do you think they came here looking for cities of gold? Why would cities of gold be here? Because we weren't talking about money. We were talking about people. Cities of golden talent. Los Angeles. City of Angels. Las Vegas, Vegas Center. Same story. Titans. Tartaria. Same story. They were talking about genetics. Same story. Because if you can get your tribe correct, if you get your breeding correct, if you get your morals and principles installed and you pass it down, and because you're passing it down that way, you're going to breed a certain way. If you breed a certain way, you're going to raise your kids a certain way, and you just multiply that times time, your end product is going to be so much better than when you started. And with that end product, you have a series of golden talent. Olympians, gold medalists, people who get it. And then that was their theory. That would make everything better. Hence all the arranged marriages. No kids. They'll arrange the kids as kids if they're kingdoms. That's how they unite the kingdoms, by marrying them in. They're not uniting shit, doing that shit now with 4-year-olds. The fuck? They fuck up everything. It don't even matter what color they are. So, I get it. We'll probably get back to that. Gonna have to. Because 50% of these people will not be able to reproduce. And I say 50% of us won't be here by 2050 anyway. That is the part that's screwed. You're not just surviving for your own sake. Because even if you do, half of these people won't even be here with you. That's the toughest thing about whoever's in charge, whether it's spiritually, financially, or government, is that every sector is about to do with massive losses. System-wide massive loss. The game ain't the same without players. Oh well. Plantation's a company, yeah. Lord, this autocorrect is deaf. Shout out to R Ward. What's good, man? 3.7 AI TV show sales is crazy. Tyler rejected the Tyler dimension. AI will be able to create the storylines of this movie in 30 seconds. I know. They want to move to Italy when Italy they have in mind is weeks worth of happy hour and coffee, not 60% tax if you make $100,000, and 40% tax if you make down half of that. and 30% down to the base of 16,000 a year. Yeah, they don't know anything about none of that. They don't know about none of that shit here. Can't name Jesus. Yeah, so they ain't nowhere for them to move to that would bring this feeling back. Unless they're called to their ancestral grounds or something. Maybe they got some ancestors in them places they think about going to. Maybe they asked God and God said, take your ass to Europe. Plenty of Europeans came here that were my color, so I can't wait for them to figure that shit out. If King James is a black guy. So I think they even painted him, bro. They're so fucking funny. They play too much for my people, boy. I don't know, no. I don't know yet, I should say. I don't know now. I guess there's more things that need to happen. Haru says it's the same thing in Denmark. I know. They don't know that, though. They just be talking and typing like it's going to be better somewhere else. No, it's not. You get paid in USD. You're fucked. Like, yeah, my job, I can work anywhere. I can use my laptop and Wi-Fi and make some money on Etsy or something. Mm-hmm. You don't accept USD, ain't you? You don't use a USD bank, ain't you? Mm-hmm. That's what your problem is. Even Bank of America, you saw what the fuck they just did? They decided for the first time in 100+ years, after stealing all the shit over here, that they want to pay their employees a livable wage. They want to pay them enough to make $50,000 a year, which is a third of what it was 20 years ago. So Bank of America just announced that they want to pay people $10,000 a year. Hold on. What's that number? Hold on. What is the value of the dollar loss? Fuck the 97% since they started a bitch. We lost 40% of our value since I was in high school. So they want new Gen Z people to apply to be bankers and all that shit for the worth of what 20-something thousand was when they were born. Great comeback story. Fucking idiots. Bank of America is fucking stupid. In terms of like, you have to raise the prices up because right now everyone's making $8,000 value a year, bitch. You're a bank. How can you not pay your employees? Oh yeah, you're not making no money. And you gotta think about why they would do that. Because of how many people are quitting. And then how many people they gotta chase down, they're not paying their credit card bills. How many people are defaulting? How many mortgages? How much this? How much that? They need staff. So they're luring them like, hey, come back. We'll pay you $50,000 so you can afford your groceries. Unfortunately, that's not enough. People who are old enough remember how that feels. Like, they don't look in their refrigerator and go, I work all fucking day for these niggas. And every phone call I make is calling people who ain't got no money. It's gonna make you feel away. Of course these people are quitting. Nobody want to work at a job where you gotta get cursed out every day because there ain't no fucking money and you calling them to look for the money. Ain't no one gonna do that shit for real. People do that shit for 3 to 6 months and they'll be quit. Their attrition and everything's gonna go to hell because there's no benefit. Oh my God, they know our people love benefits too. They don't want the Indians here. They trying to send some of the Asians back, some of the Mexicans. They don't want to do Spanish no more. Remember, they're trying to make everything English again, by the way. So they try to hire a bunch of American hybrids to do the thing. Ain't gonna work, bro. And they already shut down certain branches too, by the way. Maybe that's how they got the extra money to pay people, unlike slaves. By closing down certain branches, it frees up certain money so they can pay more people to meet their quota that they need to go hunt down the missing money. And in the hunt of missing money, you don't realize the money's missing because people ain't got it because you just decided to pay them $50,000 a year. No one else has. Cool story, bitch. And they know the value of anything because they're banks. They're, FDIC and all that. They're subsidiaries, but still, they know. They know what the problem is. They know the problem is the value of the money and not how much of it you have. And they know that no matter what the value is, when it's this fucking low, you can't have enough. So it's always being spent. Oh, it's a healthy economy. Consumerism, trust is up. No. This happens every time a fucking currency collapses. And it's not just our currency that's collapsing, it's everything. Religion, gods, and government, and corruption. It's all of it at once. It's not one of these things, it's all these things. But when your currency collapses, what happens is people don't save their money no more. I don't know if that's intentional or if it's like, what is that called? When you realize you're dying, when you as a person realize you're dying, you're like, fuck it, let me check off my bucket list. So people treat their energy, money, like a bucket list. Like, shit ain't gonna make no damn difference anyway. I might as well go ahead and get the thing. It ain't gonna make no difference anyway. I ain't buying a house no time soon. You see what I'm saying? That's what the problem is. No mortgages because you just told motherfuckers they can't afford a house until they're 50. So what are people gonna do? Save responsibility, bitch? Hell no. You know how many of these kids they train to be scammers at ATMs at the same fucking bank? They don't even have the fucking mind map in their head to respect some shit like that. If everyone they watched on fucking TikTok and Instagram was scamming the shit. Did they forget that part of this story? Do they realize what kind of kids are out here? Not all of them, of course, but I'm saying like they're aware of that. Like I was fucking aware of the 50 Cent and Ja Rule beef. I'm not 50 Cent or Ja Rule, bitch, but I know everything about that shit. Even some of the shooters. So like these kids, they're gonna try to hire all the girls. Get the fuck out of here. They love motherfuckers who ain't doing shit. That money gonna get flipped, boy. Y'all crazy as cat shit out here, boy. These people, these old boomer people, these old white people, man, y'all don't understand what y'all created by neglecting everyone for so many years. You should take care of the millennials, I think. A little too late for that. Barack Obama failed us, but well, you know, it felt good at least to say things and listen to Lady Gaga. But yeah, they ain't been clubbing no more. They ain't dancing no more. The music sucks, generally, not all of it. And that's never been a thing. Music hasn't generally sucked before. Certain genres, certain artists, but not all at once. There's always something you can find new. So they don't have that. They don't have those. They don't have. Matter of fact, what's going to be even more alarming, I think, millennials who wanted to be superstars and Gen Z who want to be influencers, they don't have the pool of money to support that dream. They don't have enough examples of that working. Kai Cenat is one little guy. It's not enough. You need at least one per state. They ain't got that. They ain't got the budget for it. Twitch ain't got enough subscribers to even do it if you wanted to. Because if anyone raises up to his level with all the Jewish people backing him on his management side, then they would have to split that pie, and it's the same Jewish bankers and management behind it. So they wouldn't do that, is what I'm saying. It wouldn't make them more money. It'll split the same money to different personalities. And I don't think a lot of people appreciate that. Same thing with record contracts. Same thing with the NBA. They have a cap, a salary cap. Yeah. There's not enough positions, period. Or it's not enough of the salary to create the positions to be equal. There we go. Can't do it. Everyone would have to take a loss. And then I saw, have y'all seen them flirting about a general strike? Are y'all familiar with those? What a general strike is? Quitting, dying as well. They probably mandated the shots. Oh, they are dying too. Bank of America did mandate the shots. I bet you they did. Someone Google that real quick. Did Bank of America mandate vaccines for employees? And they think that somebody means somebody living in France today. They think Europe is the Europe they saw in the movies 20 years ago. I know it. DeMarcus, they will never kill the son, the bloodline of the Christ. DeMarcus is one of those guys. I'm here to tell you they try. So I'm glad for your faith, brother. I'm not, as his grandson, I'm not convinced that means anything. Wi-Fi in Europe is twice as region-based, a gamble. Speed can be as slow as take you 10 minutes to download a gigabyte. Oh, just like my phone right now. BOA is DOA, that's wild, yeah. Especially when I have enough employees, I gotta close more branches. Living, yeah, they mandated it. Mr. Now says, you're the only one in the family that works at the bank. The whole rest of the family pissed off at the bank with you. Mm-hmm. Especially with all the mortgages and foreclosures about to hit them. The less flow of credit equals the less users of credit, less infraction for them to play with. It's a collapse, yes. Nope. Yes, Bank of America did mandate it. they don't want to cover the health care of all the people who got sick and lost their job, but now they want to pay people more fiat. You see how fucking full of bullshit these people are? So they're talking about a general strike. There's a few general strikes that has happened in the United States, but it's also illegal, by the way. It'll turn into Nepal real quick if the government tries to stop you. But I think Seattle did it a long time ago, early 1900s. The general strikes led to the Great Depression, by the way. Y'all should research that, why it's free. I'm about to. Well, I need some fucking Wi-Fi. My phone is literally slow. My service provider limits how much high-speed data you have after 5 gigabytes. I can run through 5 gigabytes in 2 fucking days. Then it turns into 56K or something. It's a wonder that I can upload from this phone. That's like the only thing that I can do. If it comes to like watching videos and stuff, unless it's like YouTube Music or Instagram Reels, nothing on the internet loads. It like tries not to. It's like it's not just the speed, they're limiting it. Faggots. So anyway, I'll get Wi-Fi, so don't worry about it. But I think so with the general strike, what ends up happening is your whole city stops working for a day. So it's a strike in general. It's like everything stops the machine all at once. Trash people, businesses, mom and pops, everyone just takes the day off. And then that fucks up things so bad in one day that all of a sudden the government wants to send the National Guard in. And then the men who had high testosterone back then will march and go down the street with them niggas. Like, what the fuck is your fucking coon sellout asses doing? You know they ain't paying your daddy and your mama. So that shit used to get so out of hand leading to the 1920s that the government made it, illegal. Illegal for you to take a day off. All at once. Can you imagine? So people on the internet are starting to flirt with that. I'm seeing black women call for a general strike. I don't think when they say that, I don't think enough people know what they're asking for. What they're asking for, and it's not a matter if they're going to do it or not. I need you to understand where I'm going with it. The fact that these educated sisters did this history and are familiar with the mechanism, they're at the point where they're like, fuck everything. If they're calling for a general strike, that's like asking for a nuclear war option. The last general strikes led to the Great Depression. That's why the United States went bankrupt. And that's why in 1933 they had Bank Emergency Act. It's just the trickle-down effect. Because it's not just striking the business and causing them to lose money. It's the attitudes of the people who live through it. You get to see how your government responded to you. You get to see how bullshit it was to work all day in a factory fresh off the fucking Liberty Island. You're like, I don't want to do that no more. And then Seattle lost its power in terms of growth, because people start migrating and shit. Trail of Tears, all that shit. Black Wall Streets, all of them. Remember, they blew up all of our Black Wall Streets in the 1800s. And then had a general strike, and then got to get into credit, and then we're living through that now. So they want to do that shit again with $37 trillion of local debt. Probably more, but you know what I'm saying. So a general strike would actually wipe this economy out. The pandemic, remember they kept all the essential workers and the hospital people. People were still working. DoorDash, all that shit. People still had options. Or work from home. A general strike? No. They got $30 billion a day worth of debt. Now imagine no one generated interest on one of those days. So not only do you have the $30 billion attacking you, you have the profits you are making stopped. So it takes twice as long or 3 times as long to make up for it. That's where the power is. It's not that you can, you know what I'm saying, in the business or whatever. Or you can if we really just committed to the shit. But no. It's an injury. So I could give you an example. Let's just say a company makes $100 a day. And they make $700 a week, $2,800 a month. And you struck for 3 days. That $2,700 a month becomes $2,400. But the problem is they suck at finances. They spend all their money between budget, profits, and board members. And they're always betting up stock market shit. So when they take an unprecedented loss, there's a lot of people who are unhappy. And then you got to pay catch up because you're not going to get more next time. You're still earning 27. Even if everyone came back to work, it's still 2,700. But you're missing 300 for the year now, or for the month, or for whatever the interval is. Meaning you have to do something different or sell something or close something down. Now, mind you, I did that with hundreds. Hundreds is a little bit more, reasonable. You could probably borrow, do this, do that, sell something. Now do that for billions. No one can afford to lose $1 billion a day or a month. No one. None of these corporations registered can afford a loss of $1 billion that fast because they can't make that extra billion back, right? If you lose $1 billion, you gotta make up for it. A lost day, right? Like when you go to work or school or something, they make you make up a day. Teacher work days and all that type of shit, right? You gotta make up for it. You gotta put more time in. I know that's right. Where are they gonna get that from? From the same people that struck. Good fucking luck. And then if the general strike works in any of these cities, whether it's New York, California, or several, right? You only need a general strike of key banking and corporate places for this to be fucked for everybody, right? We're all gonna feel it, by the way. But that's the point. They're calling for a general strike because they feel it already. It's like, well, shit, peel the Band-Aid off. Fuck these niggas. This is the citizens' ways of hitting back, that is. That's why they send the National Guard. Now, I need you to keep in mind, though, our sisters are talking about this shit. They're a little bit older than me, the ones I can see in their profile pictures. What did Donald Trump do already? He already deployed the National Guard. Mm-hmm. He deployed 30,000 soldiers through the United States already. Would you happen to guess what key cities they're naming? Is it because of black-on-black crime with populations with 10,000 black people? Or is it because if those places had a general strike again, it would absolutely cripple the local economy? Y'all think Donald Trump doing that shit because he's racist? Nah, that's how you get the white people on board with the shit. They believe anything, as long as you say something about black people or immigrants. He's a banker. They're stationing and practicing Jade Helm. I don't know if you remember that back then. They're doing Jade Helm. Their AI, urban warfare, against uprising. They prepared for this 20 years ago. That's how fucked they knew they were during Obama. So now they're at the part where the fuck catches. So in the event that any of those main cities that got National Guard on standby and everything else, it's because, guys, of money, not violence and drugs. He sealed up DC first, so you don't burn down my grandfather's house thinking white people live there. Then he's trying to seal up Chicago, Tennessee, where all the fucking California and Texas people move to. Stay woke, Memphis. Louisiana, ports, Gulf, Texas, California. Look at the population density map of the United States. Star Spangled Banner for real. So he or his cabinet, the people who think, they're thinking that y'all might actually fuck around and do that. See, the United States is not a country, though. Technically, the United States is 50 countries, right? The states. Those are more like countries. Texas and Florida is more like a country by itself. And if you think about a country revolting. So yeah, New York can revolt and that'd be like a country revolt, but that had nothing to do with San Antonio and fucking Los Angeles, right? The United States federal government will still have 49 other states to generate revenue or control over. You would have to have all the population dense places general strike at once to fucking kill it. And you'd only have to general strike for a couple of days. They will die in days. If that's what people wanted, though, you know what I'm saying? There'll be casualties because niggas act stupid and get excited and they're high off the thrills and the guards with the guns and the blood and the gunpowder in the air. You know how that goes, but that'd be short-lived. Because there's no battle. There's no supply depots to take. A general strike is the workers attacking the supply depots, if you ever played StarCraft or a similar game. That's all. It's not taking away the command center or the Air Force or the tech. It's the supply depots, which is your energy source. And if you don't have an energy source, none of that shit take off anyway. it'll take off a few times, but then when it's time to refill it, you ain't got nobody to refill it. So it's, very tactical at that point. I've played those games. It's not fun to be in that position, no matter how rich you are. You know what I'm saying? And then you know how niggas are. People like start doing general, walks and marches, and all of a sudden niggas is up inside them stores, turn that shit into the blackout of New York again. People coming back home with fucking new plasma TVs and fucking Air Forces. Don't worry, that's part of the game. I ain't judging. So then that's why you would have, that type of thing. The law enforcement and then law enforcement will be overcumbered, right? Because a lot of your law enforcement, a lot of us are related to cops and stuff. They probably say, fuck it, I'm general striking today too. Fuck it. Too dangerous for me, bitch. They don't pay me enough. Shit, they just canceled my premiums on my fucking health insurance. What the fuck I'm gonna go out there and die for? All right then. So they know the climate is primed for it. So maybe you should study that. The conditions that led to general strikes. The main one that I can find in my head is Seattle. General strike Seattle around 19 something, early 1900s. And then find the other ones. And then look at the conditions, the complaints. And mind you, these are immigrants and new people too, so you're gonna have to do the math on like versus where they come from versus what they were promised versus what they got. But then think about you being stomped on for your whole fucking life, how much worse it is for you, and then you do the multiplication. We're the most patient generation there is. We're the only generation who went through this much oppression that hasn't fucking hit back. We went back to learn, to work harder, mind our business, and have fun in the meantime. And it didn't work. So it's almost like dealing with a bully, right? If you ever had to deal with a narcissist that was problematic, you know that the only way you're gonna get to the other side of that lunchroom if you punch through their fucking face. It doesn't even matter if you lose the battle. You get rid of the narcissist by hitting them. Not by beating them up. You don't have to beat them up. You just have to hit them. It's the enough is enough punch that shocks them. And if you're lucky, they want to be your friend. Then they'll be narcissistic to someone else. If you beat them up, oh my God, you get their whole crew. I should have rings like Jordan. But yeah, like the people of our local thing, Donald Trump and friends, they're afraid that someone's gonna punch them in the mouth. Here's the problem. They already did. Charlie Kirk. Remember, the storyline is that something happened to Trump's ear. I still don't believe that. It was fake blood, so you know how this shit go. But maybe someone really shot at him. I don't know. But if that Charlie Kirk AI video is inspiring, because his ring finger went to his pinky when it was done. I don't know how the fuck you do that. But pretending it's real, to me, won't matter because the message is the same. They shot at the president on paper, and they killed Charlie Kirk on paper. Aren't those the guys that are in charge? Ain't that the conservative, pro-white liberation movement? Ain't them guys? Like them guys, like the guys. Like if you're talking about black versus white and civil wars, it would be their team versus everyone else's, right? Their team is taking losses. We've been taking losses. Leave us out of this bullshit, please. We're down to 15% or less of this goddamn population, bitch. We cannot help or hurt you enough. Thus, they're already in kind of like a civil war type of thing. The problem is a general strike will be a TKO. So it's not enough for us to do it. And that's what the problem is. By the time our sisters keep running their mouth and bringing up this trope, they're going to convince these white girls to do it. And they outnumber most other groups. So you check on your Karen friends. If they start talking about changing jobs, getting a new career, taking some time off, all those things, because you know ain't nothing on the other side of that sentence, right? Like, you want to get a new career where, bitch? You know what year it is? You're not starting a new career. You're not starting over. You're not going back to college. Yeah, you can finish a degree if you're already in. I get it. But that ain't going to get you nothing here. If you're leaving here and it's already lit. Oh, it ain't lit no more. Cool. So where you going to go that's lit? Google, IBM, military and industrial complex? If you want a fucking chance in Hades, ain't nowhere to fucking go. You want to manage Starbucks and Targets? Like, the fuck you want to do? work with one of these Indian companies and all these other tariff companies that are withdrawing, not about to tax them 25% for outsourcing, good fucking luck on your fucking pay grade staying the same. You might get that job, but you'll end up getting paid fucking $10,000 to $20,000 less, and the value of that $10,000 to $20 is a third of what it was when you first went to school 20 years ago, bitch. So what are you going to do better? Nothing. That's what most people have not realized yet, especially the high-performing people, because they've been so caught up in their job and climbing the ladder and the social, managing relationships and things like that. It's completely understandable. The problem is when they get a chance to stop and think and breathe, catch up on all the fucking videos and headlines and titles, and they start doing that little thing in their brain when that shit starts to load, they don't realize, like, damn, this is the end of that dream's road. Then they're going to get mad. That's what y'all got to watch out for. That's going to be the most dangerous thing about this transition. It's not your military, your drones, and all that type of stuff. It's not going to be physical like that. It's not like we have Houthis and Hamas and people trained by the CIA to start shooting people. There's plenty of people who can shoot people, though. But that's not going to be the warfare. The warfare is going to be economic. They're taxing and tariffing and raising up prices, right? Mm-hmm. Then people strike. They call it a strike, right? A boycott, a strike, a general. Yeah, it's an attack against your government. And they're already talking about doing it. Stay woke for that one, kids. Either you can get some really cool free stuff out the deal, chismes, allegedly, or you gonna get some phone calls from some crazy shit that happened. Someone got locked up, someone got slammed, someone got shot, some business burned down. Yeah, we're headed into that timeline. And they're already talking about the power grid. You always hear these prophecies about blackouts and shit. You only need to do that to one big city, bitch. They can't afford a blackout. They can't afford their fucking data center. Can you imagine a blackout right now? Can you imagine a fail? Because our power grid in the United States is weak and old. It's the fake one that J.P. Morgan and Carnegie and all of them put because they don't listen to Tesla. And because of that, it's that old. And because of that, it's hard to expand. And because of that, it's going to take them years to replace it. So what we know for sure is that these organizations would target that. We know because Salt Typhoon, the alleged Chinese hacker group, has already been running through the shit. They hacked all your own towers. Already. It's like doing a speed run to see how far they can go within that network. They got it. Right here in the state of Nevada, they're having the same fucking problem. Debating about power. Because right down the street, there's a solar panel farm. And they're waiting for the federal government to invest millions more dollars into it to finish the updates. Trump don't want to do it no more. For nowhere. But now that strains Nevada. And then their water source, Lake Mead, is supposed to dry up to record lows within the next 2 years anyway. And you need the water for a lot of that power in the current system, in the current grid. Thus, I'm in a state that will lose power first, for real. After people can't afford it. So there's going to be a time where it's a high bill because you can't afford it. But in that little squeeze to the end of it, it won't be no power to pay for. And they're not prepared for that yet. Keep that in mind, kids. They don't give a fuck what a data center, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, or any fucking battery person has. Because they sent all their battery people back to Korea, right? So, they don't have your federal government or the people in charge and the people debating you. Have you noticed these Congress? Have y'all seen these fucking stupid ass hearings with Patel? The clips? Have you seen how fucking what is that word called? The opposite of couth, the opposite of decorum. Have you seen how loose your representatives are lately? Frustration, anger, mad, incoherent, talking shit to each other. Have y'all noticed that? Like an uptick in your political officials and the suits and stuff talking shit to each other. I think a black woman just told Patel he's like the most incompetent or blah, blah, blah FBI director ever. Like, that's some shit you type on Facebook. She said that on congressional record, disrespecting my man's pots and pans. He ain't really my man's pots and pans, but you know what I'm talking about? They're not professional at all. John, yeah. They're no longer selling the illusion that that is the class. They're losing their tact in their class, their patience. There was that mRNA again, like I fucking said before. But what I want you to notice with that is that the trigger is genuine. Like they shouldn't be pissed off and lose their class and professionalism. And there's some reasons why they are, but the trigger is still there for them to be like that. That's what you got to worry about. Because don't fuck around and do a government shutdown, and then when the government shut down, have a general strike. And when a general strike happens, then also hit one of these grids in one of these major cities or banking capitals. Any of those events by themselves and any of them all together in the same time frame means fucked for years. $37 trillion in debt, baby. They can't borrow bailout money. Who they gonna borrow bailout money from? The plug? You owe your plug 4 bricks already. What you gonna tell them? Let me get 4 more and I'll bring you back 8? You ain't bringing back 1. How the fuck you gonna bring me back 8? What is it, Scarface? No, it's not the 80s either. So, yeah, I can almost detect all the problems they're gonna have. If the mRNA is causing your pilots and your truck drivers to have problems, then the same thing's happening with your fire people. Think about it. When they start putting some of these buildings on fire here in Nepal style, and your firemen got to go to those buildings, the tall ones, the big ones, and they got to run around, they can't breathe, heart rate racing, and then you think your firemen are dying in these fires. Nah, your firemen will be dying of heart attacks. So you have a new problem, right? Firemen will chatter. And like, yo, I was in there with him. It wasn't his equipment issue, man. He dropped dead in there, bro. And then your firemen will do what? Be hesitant to run into burning buildings. What does that mean? A lot more from this point forward. Listen to me very carefully, because I know already. Like this is common fucking sense. It's not even prophecy. Any event, any of this shit starts to burn down to the point where you have emergency crews that actually need to put out alarm fires. Once them vaccinated brothers start dropping dead in that bitch, your fireman is gonna let certain shit burn down. Remember, they'll risk their life versus fire, equipment, brotherhood, strength, valor. Oh man, we don't die that often, but if we do, we're heroes. Versus, this nigga barely got up to the 2nd floor and he dropped dead. Cops, the same thing. So you have something like Nepal, and then your police force has to go to a mall because people are vandalizing, taking the energy, mob rule. They wanted mob democracy, so mob energy. Like the cops got to chase the kids around because they don't want to be on national news for shooting the niggas. Start falling, heart attack. It only take 1 or 2 of those motherfuckers to happen. And then the police force goes back and is like, yo, what happened to Jim, our fucking captain? He was chasing some fucking Karen kid and he tripped him and he had a heart attack. Then you have the problem of your police force not wanting to run into crowds and be fucking superheroes. Most of them are already out of shape, have you noticed? Now add that myocarditis to it. Add that turbo diabetes and cancer to it. What I'm saying is, even in the worst case scenarios of a revolution, we forgot one thing. Most of these people are sick. Healthy white boys who got 2 or 3 doses of that shit are scared to run for 9 minutes because their heart rate goes to 200 beats per minute. Not because they can't run, and not because they're not strong. Because lately, I unfortunately am in the algorithm of died suddenly. So it went from speculation and conspiracies. You know how everyone loves not to think, so there's no conspiracy on it. Now it's just very serious doctors who go, we have the data now. Not only do we have like the first year and 2 years of data, no, we got a trend now. We have 6 years of data. And we've been targeting certain data points. Infants died suddenly, and people with turbo things. Most of these people say there's no such thing as a turbo cancer, right? Y'all know that, right? It never existed prior. There's no such thing as a turbo cancer. But they studied, since this term came out, how many turbo anythings have happened. And the only thing that happened before and after is the pandemic. I wonder what did it. But the turbo thing is that whatever your pre-existing condition is, it onsets it to stage 4. So if you had any other kind of cancer, you did chemo or treatment or health, or you had time, right? You're not in the late stage of it, you can reverse it or remission. Turbo cancer says, fuck you. You're going to be dead in 6 months. My grandfather had been diagnosed with turbo Lyme disease weeks before he died. He didn't have 6 months. He didn't know he was dying. It starts by them needing to go to the emergency room more often. And then the doctor can't figure out what it is. You know the story. Oh, it's just this, based on our iPad. You know the story. Well, go home and rest and take this medication. Game over. Because the doctor, you gotta understand narcissism, or people who have shame and guilt. They've seen enough fucking people die to where 50% of them want a new job, right? They've heard enough of the narcissists walk away, right? They know more than anybody else how the economy and their little Ponzi scheme of never healing niggas works. So if they're watching people walk away stressed out, and they're watching their patients' temperaments change, right? And it's not just that; it's the little babies that are dying in their custody. You remember, some people got hearts, so, and all the things in between, and all the old people. Before, when it was just old people, like, oh, they're old people. Now it's people my age dropping dead in front of them too. It's millennials that are getting hit the hardest by that. Can you fucking imagine it? Because we're the ones who wanted to go outside and work and do all the extra things and get the money so we can buy the house and get the girl and all the other bullshit. Naturally, the older people were retired. They fuck themselves. That is the one variable that would make a civil war, revolutionary war, white supremacy, or Third Reich, or Germany. It will never fucking happen here. None of these motherfuckers who got 2 or 3 doses can keep up with Forrest Gump. They will drop dead. I hope y'all know that. I'm not just saying shit. That's how bad those clots are. It's not a little problem. It's not a gross oversight. It's not an accident either. Somebody came up with that. Agenda 2030 shit. I think they're just targeting certain pedigrees of people. They didn't realize that we're not a hodgepodge magosh of a bunch of mixed people and people who lied about who their daddy is. Something. Because this is stupid. They can't win a war, guys. You heard what the fuck I just said? That's why they're using drones. No draft is gonna make a difference if a motherfucker got 2 to 3 doses. In the military, you gotta get vaccines too, right? Anyone in the military during that time, during 2019 to 2022? Did they make y'all get multiple doses? Like to be there, like to be enlisted, to be active? Like they made you get it? Anyone familiar with that? How many doses our Marines or Army veterans had to get while actively serving? Please don't tell me it's more than 2. Because if they send your ass out there in the goddamn desert again, because they're talking about going back to Afghanistan, the sun, the terrorism, the random IEDs or whatever the fuck, and you gotten to run for your fucking life. You running for your life will kill you. You running from that drone will kill you. You running to make sure you get home to your daughter will fucking kill you. Especially if you're a white boy. Make that make sense. Your army will die running. Don't you gotta run to be in the military? Navy SEALs and all of them, like your specialists especially, right? They gotta be like up early in the morning and running for real, right? They gotta swim across the ocean in deep pools, Olympic size and shit, right? Yeah, go ahead and check on them real quick. See how many of their friends dropped dead so far. And if one, it's too much. That's how bad this is. That's why China and Russia and India could shake hands and laugh and turn their back on us. Because they didn't do that to their people. The United States did it to theirs. I don't know if you remember me from the dailies when this shit started. When I was talking about chaga mushrooms and all that shit. So most people didn't have to go retarded with how many injections they got. But at the beginning of it, I don't know if it was Thailand or Taiwan, it was on TV too. They said, we got the first cure, or first person who was hospitalized and a doctor came up with a solution. Do you know what the fucking solution was for that Asian country? For like the people who had whatever version of COVID, probably the SARS version. An HIV cocktail. That doctor in that Asian island said, fuck it, let's try the thing that we do with these people who think they've come in contact with HIV. They gave it to him and he was better. SARS 2, COVID-19, HIV 5 is the name of it. There's 5 HIV proteins in it. So imagine if you had COVID, long COVID, which is 5 HIV proteins, and then you got a booster mRNA. 2 different things, by the way. One's COVID, one's the mRNA. The mRNA has no COVID in it. It's its own thing. So you got COVID, SARS, CoV, HIV. It's a spike protein, it's a dice. So depending on your immune system and who you are genetically, your body will receive it from one of those 3 entry points. So an immune disorder, or breathing disorder, or whatever the fuck else. That's COVID-19, shortened. Then there's mRNA, the myocarditis and the turbo effect. So imagine people who caught COVID or long COVID have 5 HIV proteins, and then they got turbo boosters. I thought if you caught the shit, you get herd immunity. Why the fuck did they get 2, 3 boosters from Moderna? Who the fuck recommended that shit? Motherfucker, they gave me fucking chickenpox. I could have avoided that shit by not playing with them ugly ass kids. But they gave me chickenpox so I can get through it, right? And I haven't had chickenpox since. The only thing that sucks about that, then you're at risk for having shingles. But this didn't do that. They said, fuck it, you caught COVID already? Cool story. Go ahead and get this vaccine. Now they don't even call it a vaccine, they call it an injection. Legalese. Arizona just removed that federal Supreme Court bullshit where you can't sue them. Now think about that. Why are they removing the policy to let you to sue somebody? Oh, that many people are injured because of it. If they starting to roll out billion-dollar lawsuits, right? Right? Arizona was the first state to do that. I don't know if all the other states are going to do it, but if you or loved ones in Arizona, they're starting to let them sue the fucking hospitals. Some type of negligence or some type of bullshit. I don't know the legalese nomenclature yet, but it's the same story to me. That means Arizona realized it was a bad fucking idea. So now you're going to sue the hospitals or the doctors, who are also part of a bond system. Don't forget that. It's all federalized. It's all bonds. So now, what do you think is going to happen to that doctor? He's going to step down. What do you think is going to happen to that hospital? It's going to close the fuck down. So just by them opening up the fucking gateway to hell on lawsuits over COVID-related injuries, it's going to put a strain on the financial sector of healthcare, which is different from pharma. So people who need help and who need services already strained, with 50% of that workforce threatening to go somewhere else and do something different. So all your older people and people with more severe conditions of all ages are going to have a limited, way more limited access to healthcare, regardless if they can afford it. And you know he already cut back on Medicare and Medicaid, right? So yeah, it might be a few million here and a few million there, but the system itself benefits from that, not the people. That's why your doctors go golfing and shit and buy Porsches. They're counting on sick people who have government assistance to guarantee their check, just like a fucking Section 8 voucher, bitch. It's Section 8 for healthcare. Like, it's guaranteed. Thus, they're taking away their doctors' guarantees. And now they're opening up to lawsuits. Then you want to go on a general strike, a world war, civil war, revolutionary war, and everything. So who's going to heal all these soldiers, France? I know you ain't talking about a ground war. Niggas go ground war for what? Bitch, we need money. We don't need to kill people. Now you understand everything. France is already planning what? What's it now? 50,000 hospital beds per month. And you think it's because some Muslims are going to start throwing knives and bats and shit for no fucking reason. Nah, nigga. Russia just sent, I'm pretty sure, unvaccinated, what was it, 70,000 soldiers to the border yesterday? Y'all familiar with that? Y'all know what's going on? Belarus border and the other border over there. Russia going towards Ukraine, Donbass. You know who got vaccinated to hell and high waters? Israel and Ukraine. So what happens when they run out of missiles and drones? They're gonna have to send in people, soldiers. Game over. Jonathan says 3. My woman's caretaking company lost the majority of their contracts, most likely due to coverage and insurance dropping. Yeah. Once upon a time, I knew someone's daughter who's in a very similar field with very similar, and this is why I'm more familiar with this because I've asked these questions a little bit over a year ago. And they were telling me how it works. I got a master's degree type, you know what I'm talking about? And they were giving me the ins and outs as far as they were, you know what I'm saying? There's more I don't know, more they don't know. But in everything that they were describing to me as a witness, I was like, oh shit. They didn't shut them shits down there. Mind you, over a year ago, this person was already complaining about the quality of service. They're already bleeding heart trying to keep people in position to get help because they didn't have, something lapsed or they weren't qualified for a certain program. So I witnessed that. I witnessed them wanting to help this person. But their programs that they're in is largely serving people who are beneficiaries of Medicare or Medicaid. So it isn't like me sending my grandmother in there and I'm paying $10,000, $20,000, however much it costs. I think our brother Tragic that used to be in our Discord, he was paying, his mother is suffering from dementia. She was a nurse too. That's the most weirdest thing about it. She was a lifelong nurse, retired, saved money, had enough money for her to retire healthy. But then she got dementia. She don't live in. He put her in some decent place. I'm assuming in Georgia, near Atlanta. That shit costs $100,000 a year, bro. Out of her pocket, out of his pocket, out of his mother's funds and savings, and it's running out. So when you saw Tragic and he was on Toxic Hustle, trying to flip money and do all that shit with crypto and stealing all my ideas, what was behind him was he can't afford to take care of his mother the way things is. And that's when I was in Charlotte. So now imagine now, she ain't got no additional benefit or coverage. She's just burning through her savings by being alive. Meaning when she finally transitions, he ain't gonna get nothing out of it. Which is a fucked up way to look about it, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, he has to have that thought. Like, I'm grinding, and this shit getting shut down. And when my mom finally does transition, ain't gonna be nothing left for me anyway. Like, and he's one of, I can't imagine how many fucking people just like that. Oh yeah. Oh man, they might not have to worry about a general strike. Motherfuckers might just give the fuck up anyway. Because what are they gonna do after they strike? Work at Costco? I don't think Donald Trump and his team thought about that part. I think that's what the distraction is, right? The theoretical distraction that everyone brings up at times like this. And we've never lived, our generations have never lived in a time like this. We just heard about them. But when you're actually in the shit, And my family always been in this shit. That's why I'm here. So I'm a little bit more tempered genetically, thank God. I can live in a fucking desert on a horse with no name, with some fresh water, some Black and Milds, and please stop banning the marijuana. But everyone else who's used to that lifestyle, everyone else who did work hard, I can't take that away from nobody who went hard, who went to school, who got the credits, who did this, who saved the money, who even got away with some of the scams that they do. I ain't hating. But then imagine all of that. You can't do it again. That's it. It's one and done. Then what? Settle? Do you think your sisters know the word settle means? So how the fuck, if they can't settle to start a fucking family, do you think they can settle after losing their status and socioeconomics? Cooked is a fucking understatement. Yup, 50K household beds on standby. Jonathan says 3. Israel had one of the highest efficacies for the shots. I was surprised that North Carolina's goofy ass. And I'm talking about like all the shots. Like not even like one. Like they went the whole fucking way. At like more than, I always want to say 50%. Nah, North Carolina was stupid. Boy, they got over 70% of that state. On paper at least. That's most densely populated states. At least 70% of the people had more than 2 injections. I wish this fucking pen worked. I'll show you what the fuck that looked like. Let's imagine. You have 100 people. You have 10 people. 7 of them. So you only got 3 that we'll leave them out. So out of the 7 people left, let's say a third of them got one of those conditions. So let's say 2. 1 out of 5 out of the whole 10. 1 out of 5 of all people that you see are as good as dead already. Already. Whether they're standing or not. That's how fast people are dying because of this. It's not everybody. It don't need to be. It needs to be the right and wrong people. If the wrong people die, you already know how this should go. You see how it is when they fire somebody from your favorite TV show. You see how it is when that producer ain't producing for your favorite artist no more. So you don't need everybody dead for it to fucking impact a whole system of profit. Now, on top of that, you know that the people who run healthcare, they're being fucking hunted. No Foley. That is not the language, that is not the model. I think Patel and them are more concerned with Trump and the Bible than they are with Mr. CEO healthcare guy scammer. So they're not going to bring it to your attention. Because what can you fucking do to stop it? What can anyone fucking do at this point to stop that? Like, you killed the wrong motherfuckers' grandmothers, me included. And I'll never forgive those people responsible for that. I don't need to. What's there to fucking forgive? Did they ask? Did they say they're sorry yet? Did they apologize? Did they own up to it? Did they take accountability yet? Then there's no room for permissions. And there's no room for forgiveness now. I only need to forgive a person who asks for an apology. They have never done that in my entire history, so there is no forgiveness on the table. Thus, it is what it is. It's a fuck you to my people. Cool story, bitch. We've been hearing it for a very long time. That's what I'm saying to people. They've been praying and wondering if things are going to turn and returns and powers and emperors and armies and UFOs and all that kind of shit right there. The United States is losing a war and he ain't never declared it yet. How? How is the United States losing a war that it's not in? Who's attacking us? India, China, Russia's mind their business. Start new banks and shit. Like, fuck it, we'll start over. Let's help out Africa. I know what all the Russian communist propaganda is. There's better systems for people. Trust me, I get it. What's that got to do with us, though? We're supposed to have the best system for people. Are you fucking serious? In my fucking face? On King James' grandson, we got better system than them? Oh, you must have been reincarnated from America the last time. Anyway, so, nah, this ain't that. This can't be that. Reprobate mind curse is when God hits you so fucking hard in your head that you think bad ideas are good ideas. And when you do a bad idea, it gets worse. And instead of you stopping, getting introspective and reevaluating and add up the cost, you do another bad idea. At the end of a reprobate, you die. It's a spiritual way of saying go kill yourself. Question. Have you noticed something? The United States is at war with itself. Its narratives, its financial sector, its heritage, education, healthcare, everything to keep the United States alive, it's at war with. War on drugs ain't got nothing to do in this war. Addicts, homelessness, infrastructures that they haven't even addressed yet. They still trying to build condos, and those are foreign investments. But what about the infrastructure and the roads and the light rails and everything they would need to keep the grid going? They ain't even started it yet. Y'all fucking heard what the fuck I just said? All that shit they're projecting about a goddamn data center ain't even started yet. That means they have to exist healthy, fundable, and willing immigrants and people to do the slave labor for the next 5 to 10 years, starting from now. You think they got that? So what I'm saying is, I don't want you to be distracted by the dreams of AI and data centers. They don't have the power for it. They ain't got the power for it now. My good white people in politics and finances, I need y'all to stop pretending that things will always go that way, because it seems like historically things have always gone y'all way. But y'all never tried Yahweh. Maybe God is sick of you. Has that come up yet in threads or the podcast or any of these Christian people since Charlie Kirk gave them a new invigoration? Have they even flirted with the idea that God is done with the United States? Their 13th disciple got killed and shot in the fucking neck while running his fucking mouth about black people and shooting violence. Their president's sick as fuck. The people in charge of healthcare is making healthcare so fucking bad that everyone in healthcare and CDC is quitting. Although most of the time RFK is correct. But I get it. What does he know? How not to fucking die. You seen what blue methylene? He know a doctor saved a year or two. So like, for me, because of who I am, I have to ask that question. Maybe God is done with the United States, whatever purpose it served. And then my question is, like, if it feels like God is done with the United States, then the evidence would be a reprobate mind curse, because that's usually what he does to those civilizations. Remember, he got Ahab to kill himself. That's why I know they don't read that Bible, because they don't want to say white man did some slavery. No, bitch. God was slaying motherfuckers for being fucking reprobate. Not because he was evil and mad and like a tyrant. These motherfuckers were wilding, bro. And in all the prophets is God's warning, time after time after time. God said, God said, God said. And then people are like, we don't want to hear what your God said. And then God gets inspired. And then the evil spirits come into play. Read about it. God killed the king of Israel by getting him to kill himself. So if God will kill a bloodline king of Israel, who the fuck they think they are? If God will sacrifice one of his own for the betterment of everyone. Who the fuck do they think they are? Do they think they're immune to the curses of the book, of the language that they're using, of the land that they took? Please tell me they think they're Indiana Jones in this bitch. They think they're immune to curses, don't they? Because of money or something. Crazy fucking story. Half of these wishes ain't working. So, I can flirt with the black magic angle of this all too. We're royal high priests for real. Abracadabra. As a man think in his heart, so it's he, life and death in the power of the tongue. We don't need a ritual. They're pissed off the wrong people, I think. In multiple sectors. I've seen it now. I've experienced it. I've survived it. So I know it's real now. I don't know that these people remember. They think God will bring their Norse dream through a civil war. Or they want to go to Valhalla. L. Cool J says, Marlo told y'all, you want it one way, but it's the other way. Come on now. The alarms go off, the hammer comes, whether they paid attention or not. They think mummy means something but land and bondage, yeah. Yeah, so they swore in the Bible though. So good for them. Good for fucking them. They entered a contract with the unseen and then they think they can just wiggle out of it like they do with people. Sometimes God will set you up to kill yourself, man. That shit blew my mind the first time I really realized it. He used 401 false prophets. Now remember, prophet can come up in many shapes and sizes. Diviners, tarot card readers, crystal ball readers, people who are gifted at hedging bets on stock markets, you know what I'm talking about? Like people who are prophetic, people who have a good grasp on the future, good track record. So good of a track record, this king had 401 of them, right? God needed Ahab dead. And the evil spirit says, let me do it. Pause the tape. Ain't that the same story of Job? That there's the council of the angels, and the devourer comes up and is like, where you been, nigga? You late. I've been going back and forth around the world to see whom I may devour. And the guy was like, have you tested one of mine? You know, Job over there, he lit. He you know, he's solid, ain't he? He one of the good ones, ain't he? Yeah, I know he one of the good ones. But the thing is, he's only good because you got your field of protection around him. You know, we ain't allowed to touch him. What you say? Nah, he's solid. He would have did it anyway. Well, I bet you I can get Job to curse you if you remove that field of protection from around him that he earned. What's a bet in eternity? Okay, how about this? You can do whatever you want to him. He still won't curse me, but you cannot take his life. Who got the keys to death, Michael? Okay, so now we know who's talking. So he's like, all right, bet money. He go out there and he literally throws Job for no fucking reason. And it might be King David that's going through this, by the way. Whole different story. But you know how the shit loops. Anyway, so in the Job trial, the devil, if you will, takes everything away from him. Tower moment after tower moment after tower moment. And the whole bet wasn't on whether or not he deserved it, earned it, would survive it. The devil knows God got him. The bet was to see if he would curse God and wish himself dead because of it. Job a real nigga, that never happened. And he did that through remembering who God is and who he was and the favor that he had before there. So he knows if God did it before, then God can do it again. And then a whole bunch of other magic and frustration that seems trying to figure out and battle all the thoughts and all these things, right? So that's just one spirit. Now imagine when God sends 401 at you. So Ahab is like, yo, I want to take this kingdom over there because they had nice shit and bad bitches. And everyone knows, like, he's not justified to do that. So he's about to break a rule to do that. He's about to initiate a war for no reason, unprovoked, because he's greedy. For the wages of sin is death. Greed is a deadly sin, by the way, right? Ain't it? Come on now. So a deadly sin means a type of sin that gets you killed. Hold on. Plus all the other things he's doing fucked up in Israel. King Ahab, look it up. Now, he consults his little spiritualist people, and they're like, yeah, based on our prophecy or our gifts or our voice, that spirit, an evil one, said, yeah, go into battle, you'll surely win. Yay! Now the people are like, yeah, he'll win. I saw it, I felt it. You said it too, yeah, he'll win. Shit, I'll bring more to our economy. Like starting a war over there or something for Americans, Venezuela. So like, yeah, we'll definitely win because we have the firepower and the drones and stuff. I mean, come on, let's be reasonable. You're the king of Ahab, you're the king of Israel. Why wouldn't you? And most people miss this part. He's the brother or cousin of the king of Jerusalem. See how those are two different things? Most people don't even know fucking that. Judah, Jerusalem. So he, like, well, you got your big bro too, and your big bro, king of Jerusalem, he's the one with all the technology and the UAPs and shit. So, you know, worst come to worst, my nigga, get dicey in this bitch. Yeah, I got it. So he consults his big bro, like, yo, king of Jerusalem, if I go to war with our cousin over there, will you back me up? And he like, I mean, I got you no matter what, but what are we doing? What are we talking about? What do you need, little nigga? Well, A, B, C, and D. And I got all these people to back me up and said that, you know, they consulted with the spirit and will win either way. So, like, I'm just asking you just in case you get dicey to back me up. And the king of Jerusalem was like, all right, nigga, whatever. But if you want to drag me into this shit, I need you to go talk to a child of God first. Was it Micah or Micaiah? That's Jerusalem saying that. Israel didn't give a fuck. If you read the Bible, you understand that Israel is rambunctious as fuck. They are the reprobate ones of our tribe, and we love them dearly. That's how we got here. They're constantly fucking up. Because you know, there's high off of war and winning. So Jerusalem's more calmed down, and he's like, all right, you talk to him, and if he says it's good to go, I got you. So Ahab was like, oh, we got this in the bag, but fuck. I hate that little nigga. Why does he hate Micaiah or the prophet? Because he always tells him the truth. And the crazy thing is, Micaiah's truth is always against the will of Ahab. Like, Ahab always wants to do something fucked up, and Micaiah's like, God said, no, I don't think so, chief. God don't support that. Don't do it. So Ahab sends his nephew to go see him. Different town. Can't perform miracles in your hometown type of story. Very familiar. So he sends his nephew out there, and his nephew is haughty because he's the nephew of the king of Israel, and probably like the second cousin or nephew of the king of Jerusalem. So he is. He one of them niggas like, yeah, this is my daddy and my uncle. We'll fuck you up, bitch. So he showed up to Micaiah, and he's like, go to Micaiah's house. He's like, yo, get him. Hey, yo, Micaiah, or whatever your name is. I was sent here by the kings, and they need you as a filibuster or veto vote. Basically, this is what I need you to do, bro. We about to go to war. We about to get this new shit. I might shit. My uncle might give me one of them castles over there. You see them bitches over there? Yeah, it's lit. We going up. Now, don't make me fucking fuck you up if you tell my uncle that we shouldn't go. So what I need you to do is I'm going to waste my time and yours. I'm going to take you to my uncle. You're going to tell him exactly what the other 401 people kind of like you already said. So I don't even need you to do nothing. Do this for me. Do me a solid. Go there, act like you fucking know. We're gonna win this battle. We'll be back, and you'll be good. Don't fuck this up, boy. I know how you are. My daddy and my uncle, all of them know how you are. Like, we ain't trying to hear that shit. Just tell my uncle, we good. Because I can't do that. I can't just be saying shit just to be saying it. Not only would it cheapen his gift and his reputation, but why the fuck do I need to lie to this nigga if I'm protected by God anyway? Like, what are you saying to me? Take him to the uncle. The uncle like, oh, this little nigga, what he saying? God said if you go into this battle, you will surely die. This is going to happen. You're going to lose this, blah, blah, blah. Not only is he going to die, but his kingdom is going to suffer for it, right? The ones who are so power hungry and want to go in there and take something from someone else for no fucking reason, unprovoked. It's like, I knew it. His nephew smacked him. That's as soon as they activated the curse. Do not touch my anointed. So he touched him, right? Got away with it in that moment. King was like, Man, take this little nigga to the fucking whatever sellers and lock him up and just feed his ass water and bread until we done. Because you know we gonna win. But we want him right there. So when we come back, they never came back. Moral of the story. So it tells you that God was on Micaiah's side, one voice, versus 401. You know what's crazy about that? All 402 voices came from God. Don't miss that. It wasn't because they were wrong. Like, it wasn't because they never got prophecies right prior to that moment. Nah, God was tired of Ahab shit. And then hitting his prophet made it even worse. He was like, whoa, bitch. This nigga lost his fucking mind. Not only he gotta die, his son gotta die, the nephew gotta die, he gotta die, the king of Jerusalem, he gonna lose a horse or something. You know how it is. To make all these niggas think about what they just fucking did. Not just going into the war and getting fucking mollywopped by the cousins over there, because that's what happened. But also, like, why do you keep disrespecting the angels that I'm sending you? And if you don't understand the nuance of that story, is that it's those same type of Micaiahs and those same type of Jeremiahs and those same type of Daniels that makes those men kings to begin with. It's that same gift that they have that raises up the next king, power suggestion and cosigns and God, and they're doing the same thing they've been doing. Like, yeah, if you go into battle, through our fathers, you know, Abraham and all of them, God told me to tell you, like, this is what we got to do, and you'll be the king next. Do it. And they do it, and they become king next. Then they get, you know, caught up and comfortable and complacent, and then all of a sudden they think they're God by themselves. And that they don't need the word of God anymore. If they have all these other witches and warlocks and sorcerers who are just as skilled and probably can predict lottery numbers and shit like that. Our gift is not like that. Our gift is not for fucking vanity. I can't just like all right, well, tell me where my grandmother was back in 1632. I haven't developed that skill. Why the fuck would I care ever in my life? Whereas others might niche. I get it. It's a different use of the same type of gift, but his was different. They knew that already though. You need to keep that in mind. They're being held accountable to the standard in which they were raised for decades and centuries of knowing this story, because it's other stories are like that in the fucking Tanakh or the Torah. So they know. Like, they know word enough, they know. Everyone fucking knows you do not do that. They didn't give a fuck because they thought they had strength in numbers. That 401 people already had it sealed, so maybe this little nigga lying to me. You know how Narc gets paranoid. Maybe he don't want to see me do good, because he's been hating the whole time I've been questioning him for the past year or two, and I don't like none of his shit. So maybe he really thought from man to man that the nigga was hating on him, so, you know, fuck him. Get him out of here. But what did God say? That's why I'm asking the United States. That's why I'm asking the government. That's why I'm asking the agencies. That's why I'm asking all the religious people. That's why I'm asking all the people who think they're fucking smart, part of covens and secret societies. And all the shit that y'all been doing, what the fuck did God say? Touch not my anointed ones. Mm-hmm. Yep. March 15th, 2025. Someone trying to take my fucking life. Because I was doing what God said. Alright, cool fucking story, bitch. I know how that's going to end for them. So, same story again, I guess. Even if everybody telling these niggas that AI and this and that and Venezuela and all this is a good fucking idea, I want them, since they talking about Charlie Kirk and disciples and gods and Jesuses, I need them to read that Bible again. Why they got time? Why they still alive? Why they got eyes to see it? Because I noticed a whole bunch of people, even a couple of people connected to my family, all of a sudden got this turbo diabetes and they losing their vision. So, I need people to take that seriously, especially these same faggots is using King James English in Judean territory, talking about God and shit. You gotta stand on that bitch, because trust me, he has no fucking problem killing you. You're a fucking sandcastle. Yeah, I think I should say that. God don't give a fuck. What are you talking about? What difference would it make? for any, even my life, right? God will find another cousin or somebody to activate. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I ain't that damn special. I am, but I'm not. I'm not special enough to know that God will. I'm not special enough not to get my fucking mind twisted to know that God won't fuck my dumb ass up. God been took everything from me. I know it's tough. Like that's without testing God. God took every fucking person out of my life. Everything I give a fuck about, everything I love. And I'm still here talking about God in the Bible. So imagine these stupid motherfuckers and all the shit they do to children. All that fucking heisting they done. All the fucking 7 deadly sins they break, and they like, ah ha ha, I got away with it. Playing in my fucking face and all my brothers and sisters on our fucking grandmother's backyard. Now imagine if he would do it to fucking me, make sure I grew up without a fucking mother and put my dad in fucking prison for life. If he would make sure I'm fucking completely isolated by myself in a fucking desert where all I can fucking do is fucking channel, dream, and read the fucking Bible. And I'm his damn grandson. Imagine if he gave a fuck about you. So all I can really say at a time like this, what did God say? I don't need no convincing. I've been living in hell for 4 years. I should have gave up a long time ago on this whole God thing. If I was doing it based on the metrics that everyone else gives up on. I shouldn't have even got started with this shit. I'm from East Orange and shit. All my cousins is drug dealers and killers for real. My nerd ass went to school and played Power Rangers. Because I believed in God for real. Not because I couldn't do it. I can do it better than them. I can beat all them niggas up now. It wasn't about that. It's about that little voice. What did God say? Sit my stupid ass down. But I'm bored. Read a book, nigga. Do your homework. Draw. Learn music. Get on this computer. Get on this internet. You love information. Stay out the fucking streets. I'm gonna need you later. What did God say? Everybody in your life will fail you. But you're still here. I am. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. Bare minimum. I'm barely getting by. But barely getting by is still getting by, isn't it? God ain't break a promise yet. You know who has? Every fucking body else I've ever met that made one. I ain't gotta worry about if God is real. I gotta worry about when he gets tired of these niggas so I can move the fuck out the way. I'm more worried about getting the fuck out the way. Because I know my karma does not compare to theirs. I know that whatever happened to Israel and Jerusalem and how we ended up confused, amnesia, and then captive in slavery again hasn't been as bad as these last 100 years. We would have heard about some shit like that in America. The Indians would be talking about it now. These fucking Native Americans would have told you about it. Somebody would have told you. Our generations haven't lived through anything this fucking corrupt and despicable. I'm talking about from organ harvesting to adrenochrome to what they do to little boys and little girls. System-wide, rampant. Patel can't even fucking tell you. He's scared of losing something. 401 false prophets. The Epstein list doesn't exist. 401 false prophets. You're one against Russia and China. Forget their friends. 401 false prophets. You should probably go to Venezuela. I heard they got a lot of natural gas there ready to go. Since you don't have the infrastructure for you to go to pipeline no more. 401 false profits. Hey, why don't you go ahead and raise up the taxes and the tariffs and things? People won't notice 30 cents increases. 401 false profits. Hey, AI is about to be a beast. MIT. 100% of the AI projects have not returned revenue. 401 false profits. Hey, if you put Elon Musk over there, we get woo, 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 woo. Motherfucker got punched in the fucking face by the Defense Department. Then he started losing all his contracts in America. 401 false profits. Don't let Nippon still get the old Carnegie plant, man. Pride or something. We stole it from the niggas anyway, but you don't want to give it to them. They still remember World War II. Some of them are still alive from World War II, just like these Nazis are. 401 false profits. Now that shit's on fire. Every chance they've had in this past year to bail them out of a fucking dilemma, reprobate mind. They made a step against that and then fell back worse. What I'm saying is, every step they take forward knocks them 2 steps back. That's net loss. That is exactly how you know if someone's suffering a reprobate mind. Curse. Not stupid, not ignorant, not wasn't known better or grew up in a certain environment. I'm talking about people who are functional and became billionaires. All of a sudden, they're losing everything after every new decision they make based on 401 false prophecies. That's God, bro. That's the only time I've seen that type of behavior is in the damn Bible. So if they got hit with a reprobate mind curse, that means a God is involved. How dare they insult me and tell me Charlie Kirk was some type of evangeline, Christian-ass, bitch-ass nigga. Not talking about God's children like that, he wasn't. Why the fuck you think he got shot when he did? We weren't bothering this nigga. We didn't even know who the fuck he was. He's still out of here. Message heard. Now they talking about God again. You wonder why? It's just one of them. Fuck all the kids in Gaza, right? Where was God then? Fuck all that shit with the damn boat. Everyone's excited, like, oh, they killed these fucking fishermen. They bringing coke in. Like, you niggas do coke, though. Reprobate, right? The coke addicts is like, let's stop the coke traffickers. What the fuck are they talking about? Bro, these niggas are coke heads, all of them. Why would you be going after coke traffic? That's like me going after a weed dealer. The fuck wrong with you? Reprobate mind curse. Cocaine ain't killing them. Fentanyl is. And mRNA is. Where's Fauci? So yeah, I mean, consider the fact that maybe your government is ordering these hits on these healthcare people because of what happened to their family. So no one wants to investigate who's doing it. Reprobate mind curse. We're going to pull all the funding from all the critical things that all the people who are old now in Congress and old in the state and old on the city level, we're going to rely on. That sounds like a reprobate mind for real. We're going to go ahead and fuck over the farmers. 40% of our GDP or something. We will make sure that China don't buy nothing from them this year. 40% of our GDP, nigga. Fuck the farmers, nigga. Did you hear what the fuck I just said? That the farming is a bulk of the GDP in which they're negative 300 million on. The farmers lost billions from China. Reprobate mind curse. So they've been talking to a quantum computer, a spirit, a demon, a wasp, and some other shit. Oh yeah, one of the 401, huh? Divinity comes from God first. You can't talk around God, bitch. What the fuck Bible did they read? Was it the same one Charlie was in? Nigga, please. Fucking nigga, please. Stop fucking playing with me. Yeah. They no longer have spiritual protection. I don't even know why they even fucking had it to begin with, but wait till our sisters find out. You know, all them witches. They ain't losing mind yet for real. They forget about that element. They running out of time in every dimension, boy. Like, don't let a nigga write your name down on a piece of parchment and walk on your ass on his left foot for the rest of his fucking week trip. Now Imagine if all my sisters did that shit. Don't make them put you in a fucking freezer chunk with some urine and coffee in it. Don't make me give them all the recipes at once, because I know they fucking work in this bitch. I'm a child of God for real. No toted. So, I mean, I ain't gotta do shit, is what I'm trying to say. They already got my reprobate mind for real. They're gonna end up destroying their own empire. One decision at a time. Brick by brick. It's just a matter of how many bricks they gotta move for real before it falls or collapses on itself. Be a hell of a time to go to God for real. Let's save Nebuchadnezzar and them. What do they have to do to get out of this? I'm pretty sure they had to fall to their face, beg and plead and cry for mercy from the Most High for more time and leniency. Yup. If they're narcissistic and they got pride for real, they'll never do that. So they're as good as dead to God anyway. Yeah, this shit ill, boy. Only if God is real. What do you say? Senate just passed a bill to have a remembrance day for Charlie. Reprobate mind for real. They're just trying to, they're pissing people off, boy. Just enough for the city. Mathematically impossible to be wrong 100% of the time in a multiple choice test. Yeah, it is. ADHD people getting smacked at every squirrel they chase instead of looking at what's actually happening. They think Lucifer is Satan and expect that when they channel that with polarity, they'll get the correct answers. No, Lucifer is not Satan and Saturn is not Venus. You get it though. Mr. Now says, if you ain't Foley, don't get caught up in no Foley cards. That is hilarious. If you ain't hard, don't get caught up in no gangster shit. You can't do it. You gotta be hard. You gotta be tough to be out here for real, like on that level. And they don't have that. They had money. They had hired hands and doubles. They didn't have to get their hands dirty. That was like the number one thing about laundering, keeping your hands clean. Yeah, they gotta get their hands dirty now. Don't wake these demons up. I ain't the only demon down here, boy. I'm not even the strongest one. That's the illest thing about my story. We don't have to be. That's why we have kingdoms. King Arthur had Lancelot, nigga. Fucking Jesus had Peter, boy. Don't forget they had children down here too now. They're angels too. They're his brothers. Thus, multi-generational. Oh yeah. I'm not terrible enough for real. And I can sense plenty of people who are. Now you just gotta wait for my sisters to wake up. Wait, you wait. I know a couple of them too, even if they don't know it. I seen their signs and their colors and I got all the signals, trust me. I don't know why they ain't doing the next step. I don't know why they ain't talking to me, or maybe they're watching me on YouTube secretly behind an alias. Like, do what you do. But what I'm saying is I ain't nobody's stupid person. I already know. I already fucking know what time it is. I just don't know how long the time is. I don't know what type of, what's that shit called? When you snooze? I don't know how long the snooze is, that's all. I know the alarm went off. I don't know how to snooze. I don't know how long the snooze is, boy, because I swear I had not seen none of them invoking Charlie Kirk and bringing up white Jesus and God and disciples again actually sit there and pray and ask for repentance. You gonna do all this extra shit and piss me off in King James English and make this faggot a martyr on God. Alright. Cool. They like it, I love it too. They keep fucking playing around with us, boy. They keep fucking around with our God, our people, our religion, our language, and our sensibilities, and our kindness. And they keep fucking around and thinking cons are weak and shit. Man, they ain't seen a 15-minute city yet for real, boy. Don't make me channel that shit, boy. I swear to God I will if I could. Because they playing too fucking much with me. I would not give no fucks if they keep playing on God for real. They can play in my fucking face. I'm here for a short time anyway, bitch. But they keep trying to put that shit on God for real, boy. And like, oh, we're God's people. Oh, we're working with God's people. Oh, we're God. Oh, no. All right. Then they ain't quote the Bible yet. Misdemeanor John 3:16. Shit, I could have sworn my father was John, bitch. Tell them keep fucking playing with us. Could have sworn John wrote Revelations. I could have sworn that was my father, bitch. Nah, don't put my fucking ancestors' names in your fucking mouth then. How about that shit? Or you will be cursed with a curse, for you have robbed us. That's how it is. I'm gonna speak it on the authority of my bloodline. If any of these faggots put anything in any of my father's names or any fucking metaphors or similes that compare it and draw to the actual source, which is them, may they be cursed with a curse in the rest of their bloodline. How about that shit? Amen. I'm tired of playing with them, boy. They better start leave our fucking name out of their Bible too. Like, make your own Bible up next time. Don't be putting that shit on John 3:16. Don't put that shit on my father, boy. I'll fuck you up. Don't even do that. He don't even know you, nigga. You weren't even fucking here when we wrote that shit. Why the fuck would it? And the way that you treat their kids, get the fuck out of my face altogether, man. I'll do this shit for my brothers for real. Let alone my sisters. No. I ain't worrying about big homies. Big homies ain't got nothing to worry about. But I'm worrying about the fact that they're gonna double down on this shit and then make the rest of my brothers and sisters mad, frustrated, and confused and want to do some stupid shit. Now, let me do all the stupid shit then. Let me do all the stupid shit. I got enough thought, fucking patterns, and fucking reference points this year to fuck alone of how to figure out how that shit fucking works. Yeah. You think Simpsons is nuts? They haven't been on my channel long enough. I know how it feels when it's about to get done. So remember, live in a state akin to sleep and live in the moment of the feeling itself. That works for everything, including your health. Don't forget that. It works for everything, by the way. So, yeah, I know how it feels. I know how it feels for people to play in my face my whole fucking life, apparently. And now I know what energy they tap into when they're in despair again. And I know how to connect both. Just like that. So yeah, maybe they're running out of time for real. Thank God. Damn, boy. This is a hell of a way for people to have a fucking revival. It shouldn't require this much loss. It shouldn't require this much volume. It should just be common fucking sense. If all of a sudden they're Christians. All of a sudden they're Christians. More upset about Charlie than all them damn kids they've been molesting and stealing and missing. That's how you know they can't be blessed for another 400 years. Outside of the $37 trillion locally. They fucking reincarnate here, they won't be at the bottom of the fucking pole. The meek shall inherit the earth. The last shall be first and the first shall be last. I know, hourglass shit. Yeah, if they're out of time, then they're about to start the time in which they're at the bottom of the fucking barrel again. And it might not even be here, Lord willing. They could pay it off on our asteroid or something. Or maybe send them to the other moon. I don't know how much room is up there. But it cannot be here. Not in Europa. I'm gonna do my best to imagine a world without them. Those type of people. Those type of problems. That type of narcissism. It does not serve us. None of us. No matter what pedigree, size, color you are. We do not need these type of bitch-ass niggas in power. Who can't stand on their word, who can't fight their own battles, who can't even call God directly. But want you to bow down to them and their fucking authority and their titles that they fucking made up 100 years ago. Fuck these niggas, boy. Fuck them and their agents and everyone that fucking sends them. Go to hell, all of you. Y'all all eat a fucking dick. Y'all faggots anyway. You're letting all this shit happen to Epstein and all those fucking kids. But you're looking at fucking YouTubers and shit. What type of pathetic fucking morons are you? How about you stop that shit so you can stop being punished, you dumb shit? Because once you know, you're responsible. Jesus Christ, part 2. Now the blood is on your hands. Part 2. All of them. They think they're gonna be immune because they ain't doing it. No, you gonna get fucking fried first. That's how this shit go every time. They save the best for last, and you're not the best of them. Yeah, they don't start striking down. A lot of them, boy. A lot of them were standing away. Tell, watch the fuck out, boy. I don't know what type of Hindu magic your grandma got, but I'm the real Hindu, bitch. It ain't more magical than this. You fuck around and sneeze the wrong way, and I know your ass is cooked. Because I'm pretty sure he's vaccinated too. Yeah, boy, they better stop fucking playing at a time like this. This ain't the time to be playing. Between that and this and all that, and then the people that they're betraying. You know, God uses spirits, and the spirits move through people, by the way. So, you think people are going crazy. Maybe they're possessed. Like the bears that came up. Hey, Baldy, ha ha ha, he's bald, the prophet's bald. And then 2 bears came out and killed all the boys in that village. Yeah, very similar story. It's a crazy story. We're the same people, baby. Those are my grandfathers. Could you imagine if we had those powers? We do. Thank God didn't give us the instructions on how to use them. But something about visualization just keeps reading a fucking bell in my head. Something about if you have a mustard seed of faith. Oh, that's how that works. You have to believe it first. And once you believe it, you can visualize it. Visualize, you can feel it. And if you can feel it, you got it. Mega Man. So, yeah, they don't want that problem. So I want to, mind my fucking business, man. I'm just reporting the weather, man. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do so I don't get fined. Favor with God and man. Goddess and woman. That's all I can do is stay favorable. But they are running out of time. They don't have time. Please give me a pen that can write. Come on now. They lied. Cook, watch this. I'm not even a number person. Hold on. Let me see something. 9, 10, 18, 25. I was born on a 5-year. Ain't that much. No shit. 3, 6, 7, 16, 7. Yep. 4, 9, 13, 14, 5. 16 plus 6, 22, 23, 5. Yeah, 17, 75, 14, 15, 22. So the American Revolution was on a 2-year, one a 9-year. (1868) was a 5-year. That's when the bank first crashed. 1913. Creature Jekyll Island was a 5-year. 1985, my birthday, was a 5-year. And we're currently in a 9-year. So you're 2 years short of another 2-year. You're 5 years short of another 5-year, another collapse. So they have 2 to 5 years, period, to get something right. Yep, they do. They ain't got that much time. The Banking Emergency Act was on a 7-year. Oh, yeah, 17. 6. 1 plus 6 up, yeah. Yeah. They are running out of time. They have 2 to 5 years tops. If nothing worse happens to them. Whoever they are, whoever's in charge of this little corporation, not your president. Your president probably ain't got that long. But the United States itself, based on the pattern of history and all the number of years they were in when they failed and lost everything, it's always on a 5-year. But the American Revolution, 1775, was a 2-year, but Washington wasn't writing letters to my grandfather until 1777. So it took them a couple of years to realize how fucked they were to begin with. So maybe that was a 4 or 5 year itself too. Yeah, buddy. They running out of time. This is a 9 year, bro. This is the end of a cycle, the end of a loop. So the 1 year was what? 2016? The last time it felt normal? So everything changed exactly 9 years ago. That's when I started becoming more vocal and doing 3 a.m.s and things. So technically, this is the end of my own cycle, just being a YouTuber. Yeah. Is that correct? 9 years ago was 2016, right? And this time, 2016 is when I started doing this shit, right? So I've been doing this for 9 years, going on 10. I'm at the end of my YouTube run. No wonder. No fucking wonder. I'm talking about in terms of cycles, like building something from nothing and getting to where you are. And then next year, if I choose to keep going with it, or start something new. Usually start something new in your personal 9 years. But I started on the 9 year of the calendar, so. My 1 year here is 2016, which is what? A 9 year. Right? Yep. We're closing a loop, I think. Yep. That's when I started to feel things get strange. As soon as I began this shit. Within a year of that, yep. Yep, started with dailies on the phone, even halfway into the cycle, now back to the phone dailies. Yep. Yep. And before I got on YouTube, I was on Facebook doing it from an iPad phone, same story. Yeah, it's almost over now. For me. What my purpose was, or what I began, I should say. I think it's just to get to this point, honestly. To save as many people as I could reach in terms of the incident. To get all the brothers who are believers already to get back into that Bible. And to all the people who are exploring other options, to let them know that the highest science of mind is to believe in yourself. But don't forget where you get the power from. I ain't got nothing else to talk about. I did the best I can do at my age with my background. Through my entire 30s at this. I dedicated a decade to everybody else. I didn't need the shit. I had it already. Yeah. Self-sacrifice. Why the I? Yup. The vows. Yup. From the rooter to the tutor, from the Y to the I. I did it. Thank God. I lived through it. Almost died this year. 9 year shit. I get it. Ha ha. It is what it is. I wouldn't trade it for anything else in this world. I don't think there was nothing better I could have done with my time than to cover the shit that I covered and reach the people I reached and talk to the people I talked to. And the people I met along the way that wasn't fucking weird. God is good to me, at least. Irregardless of this beast, then. They had to pretend like I didn't exist while all the most famous people were watching me. Tough. They must have heard God for real. Because why else would they need to hide from me? You can't hide from us anyway. It's a cool story though. I'm still looking at this dumbass thing I put in my wallet. We'll see if it happens soon. Because there's nothing else for me to do with my time, man. I think I'm done. I think my beginning of like trying to figure out why God wanted me to do YouTube, and then it ending on my 9 year of doing YouTube, and what is this, my third? 3, 9, 12, 3 year. Going into a 4 year personally. 9 minus 4 is 5, same fucking story again. Yeah, so, even the opposite is true. 9 plus 5 is 14, 4 plus 1 is 5 again. Damn. Yeah. Same number when I was born. Yeah. We're in a loop. We're in a loop of a loop of a loop of a loop of a loop. It'll just keep doing the same number. Yeah, that's why this time's different, I guess. For me. ain't nothing else for me to do. 40 years in the desert's over. I've been dead for 4 days. I'm like Lazarus for real. I bet you you're smoking weed. So 4 days dead, 40 days in the desert, 40 days of rain, walking through the mud, Tartaria. Yeah, I lived through all of those little sequels. So just by living and existing until I was 40 years old is when they're children. Yeah, I don't got nothing else to do. Like on that, like, no. I think Genghis just got through it quicker. Because they already trying to get him out of here by the time he was allegedly 33, right? That still might be a parable of ladders and vertebrae and shit for the Masons, but still, he wasn't Muhammad the Conqueror yet. He was young. Yup. 40 years with nothing else but this. Yeah, buddy. No kids, no baby mamas, no bullshit. Nothing would work but this. That's how I knew it was weird. Every other element of my life can be interrupted and moved. I could change locations and start a new story and meet new people and in and out your life and all kinds of other shit around you. But when it came to this shit, nah, the devil couldn't move that boulder, it seemed. Like I had, no matter what was going on, no matter where I moved, I still got a Bible. You know what I'm saying? No matter what tower moment I'm in or whatever reset I go through, it's like, remember that God is real. And it's like, let me start journaling, let me start channeling. Then you start dreaming again. And you're like, oh shit, here we go again, part 3 or 5 or 6 or 7. Then you start worrying about your survival, you know, the way that they trained you to. And you're like, well, God's taking care of shit, and I got some real decent people in my time this time for real, so thank God for you. But then it was like, what's the point of this? Like, I've been flying for a long time, dude. Icarus, am I supposed to stay away from the sun or stay away from the water because there's wax in my wings? Make up. Nah, it wasn't about none of that. It's just about time itself. For real. If I am one of their kids, then they only send people like us to let them know the time is near. Yeah. For someone else's end. And it's usually a king or an emperor. Thus, they did not put me in a position as a king or an emperor. They put me in a position as a prophet first. Thus, I get it. I couldn't do nothing else. Nothing else for me can work until my job is done. And that's either bringing in whatever that timeline is as a messenger. Word does not come back void, so you speak it into existence. Or when they kill me, cool fucking story. Or neither. If I would have given up on some Job shit, and the devil just kept hitting me and hitting me and hitting me to see if I change up on God for real. Nigga, please. How the fuck would that make sense? To me. Oh, people learn from that for real. If I leave anything, it's that right there. That crazy nigga thought God was real. Fuck the tutorials. Fuck how much I read. Fuck how I translate the quantum algebra. It was way better at me than that. They lived for hundreds, if not thousands of years already. They've done this before. Nah, what our time had different is that we replace our trust with money and not God for real. So a lot of these people are calling on God for real because they're running out the money and the dream that came with it. Tough. It took me 40 fucking years to get comfortable with that idea for real. If this is your first fucking time, oh my God, have fun. How long a reset lasts for your individual life? You've been through a reset before? You've been through a tower moment? Don't it take you a couple of years before you even start to get on the right track? I'm talking about when it first happened to you. Yeah, man. Yeah, they got time for real. Even if they survive it, they got time before it even feels better. Keep that in mind when you're dealing with these people. Losing things, their mind, family, religions, relationships, jobs. At a time like this, with the energy and everything that's going on top of it simultaneously, and looking at all your media and ain't there, looking at your timeline and everyone's being weird. Now imagine how much longer it takes you. Me, at least when we were younger, we had music. We had them shorties in R&B and shit doing new songs and new hit singles and shit. We had the hope that if we got better at our music, we could sell some beats and maybe we can go to Atlanta, Los Angeles, New York or something. We had places to go in our mind at least. We had escapism. I ain't got none of that now. And this ain't my first time here. So I can't imagine their minds for real. Yeah, boy. We're not dealing with the same type of people. Haru says, I was early, literally. They only feeling this now. I know. Mr. Now says on the 9th month on top of that, I ain't forget nothing. September 7, but we'll make it 9 this time, I guess, for real. Since they don't want to keep it honest about what the new year is, you feel me? On the Septa, 7/11, Septuaginta, September, on top of that, that's crazy. They're crazy. These people are nuts, boy. Do they know what kind of, in the middle of an eclipse, blood moon, well, we got an eclipse on tomorrow. That's why it's the season finale for these niggas, for this energy, right? We at the end of it, thank God. We're about to walk through a new portal, theoretically, like in the zeitgeist of energy. It's going to have to turn around because the planets are moving. We're going to be all right, though. I haven't dreamed any terror, bull thing. I ain't seen no crazy nothing. Because this is like Metal Gear. I love Metal Gear. Nobody in Metal Gear knew Solid Snake was doing all that shit until the end. It's a stealth game. You never got caught, right? If you played the game correctly, you never got caught, you know? Yeah. He took out Psycho Mantis for real. He was saying something. So, and that was their psychic, so imagine. So, just like angels, man, you get to the end, and then God sends you an angel. The ninja showed up. Shout out to a real nigga. He created enough space and energy for you to get the kill for real. Yeah, the same story here. Shogun said 1000, and today is 1999. Oh, party like it's 1999. I like that one. And yesterday was 999. That's when I did my most journaling, I think, the other day. We had 999 twice this month, right? September 9th, 2025, and then just the other day, I think, 9/18/2025. So 999, 999. So we had 2 999s and 2 666s. However you want to do the dishes. And then you said today is the 19th, so the day after tomorrow, eclipse, southern hemisphere, you'll still feel it. Then you have the solstice. Here's the interesting about solstices. When we talk about witches and witchcraft, this one, all these bitches do their damn rituals. Hope they leave me the fuck alone this time. So you're gonna have like I don't know. We had an eclipse last year or something around September 2. Yeah, there was an eclipse last September 2 that started this bullshit. So it's not just like the end of this eclipse season we're in. It's a mirror of last year's September solstice and eclipse season too. So whatever fucking bullshit changed and started then, and you're just talking about locally in your own life, allegedly, and I love that, allegedly, this is the summation of your whole last year, energy-wise. Use the stars for signs. And then the signs is making you look around and take an inventory of what's going on in your life and what's coming and what's going. And then you can do your own science. Same story. But we also got Virgo season. You know how that is. You have, what the fuck else? There's something else. Like I said, we got them other planets up there that are tough. This morning we woke up and we had a crescent moon, Venus, and was it Romulus? Some planet that began Regalus, Regalus, I think. They're all clustered up together, leading into it, by the way. I don't know enough about Regalus's properties to know what kind of energy it is, but it was squared up there with fucking the moon in the sky and fucking Venus. So, and mind you, we're in a crescent moon phase and Venus is getting close again. That's the same thing that kicked all this shit off during Ramadan, by the way, the other eclipse in March. So you have the blood moon, what I will remember for the rest of my life, obviously. And that just happened a few weeks ago, the loop circuit on that one. And then I think there's another eclipse next March that will finalize, I guess, whatever started the spring and summer. So, yeah, man. This is more about resolving last year than it is about anything that's happened yet this year, which is the craziest shit about it. I don't quite remember what I did to end up in fucking Las Vegas a year from ago, but I was not thinking about it. I wasn't thinking about being betrayed. I wasn't thinking about them stupid ass girls. I wasn't thinking about having a gun being clipped in front of, like, not in my face. He knew that I would fucking kill him. He was far enough, but I could see him clicking the gun and no bullet coming out. I don't know what I did in September this time last year. Besides teach motherfuckers how to use air windows, consolidated, Zulu, and goddamn, what else was it? Japanese or fucking ARP Go, one of them motherfuckers. That's all I was doing for real, trying to make lo-fi R&B music. But I made it. All those tower moments, I made it. And the only thing I had was God for real. What did I say back then? God is the only thing in my life right now. Everything else can take a hike right now. And it did. My whole life took a hike on me. The old life. The one that I thought was my life. And I'm so glad it did. I'm tough enough, but I wouldn't have deleted all that shit the way that it did. That's how you know it's supernatural when it happens to you. A tower moment, if you will, if you need a different language model for it. Some tower moments you would have never started on your own. You know that. Certain people you never say goodbye to on those terms, or certain things you wouldn't move away from, or certain things you wouldn't throw away or stop doing, at that time at least. That's how you know if you're in a purpose or a calling type of scenario, especially if you survive it. That's the key takeaway right there, surviving the shit. Some people go through a tower moment and they dead and shit. Nah. God uses you to collapse some shit. Then what we have to expect, which is the faith and the hope that they were talking about in Jeremiah. I did not do all this shit to, take you out. I let you see and go through all this because I'm guaranteeing you a hope and a future. Things like Jeremiah 20-something, one of them numbers. You got a new Foley card coming out, shout out to you. But yeah, time's up for real. If you've been thugging it out and you've been holding it down for the past year and shit's been weird for you, time's up. It's not always bad. That's why discipline, what they say, obedience is better than sacrifice. Sometimes obedience will feel like discipline or sacrifice too, because obedience might cause you to say no to certain things that would be fun or that you'd be interested in. Or a lot of obedience is doing things, saying no to doing things that you know you always wanted to do. That job you always wanted, that contract you always wanted to sign, that girl you always wanted to deal with, and then something tells you no, and then you obey it. Like, I don't know why, but I don't have a good feeling about this, so I'm going to go stage left until I get clear again. That's obedience. And they tell you obedience is better than sacrifice. Well, if you don't obey the heed or that signal, then you end up finding yourself in a situation where certain things are sacrificed. And that can be confusing, because I couldn't tell if I was obeying or disobeying. I did not get the memo that it was time for me to make a decision. Trust me, I normally get them. I could feel it though. I couldn't feel the decision on my part. I could feel that things were going to change and it was going to get worse for me long before it happened. I just didn't know when it was going to happen or where it was going to happen at. I was like, oh, everything at once. Good. Woo, I ain't got to figure nothing out. And then my obedience kicked in. All right. I ain't pushed no fucking button in this building yet. All the lights went off. Cool. Where do I start from here? You start praying again. You start praying, you start dreaming again. You start dreaming, you start writing your dreams down again so you can pull more dreams down for you. And then you start channeling like your feelings and emotions. You're gonna notice all the bullshit that comes up because you're no longer distracted by your life, right? You gotta think about like when the spirit does that for you, tower moments, or canceling everyone out your life at that particular time or season. The number one thing I notice, I'll just speak for myself, is that you get clarity on where you are in the progress of your own life and your own memory card save. Like I became very clear about where I was. I was like, oh snap. I have time to think about the negative part. Like, damn, what the fuck I do? What, you know, because you're doing, what's that called? You checking all the leaks in your boat to make sure you ain't got another one. Like, is there something else that I'm continuously fucking up? Let me go through my inventory of my last few actions and decisions and see if I deserve this. Maybe I do. But it ain't that damn bad. Is there any more that I'm missing? And then you go into that. You start taking inventory. You find yourself repenting for certain things for the first time in a long time. Like, damn, just in case it was that shit right there. Let me repent for that. Let me law of polarity some shit on that. Oh, that's a lesson learned. Let me not turn back to that. Let me try to quit or abstain from that. Let me get myself clear. That's the first thing you gotta do. That's the first thing you gotta do. This is better than Scientology with no Zeno, man. Like, you gotta get clear when a tower moment happens to you. And that's the most beautiful thing about these moments, if God put you through it. The grace and mercy part is that he didn't kill you. Because you know you disobedient. But not all chastisement is a punishment. I tell you, if you're one of us, a lot of it, if you're still here and you've been through some shit, it's because you were chosen for it. The longer it takes for you to realize it, it's probably, you know, why it isn't as graceful as you would hope it would be. But once you embrace it, then it becomes graceful, because then you're not overreacting, then you're not lashing out, then you're not blaming other people. I have plenty of people to blame for some things. But when all the lights go off in your building, nah, ain't no person that powerful. I don't give a fuck which rule they did, bitch. I seen their fucking hairline, their car, and their baby mama. They ain't done. Thus, so you repent, you get back on your square again. For a lot of us who came up, you know, it's just like listening or reading or a communion with people who are familiar with the Bible. Like you rewash your mind with very important lessons that maybe weren't so prescient in your recent time here for real. You might have, you know how it is, you lose your way just by getting caught up in life and doing the normal things too. So a reset or a tower moment is the perfect time for you to get acclimated with your values if you come from our tribes or similar, or if you converted or you believe in it yourself too, right? The same way that we do. And then you find that in that, your maturity and your awareness of the scenario, because of what you just recently went through, allows you to see the shit with new eyes again. So instead of thinking a reset of like, oh my God, what happened? It's over, blah, 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 like a lot of people dramatically do as they're going through that process of grieving a tower. If you can skip past the line on that, like, all right, what does God want me to pay attention to? Obviously, it's not the rest of my fucking life right now. Obviously. It wasn't my agenda. Obviously. It wasn't what I was trying to do. Obviously. That's why that shit wasn't working out, and I felt so much resistance, no matter what I did. Obviously. All these people were fake the whole fucking time, and I knew it. I was just being graceful with them, because I care about humans. Obviously. Oh! I leveled up for real. For us, a tower moment is a leveling up moment. You familiar with it? You played a video game before? If you have an RPG and you walk into the main town center and all of a sudden your character explodes and all this light fills in, it's like level up, pause the game, pick your new skills. Yeah. That's what a tower moment is. You may have broke all your armor in that last battle. You may have lost some of your companions and some of your friends. You're not even in that same town no more. But when you finally get to the next rest area, Grand Theft Auto, then you'll have time to heal. But you also have new skills. So if you look at a tower moment instead of like the end or finality of a thing, you're still alive, stop being so fucking dramatic. Then also look at it if God spared your goofy ass, that you leveled up too. Tower moment is a level up moment. A reset of skills is a level up moment. It's time to learn and do something new. But it's not the same time as before. It's with all of your new skills. Shout out to Cristo of America. Dude, you've been on for hours. I could talk about God all day, for real. If you're passionate about something, you should pursue it. I ain't got a choice, for real. But I do. I could fuck around and die, for real. So, I ain't, stick to rivers and lakes that I'm used to, buddy. How are you doing? Hold on, fully carb. Oil and remember live reaction. Shout out to y'all, man. Haru, oh yeah, that's what I saw last night. Gotcha. On Sunday eclipse. Peace to the family, everybody in there. Yeah, man. Yeah, these videos is long enough just to trigger someone's ADHD and they're supposed to be here. And no agents and nobody else who's trying to recap all the data and stuff. It'll take them all fucking forever to catch up with me in a week of these. It serves a couple purposes. Plus, everything is being analyzed by AI language model. I want to make sure the AI know what the fuck going on top of that. Since it's based on our math language and our fucking melanin. Chaos, for real. Until you order it and structure it with the spoken word. Same story, for real. The code, the language. It's only junk DNA if it's not activated. So, sometimes we're doing these messages and people listen to the shit in their background, helps them get through their day faster too. I knew a lot of people in my old tribe who were drivers. I know sometimes people won't receive this message just yet, but they might pick it up in a different time period. They'd be like, damn, I wish you got a chance to finish that thought, for real. I'm trying to appease as many people, for real. They ain't got to watch all of it, but it's there if they need it. That's all I can do, for real. Thus, I did my job for 9 years, and I think I'm almost done. Amen. Learn from that. Stick to your guns no matter what. You're gonna lose it all either way, ain't you? It's your boy, Dayson, aka mgthefuture. I'll let you go now. 509 for real. Till next time. Peace.